kepada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. kepada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant. Banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di fight for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak didangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Salah siapa ni?
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
ni?
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah.
Sathara Arab Syria
Syrian Arab Republic,
Sathara Rat ประชาธิปไตย Timor Leste
Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste,
Turkmenistan
Turkmenistan,
Tajikistan
Tajikistan,
Chin Taipei
China,
Nepal
Nepal,
Bangladesh
Bangladesh,
Philippines
Philippines, Mongolia, Maldives,
Macau Chin
Macau, China,
Malaysia
Asia,
Myanmar
Myanmar,
สาธารณรัฐประชาธิปไตยประชาชนลาว
Lao People Democratic Republic
เวียดนาม
Vietnam
ศรีลังกา
Sri Lanka
อินเดีย
India
อินโดนีเซีย
Indonesia
สาธารณรัฐอิสลามอิหร่าน
Islamic Republic of Iran
อุซเบกิสถาน
Uzbekistan
ฮ่องกงจีน
Hong Kong China
ไทย
Thailand และนี่คือธงชาติของทั้ง 29 ประเทศขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆด้วย ขอบพระคุณครับซึ่งแน่นอนครับเหล่าธงชาติคือตัวแทนของเหล่านักกีฬาครับที่เข้าร่วมการแข่งขันเริ่มต้นวันนี้เลยนะครับแล้วก็ไปอีก 7 วันกับการแข่งขันสุดดุเดือดที่จะเกิดขึ้นแห่งนี้เลย Indoor Stadium โฮมานะครับซึ่งงานดีๆแบบนี้จะไม่เกิดขึ้นเลยนะฮะซึ่งนี่คือครั้งแรกเลยนะฮะสำหรับ Asian Esports Game นะฮะที่จัดขึ้นนะฮะซึ่งต้องกราบขอบพระคุณท่านบริหารคนสำคัญนะครับบุคคลสำคัญที่ให้เกียรติมาร่วมงานในวันนี้แบมขออนุญาตนามให้ทุกท่านได้ทราบกันนะครับท่านแรกครับท่านผู้ว่าการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยดร.ก้องศักดิ์ยอดมณีครับขอเสียงปรบมือกับท่านด้วยครับThere you go, the Governor of the Sports Authority of Thailand, Mr. Sebastian Lau ท่านผู้อำนวยการสมาพันธ์กีฬาอิเล็กทรอนิกส์แห่งเอเชียหรือ AESF ครับคุณนารีรัตน์อริยประยูนครับท่านบริหารสายงานกลยุทธ์และผลิตภัณฑ์รายย่อยธนาคารกรุงไทยจำกัดมหาชนครับ คุณสันติโหลทองครับท่านนายกสมาคมกีฬา e-sport แห่งประเทศไทย และประธานคณะกรรมการจัดการแข่งขันครับคุณปรีชาลาลุนครับท่านรองผู้ว่าการฝ่ายกีฬาเป็นเลิศและวิทยาศาสตร์การกีฬาคุณยุทธยาจานหีดครับท่านผู้ในวยการฝ่ายธุรกิจกีฬาครับรวมถึงผู้บริหารการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยทุกท่านด้วยครับขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะฮะพร้อมกับคุณพิจินอภิวันธนาพรครับรองกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บัญชีและการเงินบริษัท IRPC จำกัดมหาชนครับและคุณวราวุฒิเจนธนากุลครับประธานเจ้าหน้าที่บริหารบริษัท Sense Entertainment จำกัดครับขอบพระคุณทุกท่านมากๆเลยจริงๆนะครับและในลำดับแรกนี้ครับผมขอเรียนเชิญนายกสมาคมกีฬา e-sport แห่งประเทศไทยและประธานคณะกรรมการจัดการแข่งขัน Asian Esports Game 2024 ครับได้กล่าวถึงวัตถุประสงค์การจัดงานครับคุณสันติโหลทองขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยครับ There you go, the president of Thailand Esports Federation and president of the Asian Esports Games Organizing Committee.
ขอบคุณคุณแบมครับกราบเรียนท่านผู้ว่าการการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยดร.ก้องศักดิ์ยอดมณีท่านรองผู้ว่าการการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยฝ่ายกีฬาเป็นเลิศท่านปรีชาลาลุนนะครับและผู้บริหารอีกหลายท่านต้องขออภัยเนื่องจากมีผู้ใหญ่หลายท่านมากเกรงว่าจะรบกวนเวลานะครับขออนุญาตกล่าวโดยรวมครับประเทศไทยพัฒนากีฬาสปอร์ตมาเป็นเวลากว่า15 ปีผ่านการรับรองด้วยวิสัยทัศน์ที่ก้าวไกลจากการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยทำให้กีฬาอีสปอร์ตนั้นเปลี่ยนจากการเล่นเกมทั่วไปมาเป็นกีฬาชนิดหนึ่งนะครับในการรับรองให้อีสปอร์ตเป็นกีฬานั้นมีหลายพันธกิจเกิดขึ้นนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นด้านการศึกษาด้านการกระตุ้นเศรษฐกิจของประเทศกระตุ้นการท่องเที่ยวและทางด้านสุขภาพเป็นหลักนะครับเราได้รับความร่วมมือจากสหพันธ์กีฬาอิเล็กทรอนิกส์สปอร์ตแห่งเอเชียนะครับนั่นก็คือ AESF นะครับแล้วก็ประเทศพันธมิตรในเอเชียหลายประเทศด้วยกันดังท่านจะเห็นจำนวนธงชาติของเพื่อนบ้านเราในภูมิภาคนี้จำนวนมากถึง29 ประเทศนับเป็นอันดับ2รองจากเอเชียนเกมที่ประเทศจีนที่หางโจวนะครับขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับประเทศทั้ง29 ประเทศด้วยครับขอบพระคุณ Thank you to visit in Thailand and support me การแข่งขันเราจะดำเนินขึ้นเป็นเวลา7 วันครับเริ่มต้นจากวันนี้เป็นต้นไปหลังจากพิธีเปิดเรียบร้อยนะครับจะแข่งด้วยเกม MobileLegends เป็นจำนวน3 วันจากนั้นจะต่อด้วยเกม ROV ซึ่งเป็นเกมที่คนไทยนิยมชมชอบเป็นอย่างมากนะครับอีก2 วันด้วยกันนะครับส่วน3 วันสุดท้ายจะเป็นการแข่งขันกีฬา e-football mobile ทั้ง3 ตัวเป็นเกมมือถือทั้งสิ้นในอนาคตเราจะพัฒนาเข้าสู่เกมคอนโซลและเกม PC อย่างแน่นอนที่สุดนะครับเนื่องจากวันนี้เราทำเกมมือถือนอกจากความง่ายแล้วนะครับสิ่งเจตนารมณ์ของเราคือในช่วงเวลานี้ที่ทุกท่านอยู่กับผมตรงนี้มันช่วงเวลาที่ประเทศไทยกำลังจะจัดแข่ง Asian Indoor Martial Arts Game แต่ด้วยเหตุผลบางประการนะครับทำให้จำเป็นจะต้องยกเลิกออกไปซึ่งในประการนี้ทางรัฐบาลไม่ได้นิ่งนอนใจนะครับเดี๋ยวท่านลองฟังรายข้อมูลคร่าวๆจากท่านผู้ว่าการดูได้นะครับเราก็เลยคิดว่าประเทศสมาชิกต่างๆที่พร้อมจะมาแข่ง e-sport ในประเทศนี้พร้อมที่จะมาอยู่แล้วเราสอบถามกันเป็นเวลาเกือบ2 ปีเต็มว่าท่านยังพร้อมที่จะมาประเทศไทยหรือไม่เราได้รับคำตอบว่าอยากมาประเทศไทยอย่างมากและมากที่สุดเนื่องจากประเทศไทยมีหลายสิ่งหลายอย่างที่เขาประทับใจแน่นอนครับผมนำเรียนเรื่องนี้กับท่านผู้ว่าการการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยท่านดร.ก้องศักดิ์ยอดมณีท่านเห็นด้วยครับกับการที่เราจะไม่ทำให้เขาเกิดความผิดหวังนะครับการแข่งขันกีฬามีแพ้มีชนะแต่ทีมชาติไทยจะทำให้เต็มที่และจะต้อนรับคุณด้วยฝีมืออย่างเต็มความสามารถนะครับจะไม่อ่อยให้จะไม่ยอมอ่อนข้อให้นะครับและขอให้ทุกท่านพบกับการแข่งขันในหลากหลายรูปแบบในช่วงเวลา7 วันนี้ด้วยความสุขครับขอบพระคุณครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้กับคุณสันติโหลทองครับท่านนายกสมาคมกีฬา e-sport แห่งประเทศไทยและประธานคณะกรรมการจัดการแข่งขัน Asian Esports Games 2024 นะฮะได้ฟังกันไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยครับลำดับถัดไปครับขอเรียนเชิญท่านผู้อำนวยการสมาพันธ์กีฬาอิเล็กทรอนิกส์แห่งเอเชียหรือ AESF Mr. Sebastian Lau ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยครับ Up next you'll be hearing from Director General of Asian Electronic Sports Federation or AESF to give a speech about the collaboration in organizing this event.
Sawadee Krap. I'm sorry if my pronunciation is not that accurate. Esteemed Dr. Khongsa Yodmani, the Governor of the Sports Authority of Thailand. Mr. Precha Lalong, the Deputy Governor for Elite Sports and Sports Science and the Sports Authority of Thailand. Mr. Michai Yingwood, Deputy Governor of the Administration of Sports Authority of Thailand. Mr. Yotaya Chinkit, Director of Sports Business Development of the Sports Authority of Thailand. Mr. Santilotong, President of the Thailand Esports Federation, Executive Board Member of AESF. Mr. Azad, Mr. Lokesh, Executive Board Members of the AESF. Distinguished delegates, guests, ladies, gentlemen, Chairman GS of the Asian Electronic Sports Federation Members Associations. A very good morning. On behalf of the President and the Executive Board Member of the Asian Electronic Sports Federation AESF, it is my great pleasure to be here today in Bangkok, the beautiful capital city of Thailand, to witness and celebrate together with all of you another milestone in esports, which is Asian Esports Games AEG. The Asian Esports Games, initiated by the Thailand Esports Federation, THAISIF, with the support from the Ministry of Tourism and Sports and the Sports Authority of Thailand, the National Sports Development Fund of Thailand, and AESF demonstrates Thailand's strong commitment to advancing the growth of esports in Asia. For this, we at AESF are proud to be the partner with THAISIF and support this great event from today for the next 7 days. Thailand's dedication to developing esports strengthens the region's competitive landscape and creates invaluable opportunities for national athletes across Asia to compete in an international stage. This commitment paves the way for sports to promote unity, gender equality, and diversity, while further boosting Thailand esports economy ecosystem ahead of its hosting of the next SEA Games in 2025, where esports will be the official medal events again. This event highlights Thailand's strategic leadership in building a thriving esports future and establishing the country as the leading hub of esports in our region. Moreover, AESF remains steadfast to its mission to provide opportunities to our member associations across our region. The incredible participation from 29 countries and regions with 179 athletes underscore our collective vision for esports. This includes a historic first, such as the MobileLegends Bang women's event, featuring 20 teams with debut appearances and esports stage, while others have show in Thailand to try the Thai spicy food, to experience the Thai culture. It's definitely a great showcase to tell the world how Asian is. Thank you again. Let's keep the passion, move on. Wish all of you good luck. Carbon Cup. Thank you.
Thank you so very much Mr. Sebastian Lau ได้ฟังกันไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยนะครับตัดท่านผู้อำนวยการสมาพันธ์กีฬาอิเล็กทรอนิกส์แห่งเอเชียหรือ AESF นะโหท่านปิดท้ายด้วยแน่นอนเมื่อกี้เล่าถึงการร่วมมือกันในครั้งนี้นะครับแล้วก็ให้พูดถึงเหล่านักกีฬามาถึงไทยแล้วอย่าลืม explore อาหารอร่อยแล้วก็วัฒนธรรมที่สวยงามของประเทศไทยด้วยนะฮะกราบขอบคุณมากๆนะครับลำดับถัดไปครับทุกท่านกับท่านผู้ว่าการการกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยครับได้กล่าวเปิดงานอย่างเป็นทางการ So ladies and gentlemen to officially declare the games open please welcome the Governor of the Sports Authority of Thailand ดร.ก้องศักดิ์ยอดมณีขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆด้วยครับ
ท่านประธานคณะกรรมการจัดการแข่งขันท่านผู้อำนวยการสมาพันธ์ Esports เอเชียแขกผู้มีเกียรติพี่น้องสื่อมวลชนทุกท่านนะครับวันนี้ผมรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติและยินดีอย่างยิ่งที่ได้มาร่วมงานนะครับ Asian Esports Games นะครับซึ่งก็ท่านนายกสมาคมซึ่งเป็นประธานจัดการแข่งขันท่านสันติโลทองนะครับท่านได้กล่าวแล้วนะครับว่าสิ่งต่างๆที่เกิดขึ้นในประเทศไทยนะครับเราต้องยอมรับกันว่าเราไม่มีการจัดการแข่งขัน Asian Indoor Martial Arts แต่ทุกประเทศได้เตรียมการในการเข้าร่วมการแข่งขันนะครับโดยเฉพาะ e-sport นะครับก็เป็นที่คาดหวังนะครับว่าเราจะได้มาแข่ง Asian Indoor Martial Arts กันนะก็จะเห็นว่าเมื่อท่านสันติโลทองนะครับได้เสนอความคิดว่าเราอยากที่จะจัดชิงแชมป์ระดับทวีปที่ยิ่งใหญ่นะครับไม่แพ้เอเชียนเกมขึ้นมาในกีฬา e-sport การกีฬาแห่งประเทศไทยนะครับก็เห็นพ้องแล้วก็เห็นในเจตนานะครับแล้วก็เห็นถึงการคิดริเริ่มที่จะเป็นคุณประโยชน์กับวงการ e-sport ของประเทศไทยอย่างยิ่งเราเดินหน้านะครับพร้อมที่จะสนับสนุนในฐานะเป็นองค์กรภาครัฐในการที่จะส่งเสริมกีฬาทุกชนิดโดยเฉพาะกีฬาที่เป็นความนิยมของวัยรุ่นอย่าง e-sport นะครับเดินหน้าทำให้วันนี้นะครับต้องขอชื่นชมคณะกรรมการจัดการแข่งขันท่านสันติโลทองนะครับและทุกท่านที่มีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องสปอนเซอร์นะครับทุกค่ายนะครับภาคเอกชนที่ได้เห็นความสำคัญของ e-sport และจัด Asian Esports Games ขึ้นมาครั้งแรกนะและผมถือว่าประเทศไทยเป็นผู้ริเริ่มเกมนี้และเราก็อยากที่จะผลักดันนะครับต่อเนื่องต่อไปที่จะมีเป็น Edition 2, 3, 4 ต่อไปในอนาคตนะครับเพราะว่าการริเริ่มครั้งนี้นะครับผมถือว่าเป็นการกำเนิดกีฬาระดับทวีปที่ยิ่งใหญ่นะครับก็ขอให้พี่น้องนะครับคนไทยชาว e-sport นะครับนักกีฬา e-sport ทุกคนนะครับได้ตระหนักนะครับว่าประเทศไทยเป็นประเทศชั้นนำใน e-sport และก็อยากที่จะให้พวกเรานะครับได้ต้อนรับนักกีฬาทั้ง 29 ประเทศอย่างอบอุ่นเราถือว่าเรามาเริ่มต้นนะครับในครั้งนี้เป็นครั้งแรกนะครับและผมเชื่อว่าจะไม่ใช่ครั้งสุดท้ายอย่างแน่นอนนะครับเพราะบรรยากาศแบบนี้ 29 ประเทศในปีถัดๆไปอาจจะเพิ่มขึ้นเป็น 30-40 ประเทศได้นะครับผมก็เชื่อมั่นนะครับว่าด้วยความมุ่งมั่นของคณะกรรมการจัดการแข่งขันด้วยสปอนเซอร์นะครับที่สนับสนุนอย่างแข็งแกร่งเราก็จะจัดการแข่งขันครั้งนี้เป็นตัวอย่างนะครับให้กับนานาประเทศในเอเชียได้เห็นนะครับถึงความพร้อมถึงความคึกคักการตื่นตัวในกีฬา e-sport ครั้งนี้นะครับก็ขอให้การจัดการแข่งขันนี้ดำเนินการไปด้วยความเรียบร้อยนะครับถึงเวลาอันควรI would like to declare the opening of Asian Esports Games 2024 ขอบคุณครับ
เปิดอย่างเป็นทางการแล้วนะครับขอเสียงปรบมือ
Day here
ด้วยครับ
at
คือ Asian
the Hua Mak Indoor Stadium in Bangkok, Thailand, as we draw the curtains upon the official opening of the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024. A historic moment for women in esports, with MobileLegends Bang Bang as the exclusive title for the women's competition to set the stage for greater visibility and opportunities for female gamers. My name is Stafa and I will be your caster for today alongside my co-caster Hans. How are you feeling, sir?
Man, I am feeling amazing. Like, to be honest, when you take a look at a lot of the teams that we have here, we are composed of 4 different groups together with 5 teams each, 5 nations to be specific. And you're right, this is a chance to be able to showcase what women's MLBB is all about, giving them a new platform, giving them a new set of skills, and maybe some of the other teams that we can definitely take note of here, or maybe in the future, because, you know, as far as I can remember, I feel like this next edition of the SEA Games is going to be held here as well. So this is a really good start as to what they want to do for esports.
Absolutely. It is going to be an incredible event that will be occurring over the next few days, where we'll get the chance to witness what many different nations, in fact 20 teams from different nations across Asia, competing for a chance to claim that championship title. There's many diverse regions at play here. We've got Southeast Asia, East Asia, South Asia, Central Asia, as well as the Middle East, for an incredible display of international talent and regional pride.
Yeah, I feel like for most of the teams that we have here, we don't usually get to see them very often, right? Sure, we see a lot of teams coming in from Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia. You also have teams from Cambodia as well, and Thailand being the hosts of their respective tournament. But for the other teams out there who we would usually see in like a lot of different tournaments that are not really in terms of the international standard, right? This is where you would not only want to learn from your respective competitors, but to also know more about them, maybe build connections in the future, so that when you try to go for practices, especially with, you know, more of these international tournaments coming up, I feel like you're gonna need all of the familiarity that you will need with the teams that are already established in the scene. I mean, right? We've seen those 3 or maybe 4 countries that have really showcased what they can do in the female MLBB scene. So this is a chance for us to also see what the other nations can contribute as well. Maybe there's something that we haven't seen or we haven't heard of that could make some noise or could maybe, you know, earn some reputation points heading into this tournament.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Hans, and I think we're both very honored to have the chance to be here to cast and commentate over this prestigious event. As we can see in the background, the opening ceremony is taking place, and once this is concluded, we will be able to jump on into the land of dawn to bear witness to which teams will be able to reign supreme. After all, a lot of these teams, while they may have some international experience, probably don't quite have the same amount of exposure as the more popular men's teams in MLBB. So it is a great opportunity for us, for them, and for all of you guys watching as well to see what potential is just hiding out there in the open.
Yeah, I feel like for most of the nations that are here, they are very much excited because, for a lot of the respective countries that we've had, I believe this is somewhat of like a first time that we're gonna be holding something that's related to esports in Thailand, in MLBB wise. Okay, I'm not really familiar with the other gaming titles, but in terms of MLBB, this is a really good chance for the players to know more about it as well, for the locals to know more about the game, what they can do, and at the same time, this is also a chance for our respective representatives from the different countries to have another chance to explore another country here, that is Thailand, that is Bangkok, Thailand. I'm sure that there are a lot of delicacies, a lot of they can take note of it. Maybe they've already, roamed for this tournament even started. But I am sure with all of the festivities that have happened way beforehand, as you see most of the very important people on your screens right now in terms of how we're going to start this off, it wouldn't have been possible without them as well. So yeah, everything really is happening for a reason, and I am sure that it is possible with these guys on your screens.
And it is amazing to just see the amount of attention and the amount of time being put into esports as a whole, and how the ecosystem around esports and Mobile Legends is growing across the world. In fact, many different regions taking the opportunity to bring up more tournaments, new talents, new faces, and officially recognizing the potential that esports has on a worldwide stage. It is not just about gender, it is not just about background or culture. Everyone can participate in esports, and anyone can be a champion.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, we're about to crown a new champion, right? Because this is another new tournament for our female or women's teams to just showcase what they can do in the battlefield. And for everybody's information, right, most of the games, or all of the games that you're going to be seeing for today, is going to be at a best of one series. So rest assured that the teams are going to do everything in their power to win every single game that they could get, because again, you're only going to be stuck for in a group of 5, and only 2 can make it past it. So I feel like the chances are very slim, or it's not very, but it's completely slim, especially when you're looking at some of the groups that we have here, where some can be free for all, some you kind of like predict already how it's gonna go, unless there are gonna be some surprises here.
Yeah, surprises are always possible, and we love to see an underdog or dark horse story, so I'm gonna be keeping my eyes open, and I hope that everyone watching will be doing the same. We also get to see some of the mascots up on stage here of the Asian Esports Games. I'm a fan, I do like birds in general, so I think they're pretty cute.
Agree.
And with the opening ceremony, I think it'll be a great way to start off the day. Like you mentioned, Hans, we are going to be witnessing best of one series throughout the day, and the reason for that is because we are going to be starting off with the group stages. You already brought this up earlier in the day, but there's going to be 20 teams, with 5 teams slotted into 4 groups total, with full round robin best of one games being played among all the teams, so that the top 2 from each group is able to move on to the knockout stage.
I feel like that's how many the people are currently on the stage right now, and only 2. Yeah, that's a bad example. All right, I'm just gonna try to figure something out here on my end, but again, it's nice to see that representatives from different nations are here on stage right now. You see representatives from Indonesia, you see representatives from the Philippines, from Thailand, and also from Vietnam being there as well. So all of them are present, all of them are eager, excited, and very much looking forward to what is about to happen in this specific moment. And you're right, it's really just, a matter of fact on how they would be able to at least maximize on the chances that are given to them, because you only have at least like 4 games to make it into the playoffs, and that is not a lot of games, because usually, right, you'd play more than that if you're practicing or if you're like win streak on ranked games. So I feel like you're really gonna have to make your shots count, and this is the best chance for you to just do that.
Yeah, opportunities are plenty, but in best of 1 series, it's gonna be a lot more chaotic, right? The possibility of cheese or surprise picks that you're not quite prepared for are even more possible, which means that a lot of preparation has to be taken going into the tournament, because there are only a few slots to go off into the playoff stage. You don't want to have to go home and the group stage, considering the competition that is at stake here. So I hope that we get to witness some very interesting stuff today.
Yeah, I feel like that is where, you know, our beloved host has already mentioned that he maybe is looking forward to a lot of the festivities. In case you guys didn't hear him, I assume that's what he mentioned, because I feel like I am also ready to see some pretty intense women's MLBB with us today. And as of that moment, that's going to be the case here.
We will go ahead and be jumping into a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, but the festivities will start in just about 15 minutes, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. kecabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gembilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024. It is my honor to welcome all of you for the women's team's Mobile Legends Bang Bang event, where 20 nations shall face off to determine who is the ultimate victor. My name is Stafa, joined once again by Hans. How are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling good. I'm sure that for everybody else, wherever you may be, you probably got lunch already. If you haven't, go ahead and take it already, because I assume this is going to be a long set of matches for each and everybody else to determine the winner of this year's Asian Esports Games in the women's MLBB division. I'm curious to see on, which new talented nations we gonna be seeing. Is it the ones that we have already expected, or is it new and up-and-coming nations that we're about to figure out today?
As we know, there's always going to be certain regions in Mobile Legends who stand above the rest, right? Any MLBB fan who watches knows that some are better than others in more consistent performance. But this is a little bit different because these are the women's teams, right? It is not quite the same face as we're used to, but there's still definitely names here that have had some international experience. So I'm really excited to see what will happen with 20 different nations participating. We're going to be having a lot of matches today, Hans.
Yeah, we sure are. Because again, for reference, alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and take a look at it. We are having at least 10 best of 1 matches today, and not only that, right? 20 teams in total, just like what Sidafa has mentioned. 5 teams in every single group. So we have a total of 4 groups already. And from the looks of it, alright, I'm looking at the groups right now, and I'm just quite surprised with the fact that Indonesia and Philippines are already together in one group, which surprised me. Alright, it was indeed a surprise already. I want to know your thoughts on the group. So, alright, I'm gonna try to send it to you right away so that you can see it already. But I assume you have it for yourself.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the groups just yet. I've been keeping that a surprise for myself. But if you say that ID and PH are in the same group,
I'm sorry, man.
That's already gonna be the group of death right there. A little bit worrying, but we've already got some of our players getting ready and set up for the very first match of the day. And just a reminder once again for everyone, these are best of 1 series. On one side of the board, we've got none other than the host country, Thailand.
Yeah, this is a team that is, of course, wanting to represent in the best way possible, right? You want to start off, you're the hosts. So as of this moment, the best way for you to go ahead at it is to make sure that you can definitely dominate. I mean, we've known a lot of very famous MLBB personalities here. I'm sure you probably know, if I remember correctly, Ramela. We've seen some people here coming in from IDNS that is from Thailand, right? So I feel like they could do something about it. But moving forward, here comes Vietnam this time around.
So our very first match going to be between Thailand and Vietnam. And just once again, a reminder for everyone watching, if you didn't catch it, the first few times we said it, this is going to be the women's team Mobile Legends Bang Bang event at the Asian Esports Games. It's going to be an exciting one. There's a lot of matches to watch. The way that the tournament will work is that the 20 teams are split into groups of 5. So there's 4 groups total, and then they will play round robin best of 1 matches. Once the round-robin matches have been concluded by the end of today, the top 2 teams from each group will move on into the knockout stage to form our top 8.
Yeah, so with that being said, yeah, that checks out. Top 8, you got that right, Sidafa. I feel like now you're currently seeing Group 8, alright? You're currently seeing Group 8, Group A. Why am I saying Group 8? Group A, alright? Let's get that clear. Group A. So it's Thailand going up against Vietnam. They are joined currently by Uzbekistan, China, and Mongolia. So this is gonna be another best of 1 series it's really another crucial matchup moving forward, even in the start of the competition. So I assume that all of these teams are really gonna put forth their best foot forward so that they can make it into that top 8 that Stafa was talking about a while ago, right?
Yeah, top 8 knockouts will be much more comfortable since once we head into the knockout stage, it is going to be the usual double bracket elimination format. So at the very least, they will have that second life if they end up losing a match there. But in the group stages, there's no such thing. Every single match matters. It is all about the points that you are able to earn here so that you can make it to that top-notch group.
Yeah, that's painful also. Like, just imagine later on, right? If we go neck and neck and the head-to-head matches or head-to-head games are what's gonna cost you to advance in the next stage of competition or to finally end it as well. You don't want to, or for your tournament life to depend on someone else's hands. So as of this moment, right, the best case scenario for you is to go for nothing, right? It's for you to have at least an advantage moving forward and to at least build on that momentum as well. Get the reputation that's needed. That's like, oh shoot, these are, or this is the team that we're gonna have to beat. You wanna beat that team, right? But at the same time, if you wanna start to try flying under the radar, maybe that's something that you can also do depending on how you would want to execute this specific set of games. The best is to lose one, or yeah, the best case scenario, if you, in case you're gonna lose, right, is to maybe lose one. But the worst thing is for you to lose two, because I feel like that's where the tiebreakers are gonna come in handy.
Yeah, I think in the end the safest is of course to win all of them, but you can probably afford to at most lose one game in your group and still feel safe that you could move on forward. But without further ado here, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping into the draft for game number 1. Thailand on the blue side, Vietnam on the red.
Alright, so for Thailand, we have Mirali, Ri, Leon King, Blitzbeat, and Isu Ace. For Vietnam, we have Daisy, Sa, Chelsea, Kao Cute Ka, and Crystal. Alright, I feel like this is a different set of players from what we're accustomed to see. This is another chance for them also to introduce themselves as well. But as of the moment, pretty similar in terms of that, banning phase as we speak.
Yeah, I think the banning phase that we will see will most likely be quite similar to what we've already been seeing in other professional tournaments for MLBB. But we are in a meta right now where there is a lot of potential creativity in the way that the draft goes, right? The hero pool is actually fairly open across the game, and you can very creatively slot in even more classic heroes if the situation calls for it. But it also means that a best of one is going to be particularly tricky because surprise picks can be very unexpected. In the best of 3, you would have time to adjust a little bit even if you drop a game, but here it's all or nothing.
Yeah, all or nothing indeed. At this point, you have the Suyu taken out already. Some of the teams, alright, they tend to prefer leaving both the Suyu and the Alpha open just so they would have at least options. But with what you've mentioned also, Sidafa, the rise of heroes like the Joy have really paid dividends towards what the teams are starting to pick up now. Chip, even though it was a lot nerfed than usual, it's gonna be a choice for Vietnam, so they don't want to risk that team fight capability, which leaves them with the high loss being picked up by the host country.
With these bans though, it does mean that Fanny is actually left open in the draft, a hero that was recently buffed and is an absolute terror in the right hands. Thailand has decided not to go for that and start with the more safe opening of high-lows. We're seeing a lot more teams go for the high-lows or get top first pick nowadays just to keep the draft open. Vietnam now going to be responding with the Vex and Matilda.
This is an interesting take. I honestly think that with the high loss being open, you still have, or with the high loss already being picked by Thailand, you have at least a lot of other options for Vietnam. You have the Alpha per se, but they're choosing to leave that open and give that away to Thailand. It depends on how they would want to execute this. Because again, high loss depends on who the rest of the supporting cast is going to be like, because we still don't know if this is going to go to the EXP or their own position. So they would want to secure the Matilda first so that they would have an exit with that Alpha in case they pick it up, and the Vexana as well for the wave clear option. Hayabusa, Bruno picked on the other side for basically early game damage. So Thailand really has a game plan working for them here.
Yeah, the draft is going pretty standard right now. Hayabusa and Bruno are both heavily contested picks nowadays. Bruno especially getting a huge buff with the changes to Malefic Gun, and the Terizla being locked in quite early for Vietnam. Now, I don't actually agree with this very much. I don't feel like Terizla is that contested of a hero nowadays, and you don't want to reveal your EXP lane this early on.
You're absolutely right about that. I feel like in terms of the roles that are given by Vietnam currently, we kind of like already know where each of those heroes are gonna go. Meanwhile, on the other side, right, for Thailand, you're still not completely sure on where that Hylos is gonna be, so it leaves some sort of flexible option here, because I feel like Terizla could do very well against that Hylos in the EXP lane. However, this gives a chance for Thailand to at least adjust on that one. You still have a lot of heroes open for you. You even have Fulvius. Maybe if you want something else, you have the Gacha as well, right? A lot of options here that could really go with the full-on engaged tactic that Thailand wants to go for here. But as of the moment, that's the Aurora and the Sicilian taken out by Vietnam. And I was talking about that Alpha a while ago. Thailand's not willing to let it go.
Yeah, I actually feel like Vietnam should have considered locking in Alpha instead of Terizla here, because the Alpha Matilda combination is very, very powerful. And then if you combine it with Vexana for counter engage, it would already be a very solid opening while leaving your EXP lane a bit more flexible, since Vietnam does have that last pick, right? So we'll see what they decide to save that for, with Thailand banning out Alpha and Martis to make sure that they don't have heavy early game aggression, and the Lunox being the choice of Vietnam.
Completely different options here for Vietnam, because again, they're going to be going up, the Lunox is going to be going up against the Bruno, and Bruno is going to have a field day in terms of getting that early game farm just because of the damage that he possesses. So with that being said, the Lunox is going to be assisted here by at least the mid lane trio, and we are still yet to figure out on who that jungler is going to be like. I'm thinking more of like a Nolan, just so there would be enough farming speed that could match up with the Hayabusa as well, especially when you have the Edith and the Valentina on the other side. But instead, they're going with an Export. It's an interesting choice now.
Export is alright, but not something I'd be a big fan of. It's good against the Hylos and Edith to try and prevent a dive composition alongside the Vexana, but all of their burst damage basically comes in the form of magic, right? With Vexana and Lunox, Nolan would have helped balance that out, but this means it's a lot easier for Thailand to itemize like Athena Shield and stuff to deal with a lot of that DPS.
Yeah, at this point, if you are Vietnam, what you would probably do here is to find a way that you can get wave clears as much as possible. You're not supposed to play that early game, which is, the reason why I really think that there's a disconnect with the lineup that Vietnam has showcased to us as we speak. Because again, if you currently saw it, right, of course our friends are right over there already, but in case you guys saw it, the Matilda was picked up together with the Vexana, and then you have a Lunox on your side. So at some point, Matilda's advantage is specifically at the early portions of the game, right? So you would expect that they would have to build on something like, I don't know, maybe a Beatrix. I think a Beatrix would have worked in that composition as well. But unfortunately, again, this is a best of one series. And if you are comfortable with the heroes that you're going to be picking, then why not? You can have a chance to win.
Yeah, I think probably the reason they went Lunox anyway is because Bruno is gonna straight up win lane against most other options. Like a lot of teams will pick up heroes like Hari, for example, just to try to match that early game advantage somewhat. But I'm gonna assume that Vietnam went with the Lunox to try and basically surrender the early game slightly while having a hero that can safely clear the lane from afar, while also having late game insurance. But the damage typing is what I'm mainly worried about.
Yeah. I mean, if you're, you know, at some point the damage output, there's not a lot of DPS, honestly, from Vietnam, right? Now, not a lot of, yeah, you do have an abundance of maybe wave clear and magic damage just because you have the Vexana on your side already. Maybe the export could also help in terms of how they could allocate those team fights. They have a lot of AoE damage, so maybe that's something that they could capitalize on, work on a lot of those other targets. But when you take a look at the other side, right, you have two ways to engage if you are Thailand here. You have the Glorious Pathway coming in from the Hylos, a red carpet, if I would say, because again, it just propels you to be ultimately aggressive when you would want it. And in addition, you also have the advantage of the onward whenever, so you can get a winning condition as long as that onward tends to hit. So that's some of the things, or one of the many things, that Vietnam needs to at least deny in terms of the composition that they have.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Hans. I do feel like Thailand has a slightly more solid lineup overall, right? Their early to late game scaling is very good with Hayabusa and the Bruno, and they have multiple ways of setting up with the Edith and the Hylos, like you mentioned, while the side of Vietnam needs time to really get off the ground, right? They don't really have early game burst damage that they can rely on outside of Vexana, and even then, that's very conditional. So it's gonna take, they gotta make sure that they don't allow Thailand to get too much of an early game lead. Otherwise, it should be quite an easy curve for them.
Because when you think about it, right, the early game advantage will really go to the Bruno in the first few minutes of the game. Because, man, just imagine if that Bruno and Matilda went together. I think that's the thought process of Vietnam in that further draft, right? During that start, they had the option to pick up both the Bruno and Matilda, but instead, they really didn't go for that because maybe they're looking at comfortability for their mid laner. They wanted to pick up a hero that she's going to be able to utilize very well, and to them, that is the Vexana. It's very much respectable. They eliminate somewhat the immediate threat of an assassin going to the other side, or maybe if the Hayabusa joins the party as well, just a couple of skills coming in from the Vexana, you could catch it. It's gonna be a little difficult, but at least you have something to catch it with, right? But yeah, the Bruno is just too big of a prize. It's just a good thing though that they separated the Matilda and the Bruno before everything breaks loose here.
Yeah, that, like, Bruno with any sort of like enchanter support is usually going to be a monster in lane. Though nowadays we don't really see supports babysitting the gold lane as much anymore, so it might be a little less to worry about, but the possibility is always there, right? That's why you gotta avoid that. While the Vexana is like a safe pick and actually a pretty okay solution to Hylos, I still don't really like the fact that it was picked that early on though. Like,
yeah.
I think they could have kept things open. They could have even started with Matilda Alpha, and that would have been okay to me as well. So we'll see how this ends up working out.
Yeah, not only that, right? We also have the Terizla. I feel like that's one of the spicy picks as well. It depends on how they would want to execute it. Because like, for most of the time that I've seen it, we've seen Hilda go first pick, and that's already banned, and then we've also seen a lot of other different heroes, and then those were also banned. So I feel like the Gatatkacha hasn't even been noticed in this game, you know, which kind of like surprised me, because at some point in time, you're really gonna have to use that guy, you're gonna have to use that hero to just make sure the setup is possible. But the Terizla could maybe do the same, although a lot of people are saying that I think Gatatkacha is the upgraded version of Terizla. I don't know if you share the same sentiment, but I want to know your thoughts on it too.
I think there is definitely a similarity in like the frontlining and the way that their ultimates work, but I feel like they still kind of fulfill separate roles. Every single time I cast and I see a Gatok Hacha, I always say that I believe this hero, even as the roamer, should be the secondary initiation. He should not be the first hero into the fight, because it's very difficult to land Avatar the Guardian without some other form of setup. So in a position, Terizla can very easily start fights with penalty zone. And I think he's generally a little bit more tanky without relying too much on conditions. That's why he can go like Flicker instead of having to use Revitalize. But honestly, they both can fulfill similar roles as long as the team composition is built properly around them.
I like it. I like the thought process there. You're right. In terms of like the similarities of their skill sets, I feel like, you know, the first skill of that Terizla can also match well with the first skill of the Gatot Kacha. However, the duration of their ultimates, that's where it kind of like makes a difference, right? It boils down to the second, or maybe just even a millisecond, but it kind of takes a little longer than you would expect coming in from a Gatot Kacha. So even though I would say it's much more durable than the Terizla, if you want to go ahead and land on those team fights immediately, which is, I think, the strength of the lineup that was brought about by Vietnam here, they could definitely stand a chance. Just, you know, at least land 1 to 2 of those penalty zones and have an immediate follow-up damage. That is where the advantage is really gonna lie. However, if they are unable to execute it to perfection and one thing falls to another, there could be a setup penalty zone but not enough damage output, or there is damage output but not a setup of the penalty zone. I feel like that's where things are gonna be problematic here for Vietnam. So it's pieces that need to fit together smoothly for them to be able to get this game won.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Just to give a little bit of information to the teams watching right now, I believe there are some small technical difficulties that are being worked out right now. That is why the game hasn't quite jumped in just yet. But don't worry, we have people on the ground working on things, so we should be able to get on into it very, very soon. But in the meantime, since this is going to be a best of 1, do let us know in the comments which of these two teams you think is going to be the winner of this best of 1 series.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the draft, right? I'm gonna start it off just so our audience could have a little bit of like a deeper understanding towards it. But from the draft, I really do think that the host country is gonna be able to get this one. Just the lineup is much more, easier to execute, and then you also have options here that could go from an early to the late game. The damage output is there, which, you know, really was the reason as to why I think they're going to be getting this game number 1. What do you think?
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from. I mean, I already expressed my thoughts as well earlier on, where I do think that Thailand has the more solid draft overall. It's not impossible for Vietnam to get their draft off the ground, but yeah, there's conditions that need to be met, right? They really have to slow the game down because they don't have enough pressure. Their heroes are good at healing. That is probably the win condition they can play by, which is just to avoid going for all-out 5v5s early on in the game. But without further ado, here we are in the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We're 2 minutes in, Thailand on the blue side, Vietnam on the red. It looks like Crystal already in some trouble, has to flicker out of the turtle pit. Penalty zone comes out, Revitalize used as well by the high-lows, but it's not going to save him. Saab picks up the first blood onto Ree, and Crystal going to be traded away as well. Last Sandy comes out into the back line, going to be able to do quite some damage to Aisu, but they're still continuing on the fight with Primal Wrath coming out, and double kill over to the Valentina with Leon King grabbing the turtle.
Yo, Stafa, I feel like you got insanely surprised because as soon as we got in, the fight has immediately started, but you got it anyway. And just like what we expected, right? An immediate surge coming in from Thailand, already getting 3 kills in 3 minutes. That's a kill per minute there for the host country as they're doing their best to just maximize every single opportunity here. Once they have someone from Vietnam that is completely overextended in their base, they will make sure that one of those girls are going to be brought down. And as of this moment, 3 minutes in, it is all good and they are safely securing it for themselves.
We already expected that Thailand would probably have the advantage in the first few minutes of the game, and they're going to continue that. They found Crystal in the brush, a good ambush by Ree and Blitz, so the Guiding Winds will just barely get Crystal out.
As of the moment, from what we're seeing, right, that there's already like around a 900 gold lead for the side of Thailand. They're getting most of their kills. 1 kill already going to Leon King, so that is very much helpful. And then Mirali, from what we've expected from a while ago with her dominating that lane using the Bruno, it hasn't really boiled down to that as of the moment because most of the activity is happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's expected they would have that mid lane dominance. And speaking of, Leon King into the jungle, gets another kill. Just picked up Hunter Strike at 4 minutes in. And we know how dangerous a Hayabusa can be when he has that snowball. So things already not looking good for Vietnam.
Just already starting to look grim. I mean, you still have a lot of chances left here if you are Vietnam, because again, you're only separated by 1,000 gold leads. So just a single team fight could really propel not only your morale but also the gold lead that you will be having here. But as of the moment, Leon King already trying to push it in, and there goes the penalty zone. It lands off too. The only problem is that there's not a lot of damage output to be left here for the rest of the members in. Surrounded by the rest of the members of Vietnam. They're going to try to push back away. The only problem is that the turtle's still there and everybody's just watching him.
Yeah, this is unfortunately the problem with the Vietnam draft that we noticed, right? They just don't have enough early game burst damage to actually apply pressure to Thailand. They really need items on Cow Cute and Daisy before it becomes difficult for Thailand to push in. And by that time, I fear that too much advantage will already have been gained.
A lot of advantage here coming in from their side. They're trying to find a way to execute it. The only problem is there's already the Glorious Pathway and the Bruno ultimate already popped off, landing onto 4 with that circling eagle. Although the turtle will go to the side of Thailand. Knockups coming in here for the rest of the members in, but they will try to find a way to get this. But then there's 2 heroes already down for the side of Thailand. Meanwhile, Vietnam with a counter attack make that 3 already, or maybe even 4 as Blitzbeat goes down. It's only Mirali staying alive, and my goodness, we're talking about team fights, Sadafa, and Vietnam is getting it through.
Yeah, that was a massive swing right there with 4 kills on Thailand in favor of Vietnam. Definitely a mistake in positioning there because they all kind of lined up to allow for a 5-man circling eagle knockup. Despite this, they should logically have the tools to take the fight regardless. Unfortunately, ended up funneling in one by one into a lot of the abilities of their opponents. If they had just been a bit more patient and waited it out, they just have more consistent damage overall, but they did not do that, and that has given Vietnam their big swing in the early game.
I like that the highlight of that specific team fight was the 4-man knockup with that circling eagle that really started off the fight. Yes, even though it was Thailand, I believe, that got that turtle, they were still able to get, a lot of kills in the process, and that really pulled them in the fight. We were talking about that just a few minutes before that turtle team fight, that turtle clash started, and as of the moment, they were able to execute it into perfection just because there weren't a lot of knockups happening in the start of the game. That was actually the one thing that I was worried about with the composition of Vietnam, right? You don't have a hard crowd control that could at least answer to how agile and speedy the heroes of Thailand are, and yet they were able to do it just because of a lot of those.
Yeah, they definitely jumped the gun. They could have 100% slowed it down, but they did not, right? And it's understandable that they do that because they do have the advantage in terms of lineup, right? We've already mentioned multiple times Thailand has the better early game lineup, and I think they believe that as well, which is why they decided to go in and try to force the turtle fight because it has been working so far, but their opponents are burst phase. You literally just have to wait for their cooldowns, right? Once all their abilities are out, you can go in very easily. It's not like the turtle was being hard contested at the time either.
Yeah, and you also have to give props to the Terisla too, because I think that's what Thailand was doing right from the start, right? They were trying to wait for the best opportunity to strike, and then all of a sudden there's like a penalty zone all over your face, and you have no choice but to go ahead and fight. And I think that's where Thailand was forced to go ahead and contest most of that objectives, in which they were probably even surprised too. They wanted a bit more time for them to just unleash those, but the only problem is not only were they caught by surprise, but they were also caught by surprise in a single position together, where the AoE of Vietnam, where every single skill can really deal a ton of damage, and that's exactly what happened there. 3-4 heroes already down, and it was only the Bruno staying alive here for Thailand. They're gonna have to do something about this.
It didn't seem like they were battle ready. Very, very reactive response coming in here, which is not really what you want to look for with a composition like this. You have a Hylos, you have an Edith. You should be able to start tempo off in your favor during every team fight. There's the Matilda can be difficult to handle, but as long as you keep track of her positioning, there isn't a lot of other tools coming in from Vietnam. So that was definitely a mistake in positioning, and now that the gold has swung a little bit, it should be easier for Vietnam to keep themselves in this game, right? This is a team composition that's very good at holding their side of the map and maybe delaying pushes even with the glorious halfway coming out. So if they keep going in that direction, they could actually take this game away.
I agree. At this point in time, the reactive state of the side of Vietnam has worked well for them. All you need to do is to just save up on all of those attributes and save up on all of those skills, because again, they're gonna come out wherever they may come from, right? They're possibly gonna try to contest on most of those objectives as well, because if they don't, then they're gonna be left behind, because their composition really is sticking with that early to mid game damage output. And now that is a crucial thing that Vietnam has managed to take from Thailand, because they won a team fight in the early portions of the game, something that shouldn't have happened if you were Thailand, right? Just because you have the advantage on your side. But I feel like for most of the time, the Bruno wasn't joining the team fights as well, in which that was quite understandable, given that, he hasn't really built, or she hasn't really built up most of her items just yet. But yeah, I feel like that's where it really boiled down, knowing the advantage of when to do the team fights and just allocating a lot of those skills.
Yeah, but we can't completely count Thailand out just from that, right? They should still have an advantage somewhat.
Yeah.
This just evens up the gold lead slightly. And their late game actually is pretty strong too, right? Bruno is basically effective any phase of the game, especially once he has that malefic gun. So easy for him to like 3-shot the squishier heroes on the opposing side. Then you have Edith as well, with that Primal Wrath able to contribute as a secondary DPS. So even when we get to the later stages of the game, I think Thailand still actually matches up very well against Vietnam. That's why I wasn't a big fan of the draft, because Vietnam only really comes out stronger towards the mid to late, and only if they're somewhat even and have items.
Yeah, the advantage was very open onto the side of Thailand in the early game. However, when you take a look at the bit of the composition on the mid to late, I feel like, or I felt like that is where Vietnam or Thailand had some problems, just because their main damage dealer was a Bruno and the Hayabusa, right? So it could run out at some point. On the other hand, if you are Vietnam, just like what you said before the start of this game, it was the overwhelming abundance of magic damage, right? So if on the other side of Thailand it's physical damage, on Vietnam you have the you have the advantage of magic damage. So for both of the teams, I feel like it's easy to at least itemize and get some items for your advantage. But the only slight problem there is that it really is going to be dependent on the team fight and what's going to happen next. Because even if you know how to counter itemize the damage output, if you don't have enough gold to do it just because you're being left behind, then it's going to be a problem.
I mean, isn't that what's always the case, right? If you have less gold, you're
Yeah.
gonna be less effective, no matter which phase of the game it is. I think what Thailand really needed to do early on is push on their hero advantage, right? Because we know that Vexana and Lunang are the bulk of their burst damage, and they're both magic. So what you would typically want to do is focus down the other heroes, either Terizla or Xborg. I think ideally Xborg, by stealing jungle camps away, because you are going to be jungling a little bit faster on a Hayabusa, and you have a bit more map pressure with a Hylos as well. If you are already starting things off by invading and stealing camps away, then you no longer have to worry about itemizing against the little physical damage that Vietnam actually has, right?
Yeah, I feel like in terms of advantages, right, from a specific standpoint, now that we've seen most or some of these team fights already, I feel like the team fights were really something that Vietnam was trying to build upon in that draft. They weren't trying to go for the early game laning phase, because again, of course it's gonna matter, right? You'd want to get your farm as much as possible, but it's better to land on the laning phase if you don't have anyone else to lane up against. And that's where the team fights are gonna come in. Like, once you get at least some of them eliminated already, then you're not gonna have a problem whatsoever. So yeah, that's where they are looking forward to it immediately.
Alright, yeah, that is true. I can definitely see that. But in the meantime, let us go ahead and inform you guys, right, that MLBB has been nominated for the Best Esport Game at the Game Awards 2024. It is literally the only mobile game to be nominated. It's basically considered as the Oscars of all Game Awards ceremonies, so it's a big achievement for MLBB to be here. Oh, make sure you guys go ahead and vote for our favorite game, right? It's only open until 11th of December.
Yeah, so to everybody else who's watching this as well, whether you live in Southeast Asia or whether you don't live or you're completely unfamiliar with the game and this somehow popped up in your FYP or in your feed or wherever you guys may be, go ahead and give us a try, man. I'm sure that you're going to enjoy a lot of these. And for all of those who have already been enjoying the game for quite some time now, don't forget to give us a vote right over there at the Game Awards. What an incredible feat it is, right? To just be lined up and to be introduced together with a lot of different gaming titles out there.
Yeah. It is really amazing to see MLBB on a stage such as this, because a lot of the other games that are being nominated have been around for such a long time. So let's show the world that a mobile game is fully capable of standing up as one of the top esports in the entire globe. Thank you very much for doing so. It is, of course, at thegameawards.com, so go on over to the website and vote. We only have a little bit of time to do so. But yeah, in regards to this game right now, I believe we are going to be jumping back in very, very soon, so I'm excited to see what will happen now that Vietnam has gotten that advantage.
All right, so giving us a bit of that recap, one thing that happened was that there were 2 or maybe 3 turtles already. Maybe I think it was just around 2, but both of those were taken by Thailand, and right on cue, jumping back into the game we go as expected. Due to that 4-man takedown brought about by Vietnam, they were able to also get a mid lane turret in the process.
And it looks like they stole that purple buff away from Leon King as well, so immediately you can tell that that singular turtle fight swung the game heavily in Vietnam's favor.
As of the moment, we're already seeing like a significant amount of advantage here for Vietnam. 1.5k or 6k to be specific, and Daisy usually not even involved in a lot of team fights, already has 2 assists here. That's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's really good to have those early on. So at the very least, Daisy can still be a win condition here, even if things go wrong. But on the opposite side, Mirali also has 1 kill under their belt. The Bruno scales really, really well. So Vietnam has to be particularly worried about him. So Crystal gonna get stunned here. Absolutely fine though.
Alright, both junglers are a bit away from the team fight. Both nations are looking forward to having some activity here in the bot lane. Crystal, Daisy, here comes Ree, but he immediately gets found by the other members here. So not a lot of bloodshed gonna happen here. Everybody's gonna try to focus on getting that turtle.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the positioning on both teams. Thailand literally rotated everyone but Leon King to the bottom lane to respond to potential aggression from Vietnam. But that means that they're not only standing there and stealing EXP from the Bruno, they are also not achieving anything else on the map. That's why Leon King has to go and split push top lane now, and Vietnam can quite easily start controlling the turtle pit.
And look at that, right? From before this pause happened, we saw a bit more of Leon King trying to get to that point in the top side where he was already at least securing the wave clear right over there. Just because right after the take on the middle side or the middle of the third, the mid lane of Vietnam, the top side was also taken care of by this specific team. So yeah, it was Leon King. He took the responsibility of going to the top side to clear it out, but that was also the time for right on the turtle spawning here and coming into full effect. So I feel like that's another objective that was lost for the side of Thailand, and Vietnam really just, you know, utilizing everything that they can here to perfection.
Yeah, Vietnam are totally fine with taking the game a little bit slower because their draft feels a bit more comfortable once you get to that second or third item power spike. It's Thailand that I feel is playing a bit too reactive, right? I feel like their rotations are not quite aggressive enough on the map to take advantage of the draft that they have chosen. And because of that, they are losing out on macro in a situation where they should be able to apply a bit more pressure to the opposing side.
I agree. At this point in time, you would expect that the damage output coming in from Thailand would come in handy already, right? You can see that at some point we got to take notice of the Bruno already having damage, Leon King at some point already having damage too. So yeah, I was just really wondering as to why they don't use it as much in like the first few minutes of the game. Maybe they were also being overwhelmed by the total AoE damage output and the rest of the damage output that was being brought about by Vietnam, because again, you don't see Vietnam alone, right? There's always going to be someone else accompanying another player, and that is how they were able to execute the AoE damages to most of the team fights that have happened in this game.
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, I do just feel like there's too much reactivity coming out, not just from Thailand, but from Vietnam as well. It's just that their draft is a little bit more suited for that kind of playstyle in the first place.
Yeah.
Thailand, there is this feel where they're playing very afraid or overly respectful of their opponents, because you saw, like, once they saw that there was a potential aggressive rotation down bottom, they just gathered and then didn't try to force anything, even though they could have like baited out battle spells or resources, right? When the Matilda walked in and the Hylos got the stun, no one really followed up on it. They just immediately gave up.
It was funny because if we were playing a traditional rank game, right, and you see someone alone there, like a walking Hylos, maybe as tanky as as tanky as that hero could be, you'd jump immediately. You have the numbers, right? So yeah, it was just at some point, you're right, a reactive notion here coming in from both of the teams, because they weren't really willing to fight. Probably everybody else was just trying to remind each other to stay safe, because The junglers are having activity upstairs. They were trying to get more of those turret objectives, trying to get at least their buffs, and they really didn't want to lose a player before the start of the second objective, or the third objective already, which was the third turtle of the game. But because of that, it was left open for Vietnam just because the Hayabusa was on the other side. Like, it's really a matter of timing, you know? A lot of those timers have to be checked from time to time so that they know when to do this and when to do the other things that they have planned.
I just feel like there are a lot of flaws in the gameplay that can be pointed out here. Like, the teams are definitely trying, but I think especially when you are playing on a hero like Hayabusa, your farm speed should actually be pretty like high, right? You have a lot of mobility, you can travel the map quite easily and fairly safely as well, as long as you use your cooldowns correctly. And I feel like the Xborg is actually outperforming them right now in terms of EXP. So that is not a good sign, right? Especially if, like, you also have a Bruno, right? You could send the Bruno to deal with top lane so that the Hayabusa can remain around to contest Turtle Pit. And they're not doing that.
Yeah, in terms of like the other options, right? You were already talking about it right from the start. I do feel like for, you know, the gold laner, that's something that they did already during the first take of the turtle, where they immediately went for it right away before everything else went south for Thailand. But at the same time, we haven't really seen, I think, much of a turtle team fight here, except for the second turtle, wherein from the 100% down to 25%, that is where the team fight just started, right? We haven't seen like a full-on team fight happening here for both of the teams right before the turtle starts, wherein the positioning would usually start from there already. So I feel like, yeah, maybe those are some of the things that they definitely need to work on. But even so, they were still able to work on those fundamentals and land on those skills whenever they need to in terms of team fights.
Yeah, but yeah, I still feel like we need to see exactly what is going to happen here, because based on the little bit of gameplay that I have seen, Vietnam does seem to be a little bit more composed. While they don't have as much initiation as Thailand, right, because they have a Matilda as a roam, they are able to capitalize on the mistakes that Thailand are making in their positioning and maybe in their farming rotation as well. So if this path continues onwards, I can definitely see them out farming Thailand. But again, that's only with the little bit of information that we've been able to see so far. So you never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, as of the moment, I feel like from what's probably gonna happen, right? This is a specific scenario. Again, guys, for everybody's information, Thailand and Vietnam are part of Group A. They are together with, as far as I can remember, Uzbekistan. They also have China. And then I'm trying to remind myself of the other country. Take a look at it now, Staff. I mean, I don't want them to get mad at me. There it goes, Mongolia. Yeah, Mongolia. There it goes. All right, so that's Group A. And at the same time, you'd also want to make it into the next stage of the competition, which is the playoffs, because again, only 2 out of the 5 teams are going to be there as well. But I assume you already have the groups, right? So have you taken a look at all of the happenings there? What kind of like piques your interest the most out of the groups?
Well, now that I'm actually having a look at the groups, I think we can definitely tell that Group D is the group of death a little bit, purely because Philippines and Indonesia are in the same group, right? If 2 groups are going to be going through to the next stage, I think most people would expect that it will be these 2 regions, right? As for the rest, I think it's a little bit more open. Group B is interesting because we also have Myanmar and Malaysia, both regions that have an extensive experience in the international stage.
Yeah, and we're also sharing, or Group B is also shared by Hong Kong, Kyrgyzstan, and Timor-Leste. And Timor-Leste has been a team that has, had some developments in terms of like their the MLBB scene that they've had. So I honestly feel like this is a good opportunity as well, not only for their men's team but also for their women's team to also get some exposure in terms of like the professional scene and the international scene as well. Because from what we've seen, right, they're gonna be going up against Malaysia there, and I feel like Malaysia has had a ton of representatives as well in the female MLBB scene, and I feel like that's something that they could learn, especially when they're going up against Malaysia and Myanmar that you've mentioned, which is gonna be, you know, quite tough amounted to take over, because those are the two countries that you'd want to take down for you to make it into the next stage. But hey, there's a lot of things that could happen.
Yeah, a lot can happen, right? We expect a lot of the more mainstay names and regions to be able to make it forward in the competition, but this is not the usual names and faces that we will be seeing on the global stage either, right? These are, of course, the women's teams. It's a chance for them to get that experience, get that exposure that they typically wouldn't have as much access to, and really show the world what they're capable of.
I agree. At this point, right? For us, the mainstay names from Group B are Malaysia and Myanmar. For Group D, it's Indonesia and the Philippines. Group C, you probably have Cambodia and Saudi Arabia. Depends on where you would usually look at it. Technically, all right, from what we're from our standpoint, I feel like whoever has that league going on from them, like that MobileLegends league going in for them, has had more experience moving forward. You know, from Thailand, yeah, there's a lot of things that could go.
But either way, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're gonna take a moment to make sure we can iron out all the kinks and the technical difficulties we are facing right now. So we're gonna go ahead and jump into a short break, but when we come back, we shall witness the conclusion of this first best of one series. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys later.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa, dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
The conclusion of our first best of one group stage match between Thailand and Vietnam. And at this point, it's really difficult to tell exactly which way it's gonna go.
Yeah, guys, I feel like we are sharing the same sentiments with you. If you guys are waiting for it, we're waiting for it as well. But we're finally here once again, and we're gonna be going off courtesy of a kill, going on to Ray, and it is still Vietnam leading by 1.3k, and they're also leading in terms of those turrets.
And we getting caught out the moment we jump back into the game here. Definitely not looking good for Thailand. But literally mentioned this is a composition that should be more solid early to mid, but they're gonna engage now on Chelsea. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, bounces the crystal. Guided Wind is gonna pull Chelsea out to safety. Lord dropping down 20%, and now Vietnam is looking for the re-engage. How cute secures the Lord, and Aisu will be the first one taken out by Daisy with the spam on the Shadow Assault. It's gonna be 1 kill and 1 Lord for Vietnam.
Safely securing it is Vietnam. They got at least a lot of those damage output landing onto the other side, coming in from Vietnam, and then Thailand not having enough space because all of the bases were already covered here by Vietnam, so they were able to get at least a turret or a Lord and the kill as well, and that led to a bit more of that. Unfortunately, it's just more damage output coming in from Vietnam.
A mistake there by Leon King. Ogi Shadow Kill was a bit too late, or Sa was just too quick with that flicker, but the Ogi Shadow Kill came out after the escape and was eaten entirely by the Eternal Guard. And even Daisy catching out Leon King in his own jungle on the opposite side of the map. Vietnam completely in control.
Just look at how much skills they're burning just to bring Leon King down here from Thailand. Just a while ago, in case you didn't see it, Vietnam used the penalty zone coming in from Chelsea. And then you also had Daisy trying to flicker forward that led to a kill for Leon King here. So they're not giving that Hayabusa a really easy time for him to fight.
But we see the Circling Eagle actually get the good knockup. This allows Daisy to escape, and now penalty zone on 3 right into the last Insanity, but they're under the tower, so Calcute cannot continue chasing. This is a good time for Thailand to maybe make a reversal, but Vietnam has already backed off to safety.
It's so difficult because all of them are in one specific position. Like, you know, Vietnam is already somewhat expecting that the land's going to be coming from one specific area and not from the other sides of the map. You would expect that Leon King would appear out of nowhere and just use those Ogi Shadow Kills, right? But the only problem is that he's already visible in the map, and Vietnam knows what they're going to do.
Yeah, he's already 2, 3, and 1 as well, so it's very difficult. Oh, Leon actually jumps back in. Ogi Shadow Kill at this point doesn't really do anything though, and he, once again, completely soaked by the Eternal Guard.
Here we go again. This is the same position that happened a while ago, but as of the moment, not a lot of activities are going to happen as we speak. Just a bit of a vision check for both of the teams, but this is what I was talking about a while ago. Vietnam just really being a bit more reactive, not assertive of what they want to do, and that's what their lineup is made for. Meanwhile, if you are Thailand, you can't just rely on being reactive as well, because you need to at least get that damage output in, and it's going to be dependent on both Aisu and both Ri, because at this point, they're going to be the source of that initiation. They're going to have to find a way to get a kill possible.
Yeah, Thailand really needs to be the team that is more proactive here, because Vietnam has a lineup that's actually quite good at responding, right? Reactive play is usually not the most ideal, but it's a little bit better with the heroes that Vietnam have to play around with, and that's why you can see that they're usually coming out on top. A glorious pathway comes out from Ri. We're gonna see a flicker forward into the Earth Shatter, into the onward. Chelsea fully locked down, but gets the penalty zone out in time, and the Lord has already been stolen by Vietnam with the last Insanity, and the Dark Assault breaking down Thailand. Complete and utter disintegration.
Oh, wow.
Triple kill for Daisy and a team wipe for Vietnam.
Oh, that might just be it. It just depends on how long they're gonna be keeping this turret. But it is looking like the holy defense is down in Sadafaj. This might be the end.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way Thailand can make it back in time to defend against this. So game 1 of our best of 1 series today will be taken by Vietnam in Group A.
And with that being said, a statement win coming from Vietnam. Hey, I don't know, Sdafa, if you know Shaq, but Shaq once said that's the great Shaquille O'Neal. I'm sorry, I wasn't completely familiar with your game, and I am now. I completely denied of the thought that, you know, the composition would not work, because they definitely knew what it takes for them to be able to win. As you can see, they were all there. They're just all smiles as of the moment as we speak, and they denied the host country of getting their first win in this Group A.
Yeah, we can already see them discussing about some of the things that happened in that game, getting prepared for what is going to be happening next. I can see that unfortunately Thailand fell a little bit short of expectations, despite many of us expecting that they would have the more solid draft overall. But it did come with a little bit of requirement in execution, and they just weren't able to hit those beats.
Yeah, I was about to like list down so that I'll be much more updated as to how the rest of their games are gonna go, because I don't want to miss out on a single quite possible head-to-head scenario here. But as we speak, all right, it's Thailand going down 0-1, and it's Vietnam moving up the standings of Group A 1-0. We are still yet to see the other three teams, the other three nations competing. I can probably say the same thing for all of the other 18 nations that we are yet to see in just a bit, right? So I feel like there's going to be a lot of MLBB action that's going to happen, but this is a series that just showcased what they can do.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna be going over to the stage now to be announcing the winner, but there's definitely some things that Thailand need to work on going into their next game. Remember, this is a round robin, it's still the group stage, so we're not gonna be seeing them knocked out of the competition or anything like that yet. But this is a team that still has some growing to do, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you still have 3 more games, right? And I feel like this is what the Asian esports games are all about. You want to know more about how the strong teams have been playing, or like if you feel like you're already the strong team yourself, and all you need is to just introduce, your team and how you play. This is the perfect avenue for you to do that, because again, you're probably going to be going up against household names, staple names like the Indonesia and the Philippine teams, right? So I feel like at this point in time, if you are a team just like Vietnam, on how well you were able to execute this game in game number 1, we've had our reservations during the start of the draft. I'm gonna have to admit to that, but at the same time, as soon as they went into this start of the game, especially in like that 4 or 5 minute mark, they have completely changed how I view them, and maybe Vietnam could really make it out of Group A depending on how well they have performed in this one.
Yeah, on paper, the draft felt like it was very conditional and it needed to hit certain timings to be effective. And because some of those timings were particularly weak to the heroes from Thailand, we figured that, okay, their early game phase should be much more effective. However, itemizing against a team, you brought this up, Hans, you can't really itemize against 2 magic DPSs if you don't have enough gold to do so, right? And the game ended up ending really, really quickly due to a notable snowball after that second turtle. So Thailand couldn't even get their items in time.
Yeah, we can actually talk about that right now, because from what we're seeing, right? Of course, Leon King is there. He already has the Hunter Strike and the Endless Battle as well. Unfortunately, the problem here is that for most of the teams that they were trying to build up on, Daisy, the Lunox, was so close to already securing a full build in like maybe 11 to 12 minutes of gameplay here for Vietnam, and they were able to do that. Just in case, guys, that you're confused, all right, Thailand is on the right side, Vietnam is on the left side, but as we speak, it was just more on the punish that has happened here for the side of Thailand, because they weren't able to like completely maximize the skill set that was brought about by Mirali here, using that Bruno, because of the point where, there were a lot of just healing coming in from Crystal, those wave clears and passive damage coming in from Sa, and then it was so hard to bring down the X-Borg and even Chelsea right when he was already trying to build this up. You see it, right, Sadafa? He only needed to build like the Dominance Ice and the Anticuras, and everything was all good.
Like logically, you would still have a good split of damage, right? Because Edith and Valentina do magic, then you have Bruno and Hayabusa for physical. So I would feel like the damage split was a little bit more balanced in favor of Thailand, but their gameplay was what costed them this. I feel like their approach to a lot of fights was a bit one-dimensional, and there wasn't a lot of like notable strategy being used to wander around the map, which meant that having something like a Matilda gave Vietnam a lot more wiggle room.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you mentioned, right? From what you have been saying from a while ago, to the point where it was they had some engages at some point, right? But the only thing that was quite unfortunate for them is that the other really built for it really is in terms of the gameplay, because I was trying to find a way to say that the execution or the composition wasn't really built for the early game, but it was, right? You see the Hylos already building up towards that glorious pathway, and then the Oogie Shadow kill was there also. I think there were a lot of misses coming in from the Hayabusa ultimate as well, where it tends to hit the minions rather than the heroes, or when it hits the hero, sometimes it lands onto Chelsea, and Chelsea can take that brunt of the damage just because he already has that dominance ice in together with that Antikira. So I feel like they really had a hard time trying to get their damage output out, and Vietnam really having an easy time here to get their victory.
The positioning from Vietnam was pretty solid overall, right? I think being able to put their tankier units in the front was very effective, the Terizla especially. And unfortunately, Thailand's engagement always fell into the same sequence of steps. Rhea drops the glorious pathway, the Edith catches someone, everyone groups up to kill that one person, and then they all get caught in penalty zone and Eternal Guard. You just gotta play a lot safer there, right? But with that, we have concluded our first best of one of the day. We're gonna jump into a short break before we come back with our second match. So if you guys need to do anything, now is the time. Because when we're back, it's gonna be more MLBB action. See you then.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Kepada tim SRG, Good luck Red Giant. Banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Hype for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Hype for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Hype for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
kepada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di fight for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024 Team Women's MLBB Tournament, in which 20 nations from around the Asian region compete for a chance at the trophy. My name is Stafa, once again joined by Hans, as we prepare to approach our second group stage match of the day.
Man, I am sure that we are up for one amazing best of one game here, because what we have up next is two teams, or are two teams that we have been, saying ever since the start of the tournament. It's Indonesia versus the Philippines. And all throughout the history of these two teams have been huge, and this is just gonna be another addition to that. I'm just wondering how it's gonna go. I'm just very excited for this matchup.
Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel everyone else's excitement as well. This is the matchup, right? We cannot deny that these are the two biggest regions in the MLBB ecosystem. So getting to witness what their women's teams are capable of is going to be something that a lot of us want to find out about, right? But for those of you who are just joining us right now, earlier in the day, we witnessed Vietnam take their victory in a best-of-1 series against Thailand. And there's actually multiple matches happening at the same time, right, guys? So just to give you the results of some of the other matches, Mongolia was able to take a victory against Uzbekistan. We have Indonesia winning out against Sri Lanka, and Philippines taking a victory against Brunei.
Sudafa has mentioned that a while ago. You have it right here. Mongolia and Vietnam sharing the first place respectively after getting their game 1 win against Uzbekistan and Thailand respectively. China doesn't have a game yet to cover up for Group A. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Group D as well, with only Nepal not playing a single game just yet. But we're going to be seeing them in action maybe later on. But as of the moment, it's Indonesia and Philippines both sharing that first and second seed for Group D. Meanwhile, Brunei and Sri Lanka are going to be going back to that drawing board. So it may be primarily more of the Group A and Group D teams today, based on the schedule that we've been looking. But Group B and Group C are pretty stacked too. So I'm curious on how this one is going to fall, especially with the matches finally closing in.
Yeah. It's really quite something to think about when you consider that at the end of today we will have the group stages concluded, and we will know which are the top 2 teams from each of these groups that are making it into the knockouts. So I cannot wait to see what's going to come up next, right? Especially, like you've already mentioned, Hans, the second match is going to be one to really keep an eye on.
Yeah, because I mean, we've been talking about the history, right? Brought about by this Indonesian team, the juggernauts. The confidence level is already there for this specific region. You have, if you are from Indonesia, or even if you're not, you probably know what these players are capable of. And together with them, of course, you probably see him. That is Coach Zaya. And I am sure that Vivian and company are looking forward to bringing the heat.
Indonesia's women's MLBB team has been considered as one of the best in the world. So they are definitely one of the competitors to beat in this entire competition. But we certainly cannot count out their competition in this matchup here, because it is none other than the Philippines. And this is going to be a match to remember.
Yeah, when you take a look at this respective team, they haven't changed. It's the same with Indonesia, right? I believe they haven't changed their core lineup for at least 2 to 3 years already. Usually, when you experience losses or when you experience defeat, just like what the Philippines has been trying to go and move forward the past year or two, they finally shattered that. They got an international trophy going up against Indonesia this year in the MSC. So even with the defeat that was experienced by Indonesia, this team right here didn't change a thing as well. They are surely looking to still dominate. And as of the moment, the Philippines looking to do the same here.
Yeah, this is going to be a matchup that really sets the stage for what every single one of these teams is capable of. The heights that they all aspire to be. The fact that it is only a best of 1 is going to be a little bit disappointing, because I hope to see a little bit more, but I'm sure we will get to witness that, because these 2 teams are already in everyone's expectations to be guaranteed for the knockout stage. So let's see if their gameplay will live up to those expectations.
You know, Dafa, I just have one thing to say. Why do they have to be groupmates, man? Why?
I know, right?
I don't understand. They're like so close. I am sure that this is the 2 teams that a lot of people are probably saying that could make it go to the finals, and they would meet each other this early. So like, why do they have to see each other so early? I want to see them like go at it in a best of 5, best of 7, something like that. But you know what? This is like a sneak peek. You're right. This is like a trailer for everybody else who out there who probably don't know who they are. These are 10 of the best players that you will ever see in the female MLBB scene, and they're gonna put up a show. That's for sure.
At the very least, we can be glad that there are going to be 2 teams qualifying from each group, so there is still the possibility that both of them go through. I mean, group stage, sometimes it is all about that luck of the draw. That's why you gotta be able to play your best no matter who you're faced up with, because in the end, if you're not top in your group, then getting to that number 1 position is gonna be difficult anyway, right?
Yeah, I feel like for this game right here, this could be the decider, right? Unless there are surprises in that Group D. So far, we haven't really seen any, but this game could define who goes to the first seed and stay undefeated or not. Because I feel like for a lot of these times, right, we've seen more competitions, more international tournaments being joined around by these 2 teams, being I don't know what to say. I don't know how to say it. Like being is farmed. I think I don't know if it's like a valid point, but you know, right? Because they're completely on another level, and it goes to show with a lot of the games that they have been playing so far. So yeah, I feel like if you are a region, you're a developing region, and you want to propel your female MLBB ecosystem in your respective country, then these are the teams that you should watch and learn from in the best and longest way possible.
I mean, we're singing a lot of praises for these teams. There's a good reason why we're singing praises for these teams, but I think we can't count out these developing regions either, right?
Yep.
I think a lot of the MLBB world has been growing so much in power level, in ability, and with new patches and updates coming to Mobile Legends all the time, switching up the meta. There's a lot to watch, right? I feel like right now is a really important time period in the life cycle of MLBB. But yep, here we go, Hans. Game 2 of the day, Philippines blue side, Indonesia red.
Right, so as per usual, of course, we have Amores, Diagon, Alpuerto, Vivero, and Perez representing the Philippines. Meanwhile, you have Shell, Fumi Echo, Vival, Chini, and Vivian to represent India as of the, or should I say Indonesia? My bad. India's gonna be playing in like probably a couple more games from now, but this is Indonesia up against the Philippines, and that's the Matilda and Hayabusa, 2 heroes that we've seen in the very first game. So I feel like the Philippines are trying to stop the fast-paced aggressive play that Indonesia is trying to put here. Meanwhile, Indonesia looked at that ship pretty quickly, so both of the teams knowing where they're supposed to strike, the familiarity between these 2 is impeccable.
I feel like the bans that we're seeing right now are really reflective of the general identities that these regions have crafted for themselves in the MLBB ecosystem, right? With Philippines banning out highly aggressive early game enablers and snowballers like Matilda and Hayabusa against Indonesia, known to be a region that likes brawling and fighting, and Indonesia banning out Chip and Angela against the Philippines, which are heroes that can set up for heavy macro play and supportive decision making, which are the specialties of Filipino gameplay.
Now, this is where things are going to be a little bit tricky, right? Because if you're the Philippines, you have both the Suyo and the Alpha open, and you also have the Gatot Kacha and the Hylos that was used a while ago in like the previous game. Maybe it's something that they could capitalize or work on, because again, you're going to be leaving a lot of those 2 potential power picks for Indonesia, right? You have the Aurora as well. You even have a lot of other XP laners that could really vibe well in terms of the composition that they're trying to build. So this is going to be a throwaway ban, the Hylos, because again, you'd want to build on a bit more of that durability or just fix on those junglers. But Philippines looking to no longer keep things away from them. They want to have the choice in that jungler. Suyo is going to be the pickup.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting opening. While in the past, Suyo would always have been like a top pick or ban, and seeing him first pick is pretty normal. Nowadays, we don't actually see as much of that because we want to see teams keep their options a bit more open. That's why we're seeing a lot more high-lows and Gatot first pick, even the Valentina getting to show up from time to time just to address that. But since Suyo has been locked in already, a classic counter would be something like the Alpha in the jungle for Indonesia. They can no longer pair it up with the Matilda, but Eve is completely open and is a great hero for controlling space.
Fight for the
Good pickup.
ultimate answer.
I love the pickup of the Hilda.
Your
At this
turn.
point in time, if you have the Hilda on your side, you could easily disturb the farming that could be brought about by the Suyo. It only depends on what the Philippines is going to pick up here. Maybe they could go for a Gatot Kacha just to slow down the Hilda as well so that it would become the dead lane in the EXP. And I feel like with Harith, on the other hand, you Rex Biru is going to be okay to match up with it as well. But the CC might be the answer here. Yes, they get to pick up the Gatot Kacha, but the CC is going to be part of it as well. Basing on how I'm looking at it, I feel like Gatot Kacha will immediately go to that roam position while the CC is going to go XP.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Hans. I think it's pretty straightforward that that's where these heroes will go. I'm fine with the Gatot. Gatot is a very classic counter to Harif because the moment you pop down the Zaman Force, you just cover it with the Avatar, the Guardian, and then you can no longer dash around. But I feel like the CC could have been left until a little bit later. If they went like Gatot Eve, it would have been impossible for Harif to play the game. I think CC is fine to match Hilda in lane, but there's still other options they could have went with even if it got banned.
Especially with that show picked up, right? In traditional or in most of the MLBB tournaments, I think we've casted a lot gets to, or a lot of the teams pick up both the Gatot Kacha and the Cho in like one specific 2-pick ban, right? So let's say, for example, when you get the first 2 picks, it's an immediate Gatot Kacha and Cho. But in this specific scenario, that's not the case. As Indonesia picks up the Hilda, and then they also pick up the Harith in exchange. But I also see some gameplays where in the Philippines or the CC would usually be placed or would occasionally be placed in that gold lane. I don't know if that's going to be applied today, but depending on how this thing is gonna go, considering that the Hilda is there, maybe that Hilda's gonna get matched up against the CC just so they could match very well in terms of the agility aspect.
Yeah, actually, now that you pointed out, the CC gold lane is not impossible, but it doesn't really feel like the typical style you would see from the Philippines. Though it is a possibility depending on how they go for it. So this could be an open flex coming in from Philippines. Surprisingly, Eve still being completely left open, with the Aurora being banned out alongside the Bruno. Bruno obviously making sense since Harith, that's one of the few heroes he actually does lose lane to. So if Indonesia wants to maintain lane control so that they can go for aggressive map rotation, then getting rid of heroes that would directly counter them in lane is crucial.
I honestly won't mind if the Philippines would go for a Vixana here. Same with Indonesia. Because again, a lot of the heroes from the composition of the Philippines are more on the engaged and aggressive aspect. So I feel like that's really going to be a chance for them to just go at it whenever. But I feel like in just a bit, we're about to figure out more or the continuation of that next set of drafting and banning phases for now.
I'm gonna assume that we ran into some kind of technical difficulty that's not allowing us to see the rest of the draft. So for now, we will go ahead and wait until we get some news on that. But I am kind of surprised.
Your team is picking.
I'm still hearing
that was a
something though,
ban.
right?
I hear it. I'm trying to remember whose voice line that is, but now I remember I don't play the game in English. So.
Oh man, me too. I get you at some point. I'm trying to wonder who that is now, and I assume that's the last ban of the second phase, right? Because this time it's Indonesia's turn to pick up something, and with the heroes that they've had, from what I can remember, that's the Cho, that is the why am I forgetting things so quickly? That's the Harith and that's the Hilda, right? Cho, Harith, Hilda. I'm looking for some sort of really good DPS skill, and there you go, right? The Melissa, it's a niche ban towards Shinoa here, towards Perez, the gold laner of the Philippines, because that's what they used to win an MSC. So they're not really taking any sort of chances here, but the Nolan's gonna get picked up here pretty quickly.
Yeah, not only that, but the Melissa specifically is a somewhat counter to heroes like Hilda and Cho somewhat. A good Cho can outplay the Melissa ult, but it's just better to not have to deal with it in the first place. The Nolan is also fine, but I worry if the enemy heroes will be squishy enough for him to take out, because Suyo, CC, and Gatot would all be quite difficult to burst. But Vexana and this final gold laner should be good targets for him. I think Moskov would make a little bit more sense to me than Carry, and yeah, looks like the Filipinos do agree.
This wretched world.
All right, Moskov for at least the macro possibility. I feel like now a Valentina wouldn't hurt if you are going for Indonesia, because again, you have an avatar of the Guardian to copy on the other side, right? That will come in handy, especially when you take a look at the composition of the Philippines, wherein most of their skills are heavily reliant on team fights. Like, you have the Moscow at some point. It's going to be very good towards the laning, going up against the Harith to just, provide the distance for it to potentially get away. And you also have the CC that could go ahead and land on those 1v1 kills. But the Kadita is going to be the choice here. I like the Kadita in a sense that the Philippines doesn't have a lot of vision, right? The skills to use for vision. So I feel like as of this moment, the idea for Indonesia is that, okay, since they don't have a lot of vision, let's get a hero that can burst them when they go inside the bush. And that is where the Kadita can definitely capitalize on, getting a -1 to possibly win this game.
Yeah, potentially, but I still feel like it's weird that heroes like Eve or Lo Yi weren't even considered. Kadita can be good. We do see Kadita from time to time, especially being used against Eve. But in this case, I'm not too sure how effective she's going to be. You will require very, very aggressive early play. And I think that is what Indonesia is going for, right? With Nolan, Hilda, Kadita, and Cho, they're very heavily scaled towards early to mid game. Whereas the Philippines do have a pretty solid scaling curve and can play for most sections of the game.
All right, as of this moment, again, if you guys have just tuned in, this is the Philippines going up against Indonesia in a best-of-1 series. This is the Battle of Group D. Both of the teams are still undefeated as we speak, and they are looking to stay that way, but one of them has to give things up quite quickly, as Vivian immediately checking on where the other members are going to be from. But from what we're seeing, Fumi Echo immediately joining the party here as Vivian, getting to the brunt of the damage, still showcasing that she can be able to dish a ton of damage here for their side. However, Alpuerto safely secures that orange objective, and they might go for a retreat unless Vivero lands on one here.
Yeah, already a really heavy aggression coming in from Indonesia, and we did expect this with this draft. Very, very heavily leaning towards early to mid-game scaling, and especially with a Cho and Hilda, it's very easy for you to go and invade the opponent's jungle. They weren't able to get that jungle buff though, and looks like they caught out Vivian as well, so not the start that ID is looking for.
Yeah, but Vivian still had the flicker, so maybe she had a choice of using that battle spell to get away, but she decided to just give out the first blood. It's just maybe around 200 or a 300 gold advantage. We can still do something, which is completely different to a flicker being lost. But as I say that, that's going to be another kill going to the side of the Philippines. 2 quick kills before the turtle starts.
Yeah, that can be the risk going for a composition like like this. You have a lot of burst, but if the enemy team is positioning themselves safely and has more clean rotations, they can actually catch you out because you're attempting to play a bit more independently on the map. For now, though, they're gonna go ahead and contest Turtle. Cine in trouble. El Puerto already with a killing spree. 3 kills to the Suyo in 2 minutes, and a free Turtle for the Philippines.
Great positioning coming in from Amores. They're already having 3 assists to the total kills of the Philippines so far. He placed himself right in between of that river bush and the turtle, just so she would be the first one to see the engagement coming in from Indonesia. But on the other hand, El Puerto here completely cornered, and she won't be able to do anything here. Vivero a little too late on that one. So Indonesia, they were able to shut down the Suyu here, and that could, potentially bring them back in this game.
Yeah, that shutdown is really important. The Suyo with 3 kills this early is huge. Looks like Amores was able to steal away that purple buff as well. And here comes Vival to get the gank onto Perez up top. A 4-man dive in the top lane.
They were just really looking for a good counter engage here, and that has helped Indonesia so much to get back so quickly in this game, because from what we've seen, right, Perez really didn't have enough breathing room for him to work, or for her to work on what could possibly be a scenario here for them. But the only problem for them as of the moment is that Perez is a little delayed in scaling now compared to Shell. Shell already has that, level 5, and she also has that assist that could potentially help her to propel even in this game.
Oh, Vival coming down for another gank onto Diagon. Vengeance popped, able to jump away in time, so Indonesia does not get that, but they're able to find Perez up top with a gank from Cine. Cine gonna get punished a little bit as Vivero and El Puerto are here. Vivian able to Shunpo away from the Eternal Guard, picks up the Cyclone Eye, should be able to get out with the tiniest bit of HP.
Wow, she almost went out with that one, but he still got it to go. Oh my goodness, just knowing. It was just too much, man. It was just too much. I was beyond impressed with that one as the Philippines gets the 2 kills apiece, and they were able to also secure that turtle. But in exchange, Vival, this is what you like about Indonesia, right? They're not just giving a single objective without getting anything in return. The only problem is, even with that retribution, it was Vivero still getting it anyway.
And Cine finding Vivero in the jungle now, setting things up for Shell as well. Indonesia still playing highly aggressive. Puerto has to dash back, not even able to access his orange buff. As we can see, Indonesia are willingly giving away neutral objectives in order to secure more farm from the rest of the map, even stealing it away from the Philippines.
Not only that, Staffa, but they are already at advantage of the neutral objectives, or should I say the turrets already, right? And when you take a look at it, it's already around 2.8k only for Perez, only getting that corrosion sight. Meanwhile, he's already 1k gold lead behind compared to Shell, who already has 3 assists. So even though she hasn't gotten a kill yet, those assists have really been crucial towards her building up towards the momentum that she needs. Although Vivero again,
could be in some trouble. Way the Dragon though misses, wrong direction from Vivian, and now being cut off by the Avatar the Guardian. He's not going to be able to escape from 4 members of the Philippines. So a bit of a punish here, good positioning and escape to make sure that Vivian was caught instead.
Just safely securing a kill, utilizing that Avatar of the Guardian to stay in behind of the pathway that, Vivian was trying to go for. She's kind of like struggling to get the vision off now, just because with one Amores skill or taunt or terrify, then that could potentially bring her down. But Cheney's going to be able to escape that one. And all of a sudden, the Philippines again back into the driver's seat. The only problem is that they haven't found a turret to be taken down just yet. And that is where Indonesia is shining.
Indonesia have been able to play very aggressive and find a little bit of macro on the map with their lineup, but the Philippines are actually still farming very well. They're actually slightly ahead in gold, though Indonesia now trying to put a stop to that. Amore is already caught out. Avatar the Guardian to try and delay Purify use, but not going to be able to save the Vexana, and now Vivero caught out between 4 members of Indonesia. Diagon a bit too late to join the party as Zaman Force secures it, but he jumps back in. Vengeance use on top of Shell. Shell picks up the turtle, and a knock-up on Diagon makes sure he can no longer chase. They lose Vivian for it, but it's still a huge trade for Indonesia.
Good kills coming in from Indonesia as well. Basically just, staying alive and getting 2 quick turns by getting both Amores and Vivero as of that moment. However, Diagon, on the other hand, utilized that CC to land on most of the skills that she has. The DPS has been massive coming in from the CC, and with that 1 kill to be brought around, she was able to turn things into their favor once again, just because of the fact that while all of those were happening, Perez was getting something right on the top side, whereas it is a slight advantage now, and then Vivian all of a sudden could not be able to escape. What a waste of that flicker. She was trying to make a play, but it didn't happen for Indonesia.
That was overly desperate from Vivian. The moment that Diagon had positioned himself in the bush against the wall, Vivian needed to just give up the chase. That flicker would not have found the right direction, and now Vivero comes in, gets the taunt on Cine. Spear of Destruction actually connects, but Cine's able to get away with the Ocean Oddity. Perez gonna jump in as well. No kills down in bot lane.
Alright, it's been a stalemate, a back and forth from both of these teams, only separated by around 300 to 400 gold, and we haven't seen like a completely massive team fight that would determine on whether or not things are gonna go to either one's favor. But it's at least around 1 to 2 heroes down, maybe 2 to 3, but still, it really is a matter of point on where the neutral objectives are going to be like, and a solo kill is going to happen upstairs as Vival is going to get a kill towards Al Puerto, and now Indonesia's on the go zone.
Yeah, really good information scouting. The rest of Indonesia noting that most of the Filipino team is in the bottom half of the map and saying okay to Vival that Al Puerto is by himself. Vivero now being caught out by Fumi. He is still delaying their entrance. Shell gonna drop the Zaman Force right in the funnel to allow Vival to continue on the Lord. Avatar Guardian dodged by Shell, lands on Fumi, but Vivero taking a lot of damage, has to dash back out. In the meantime, Cine and Vivian gonna be double teaming Perez and bottom lane, picking up the Moskov, and the Hilda is already gone as well. The Lord gonna be secured by Vival, and the rest of Indonesia now gonna be looking to make their grand escape. Philippines a bit too scattered to chase them down.
Yeah, they were trying to gamble on the fact that Al Puerto is gonna have enough more time for her to get to that Lord Pit. The only problem was that Perez was already down. Indonesia had a really good notion, or had a really good idea of putting the pressure towards Perez so that the main damage dealer of the Philippines will not be there right before the fight even starts. And as of this moment, they're gonna try to do it again.
Yeah, they found Amores and Al Puerto, and despite the Purify, not going to be able to get away from the rough wave. Shell now very deep, but still continues the fight with Fumi taking up the front. Going to be zoning Diagon and Al Puerto off of their own orange buff, while the Lord is pushing up top lane.
At least Perez is already there. However, Indonesia has really been trying to dominate the set pieces of this map. Vivian looking for someone to kick all the way back to her teammates, but as of the moment, it's Vival who's actually right here already. She's looking for a way to bring Perez down as well. Slowly, we are now starting to see a significant advantage that is brought about by Indonesia in this game, just really playing good and patient MLBB, because again, there is the Yakon just a tad too early in terms of that escape, but she caught every single brother. The damage output, that's gonna be it once again, my goodness!
In the back line, and that's gonna be a mega kill straight away as Indonesia completely disintegrate the Philippines.
Oh, wow.
Not giving them a chance. A beautiful flank coming in from Cine, showing us that the Kadita is still a viable option.
Oh wow, what an incredible initiation coming in from Cine. She literally went all the way out of nowhere, and this is the advantage of just having a pretty agile roam and a pretty agile mid laner as well. You'll never know when they're coming, and as of that moment, Cine just capitalizing on the fact that most of the Filipino players have already utilized their skills, and there really isn't a lot left. And when you think about it, at least all of them still had purifies before the start of the fight. The only problem was that one of them weren't able to escape. So it was an advantage for Indonesia, and that's something that could potentially be a threat moving forward.
You can see Indonesia doing a great job of utilizing every single tool in their composition, the zoning to make sure they're able to safely take objectives, and the patience to wait for the Philippines to misposition themselves so that they can go for huge engages. The Filipino team has not been able to safely claim even their half of the map the entire game.
Just not having a lot of openings here, and that could add salt to the wound, even as Indonesia is now going to go for it. Salmon Force is going to be utilized already, but Vivero is going to be right there using the Avatar of the Guardian to be able to escape it. She will be able to. The only problem is that the Lord is already in the hands of Indonesia, and they can't secure any more objectives as we speak. 4 are safe from the Philippines, but Indonesia is going to be adding +1 to their party.
Things are looking up. Now a 6k goal lead in favor of Indonesia at the 13-minute mark. Only inhibitors left standing for PH. El Puerto just finished their BOD, but it is Perez that we need to keep an eye on. This Moskov meant to be the late game insurance for PH, but getting caught by Cine at every turn.
Unless she has the Trinity speed build here, I don't think they will be able to defend unless that is already in, because like it's already 13 minutes in this game. Maybe they could do something about it, but Indonesia is knocking on their door as we speak.
Avatar the Guardian comes in, knocks up one, and the CC chain on Fumi Echo, not allowing her to even move. Indonesia not going to be able to get any more advantage from this as the Lord is taken out, but they did get 2 inhibs from that push.
Valiant effort coming in from the Philippines. At least they were able to, take down one player from Indonesia, but Indonesia just really working on what they're supposed to do. Vivero now is going to be caught using that thought, also using that Revitalize as well. On the other hand, that's going to be another kill to Diagon. El Puerto and Vivero are down only for the price of Fumi Echo, and now it's just Perez and Amores, the damage dealers. What will they be able to do? And they might just go ahead and end this depending on how things are going to go, but they don't have any minions just yet. Base is cut to half, but the waves are from the middle and the bot lane.
Indonesia looking to put the final nail in the coffin right now for the Filipino team. Amores and Perez trying to do their best, but just blown up in an instant. Legendary streak for Vival as Indonesia will go ahead and take the game from the Philippines.
Now that is what we would call I don't know what that's called. It's the way MLBB should be played. My goodness, the aggression coming in from Indonesia. Just how well they have continuously executed their game into perfection. And, they just came from Riyadh, man. They just came from Saudi Arabia, and now they're in Thailand. They're roaming in different parts of the world and just dominating every single MLBB tournament there. Heck, if I had like a mini tournament here in the Philippines, I don't know if they'll also fly in and just dominate every single person here, but that's what they've been doing all throughout, man. Incredible performance.
Yeah, this was a game on a different level than the first series we saw today, where there was much more effective decision making and strategy going into the gameplay compared to what we saw before. The Indonesian team was able to come out on top because they prioritized early game aggression and lane priority to take over their other side of the map, while the Filipino team tried to go for a slightly safer and slower composition that aimed to scale up while maintaining control over the middle of the map. Indonesia, though, just being so hard to predict with their movements and not giving Philippines even a chance to breathe.
Yeah, I mean when you took when we noticed like the first few minutes of the matchup, right? It's the Philippines getting at least the first two kills in terms of this game. The only problem for them was they weren't able to sustain it because of how Indonesia has reacted into the game that we have noticed from them so far. Indonesia's movements are not to react but to force a reaction out of the Philippines. And that's what they really were doing all throughout. And that's the reason why they have really dominated the women's MLBB scene, because of how they think, how they execute their plans into perfection, and just with how well they have managed to take control of every single scenario that there is.
This is a meta right now that really emphasizes the importance of proactive play and early aggression, because snowballing can happen so quickly. The Filipino team, despite getting a really good start, starting the game with 3-0 on the Suyo, instantly had their momentum stifled once that Suyo was caught out once and the shutdown goal was given over, allowing ID to start playing the game they wanted to instead.
I mean, just imagine, right? When you take a look at the highlights, there were some scenarios wherein the Philippines were already in the lead. But the problem about it is that Vivian never gave up. Just imagine, right? 3 deaths already for the show that was used by Vivian. But Vivian stick to the role that she had. All Indonesia needed was a lot more of that information so that, Vival would be able to easily take most of those objectives pretty quickly. And she was willing to also do these risky plays so that even though she dies or she goes out or goes back to base, the rest of the members of the Philippines won't have a lot of those skills for them to use when the major objectives are starting to come into the map. And that has really propelled them to getting this win and staying undefeated 2-0 in Group D.
But the star of the show, I think, this game definitely has to be Cine and Vival. The positioning of the Nolan and Kadita was so effective throughout the entire game. They were cutting off rotations, they were catching Perez on their own. Cine getting that mid lane 4-man Petrify Rough Waves combo to completely dismantle the Filipino team, using the flanks and angles and controlling the map in such a way that forces the Filipino team to make mistakes just to try and get farm.
Yeah, honestly, it was so difficult for the Philippines to not only make a comeback, but to also try to hold someone down on their side. Because when you take a look at it, right, you have the CC, of course, but the CC doesn't have a lot of crowd control except for that ultimate, which can only last for like maybe 2 to 3 seconds, right? And then in addition, you can also take a look at the pressure that Indonesia has given Perez, knowing that Perez is gonna be that that person, that player that they're probably gonna have problems with in the later portions of the game. Yes, in like for a minute they had a problem there just because Amores and Perez were able to land on that Vixana and Moskov combo. However, it didn't work well for them still, just because the Moskov was delayed a little too much because of the pressure that she got in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the PH team wasn't quite able to play fast enough in this game, and while they tried to do so early on, the speed at which the Indonesian team was coming at them was a little bit unpredictable. Unfortunately, in the draft, I do feel like they could have switched up some things to maybe have more control over their map, like maybe the Yves Gatot combo that I mentioned earlier on would have been a little bit more effective. But that's that for this matchup. We still got more matchups coming up for the rest of the day, though. So for now, we're going to once again jump into a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be our third group stage match of the day. See you guys there.
Forced to be holding it way too far. Always coming
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia diraih for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
We welcome all of you guys back to the Asian Esports Games 2024 in Bangkok, where we are witnessing women's MLBB teams from 20 different nations spread across Asia battle for dominance. We're about to enter our third best-of-1 group stage series for the day. And I just gotta ask you, Hans, like, how are you feeling about the game so far?
I mean, at some point in time, in case you guys are wondering, it's been a really good series of matches that we've seen, right? One that has somewhat been a little dominating, and another that went toe-to-toe and it was stopped until the final few moments of the clash, wherein it was Indonesia versus Philippines, and I cannot wait to see more of it, given that we still have a lot to take note of, a lot of women's MLBB to catch up on, and I am sure that a lot of our viewers as well are very ready for what's about to happen.
Yeah, I'm glad that we've been getting such good games so far, but there's even more to look forward to. Like you mentioned, Hans, we just witnessed the team from Indonesia take a victory against the Filipino team in our second best of one of the day. For the third match, we're going to be witnessing the team from China go up against Mongolia. And I think this is a particularly interesting one because recently we have been seeing the Chinese teams show us that they've actually improved a lot in MLBB despite being fairly new to the game.
Yeah, I think it's been around a year and a half,
Something like that.
maybe less than a year, something like that. Yeah, so I feel like in terms of the development, they really know how to play the game. Like from before, right? From before, there was their heroes were like pretty limited because they were still in like in a different patch compared to what the rest of the world was going through. But then all of a sudden, as soon as they were caught up to speed, and everybody else was just really looking forward to know more about the different sets of heroes, try to learn them, try to adapt to the play style that was being played by a lot of the different regions and a lot of different countries as well. I feel like they have established themselves pretty quickly. And not only that, right? Because in terms of like the gameplay that we've seen from them, this is a team that has also established a win already by winning against Uzbekistan in their very first game.
They're already showing us that they could be a team to keep an eye on, but I think we can't count out their opponents either. We'll go ahead and talk about them a little bit more, but for now, we can see our host on the ground going to be welcoming both teams for the third best of one series of the day up onto the stage, and I cannot wait for another game to get started. I'm especially interested to see if the drafting is going to be a little bit more unique.
Yeah, it depends on how both China and Mongolia is gonna get things sorted. It's like from before, right? We've seen teams from Mongolia as well that have really caught our eyes in like men's MLBB division. So I'm curious to see as to how Mongolia is going to be performing later on. This is also the first time that we're going to be seeing them as well, and they actually have a 2-0 record. But the team that you're currently seeing right now is represented by China, and just like what I mentioned a while ago, they just won a while ago against Uzbekistan, and they're looking forward to keeping that win streak to continue.
Yeah. Just a note as well, these two teams are actually in the same group, Group A, with Thailand and Vietnam, which we saw at the start of the day as well. So they are basically directly competing with them in order to get a slot out of this group. But their opponents coming up onto the stage right now, as we can see, are going to be Team Mongolia.
Mongolia has been a region that has established themselves as one of the dark horses so far. And, looking at Group A, they are the only team, if I remember correctly, that has a 2-0 record after defeating one Uzbekistan, or should I say one Uzbekistan, and then the hosts in an offline game that happened separately from a while ago, which is Thailand. So thinking and looking at it right now, 2-0 for Mongolia, but China looking to separate themselves from the competition and give them their first loss.
Yep, so we're going to be starting things off once again with a Group A and Group D here. I believe we'll be seeing the games for Group B and C later in the day. But like Hans mentioned, Mongolia is currently at the top spot in Group A, followed right behind by Vietnam and the People's Republic of China. In Group D, Indonesia is on the top, followed closely behind by Nepal and Philippines. It's still very early on in the competition, so it's hard to say which of these teams will be qualifying forward, but Mongolia and Indonesia looking very comfortable right now.
Yeah, I'm looking to like really double check on who Nepal faced recently because from what I remember correctly, they're still yet to play a match, but maybe I'm mistaken as well. Moving forward, yep, Uzbekistan and Thailand, unfortunately, the host country is in a little bit of a pickle right now as China, Vietnam, and Mongolia have respective wins already. And when you are at these two defeats, in the records or in the standings, right? It kind of is like a very difficult task for you to continue to make it into the next stage of the competition. But you still have two more games to go, maybe 10 to learn from more of that as we try to close out and wrap up both Group A and Group D as we speak.
As we know, it is a round robin. Every team will play against every other team only once. So if you've already lost 2 of your games, it's very difficult for you to be able to make it into the top 2 unless your group is just particularly close and everyone is taking wins and losses against each other, right? So I think we will get to see a bit clearer whether or not that is the case with this next match, because this is basically the midpoint for the round robins between Group A and D, and whoever is able to get that 3-0 record is pretty safe to say that they are going through to the knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, if you are Mongolia, this is the game to win, right? You're so close to securing yourself, so quite possibly a playoff spot here. Meanwhile, if you are China, you'd also want to add to the pressure as well. Try to join in on the mix because, again, from what we've seen from before, it seems like, Group A and Group B are somewhat free for all, or should I say that's Group C? Yeah, I think that's Group A and Group C. I feel like are groups that have countries that really are free for all, and it really is dependent on how or what will they be able to showcase us today, given that for the offline tournaments there have been, or offline games, they were able to win some, but in terms of them now being showcased on screen, right, being on stage, is there gonna be like a different feeling towards it? I know it's that minuscule, but when you think about it, it really could affect is about to happen.
Yeah, I think so, right? Playing online and playing live are just completely different experiences. But here we go. It's going to be the draft for game number 3. I think there's a little bit of an error there. It still shows Philippines and Indonesia from game 2, but we can see from the player IGNs that China are on the blue side and Mongolia is on the red. And already some very interesting bans with Phoveus and Carmilla being targeted by China.
Your team is
Yeah, I mean, that's what, most of them are trying to really pull off here. Now I'm wondering for China if there is like a certain amount of because this is a best of one, right? So at some point in time, you're gonna have to use like cheese strats every now and then. So maybe this is like a something that they've seen from like different games that they've already played, and they don't want to match up against these kinds of heroes. But from what we've seen, I think that was like a Hilda first pick, right? So
Yes.
they've really got up to speed. They do know the meta, and again, another set of voices that we have heard as of this moment. And I'm still trying to guess who those heroes are, but those are going to be Mongolia's picks.
Yeah, I think Hilda is a pretty safe opening pick for China, though this is a hero that has been getting a lot of attention with the recent shift on the meta towards more aggressive early game and just straight up jungle invades. Can be flexed into roam and EXP, but there is a certain degree of counterplay, right? Though it's typically not in the EXP lane, you will see teams like go for Faramis, for example, to try and deal with Hilda's initial burst damage with that Nether Realm. But we'll see whether or not they go for that.
All right. So now, just in case for everybody's clarification, China is on the blue side and Mongolia is on the red. So as we speak, that's the Vexana, the Moskov, and the Hilda. 2 heroes there. You already have revealed your damage leaders if you are China. But for Indonesia, I assume that was a Vexana that was picked up. I'm trying to remember the other 2, but yeah, pretty standard draft here for both of the teams so far in this competition.
Yeah, they're still pretty open. I believe China did go for the Moskov and Vexana with the Hilda, and then I believe that was an Aurora pick coming in from Mongolia to combo with
Yeah.
the Alpha. So yeah, like you mentioned, Hans, I do think that it's fairly safe openings right now from both teams, not really revealing too much about their win conditions. But I do like the Alpha pick coming in here just to make sure you can match up to a little bit of Hilda's early aggression.
Yeah, at this point in time, I honestly feel like if you want to get most of the victories that could be assigned for you, you're going to have to stick with what you know, right? That has been the key to success for at least most of the teams that have competed here already. And there you go, right? We finally got things to go. China on the blue side, Mongolia on the red side. Now it's the Alpha and the Hylos together with the Aurora. So usually, in terms of like the initiation, the Hylos would, or the Aurora would usually be the counter towards the Hylos because of the counter engage skill and mechanics that she has. But they're gonna try to go ahead and unleash that as well to just go up against the wave clear that the Vexana and maybe the aggression with a Hilda could come out from.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. With second phase of bans concluded as well, China getting rid of Gatot and Florin, so a little bit worried about Mongolia going for a support composition to play around with Hylos and Alpha and just completely negate most of the burst, though the Faramis is still open. Unlikely though, since Aurora is already out. They go for the Bruno, safe pick here. Still gonna be a winning lane up against the Moskov as well, so Mongolia definitely playing a little bit more for that early lane priority.
Yeah, early lane is key for them as of the moment. You see the Bruno going up against the Moskov, so maybe that could be a really good potential answer. But the Khalid here kind of like neutralizes the threat that the Bruno and the Alpha could bring to this competition depending on how it goes. Also adding the Suyu that could match well in terms of the farming and maybe the objective taking for both of these two junglers. Because in the looks of it, the early damage could really go to the hands of Mongolia if they played their cards right. But for China here, you have a really good set of heroes that could definitely pave the way for you to have like a front to back composition, maybe go with a Hilda and the Khalid to just play really aggressive skill sets. But that is going to be the Tigreal that will get picked up by Mongolia. So it really is a matter of point as to how they would be able to use those skills to get the victory.
But from what I can see, Mongolia is definitely your classic front to back, right? You got Hylos, you got Tigreal, so their team fighting is going to be very, very solid overall, especially paired with the Alpha. So they're already going to be able to play fairly aggro early on, which I think is very important because you are playing against a Hilda Khalid, which if they decide to go for a very cheesy strat, can immediately start invading and messing with you right from like the first second of the game.
I mean, at this point in time, we're about to figure out how both of these teams are going to utilize these skills to get it through. You're seeing Vermouth, Jessica, Fanhua, Yinhuai, and Chokes on the other side for China. But then on the other side, you have Nika, Non-AXN, Zulana, Mob Psycho, and Deja Vu representing Mongolia. Both of these teams still undefeated, and they are looking forward to getting a win here.
Mongolia currently on 2 wins already, so a victory here would almost guarantee that they make it all the way to the knockouts. So we can already see a little bit of harassment going on early here. China has the advantage at EXP lane priority, but Mongolia has gold lane priority. So the junglers shifting towards the bottom side of the map is going to be interesting.
Yeah, they're just, slowly getting most of the objectives. Not really a lot of activity happening. EXP lane trying to at least showcase themselves to one another given the rotation that they're both planning to do. I'm curious to see who is going to go first towards that gold lane matchup to try to give a possible impact there, because I feel like Mob Psycho has the advantage. So with that, Fanhua going to the bot lane, just making sure that Yin Huai here is going to have a pretty decent or good time upon getting those minion waves, just because the threat of Mongolia in attacking him has been evaded.
I think it makes more sense for China to focus a bit more towards the EXP lane though, because even with some help, it's going to be hard for the Moscow to get the kill on Bruno. So assisting Hilda in really messing with Hylos to unlock your EXP laner from the lane as early as possible may bring more benefit to them.
Now they're going to try to go ahead and unleash most of the damage outputs here so that they will be able to take care of business. Turtle already cut into half health here, but it seems like that's going to be safely secured unless...
Ooh. Whoa, hold on a second here.
Actually able... Ooh.
Okay, from what we've heard, there is apparently a pause ongoing, so we're taking a moment to resolve some technical issues, but that is certainly quite the timing for it to happen. An excellent steal by Nonaxon, I'm not too sure how their name is pronounced, but I'm gonna assume that's it, on the turtle when it was literally 1v4 in the turtle pit. The retreat timing was perfect. And then the glorious pathway came out, and now Mongolia attempting to chase down China.
Yeah, that was exactly what was happening during that time. It was a good stellar play, just, you know, the lack of vision coming in from China and Mongolia arriving as to where China least expected them to arrive. So with that, they were able to get the very first turtle of this game in a best of one series, and advantage now goes into the alpha, already achieving that level 4, but because of him using, or because of her using her ultimate to get to that next point, which is securing that turtle, she was able to give a certain amount of advantage to the rest of the teams. Because like from the first few minutes, right, it was pretty neutral. We really haven't seen a lot of movement and activity from both of these teams except during that turtle fight, and I feel and for Mongolia, they felt like it was the right time to strike.
Personally speaking though, I feel like if the game state is neutral in the earlier stages, then it is actually China who will find themselves behind. Because when you have Hilda and Khalid, these are two heroes that are both meant to be flexible and both meant to be able to bully the enemy jungle out of their camps. It's obviously harder to do this since you're up against an alpha, right? He actually does have damage at levels 1 and 2, but I feel like it's a little bit too passive, right? They needed to play a little bit more for lane priority and map control, because once you get into the mid game and you try to commit for bigger team fights, Mongolia just has the better draft.
Yeah, I think with the understanding that Mongolia has with how they wanted their fights to go, as I'm sure you're probably hearing it also, that we're trying to figure it out on our end as well. But as we speak, right, in terms of like the counter engages, the Aurora is like such a problem to that. And you also have the Hylos on your side. So I feel like those are some engage or like counter engage to engage coming in from Mongolia that they would really use to win most of their fights. Meanwhile, if you have China, of course they have a really good set of skills as well. The only problem is that when those skills miss, I feel like that's where the problems are gonna arise here for the respective group. Because yeah, Mongolia can fight toe-to-toe with them if their skills have missed, but if they actually land on it, it's gonna be a problem for Mongolia moving forward.
Yeah, but it's still a lot easier to play around their team composition overall compared to China. Like, I feel like the draft could have been revisited just a little bit, right? Because while the Hilda, I'm okay with first picking the Hilda. I feel like once you saw like the Hylos and the Tigreal and the Alpha, maybe going for the Khalid Roam wouldn't have been the best idea anymore at that point, because it's highly unlikely that he's going to be able to create too much of an impact. I feel like they could have maybe considered going for like a Cho Roam instead to separate the frontliners and maybe scatter the team fight a little bit against Mongolia.
Yeah, I think the game plan here coming in from China was to try and disrupt the farming as early as possible from non-AXN or non-AXN. I feel like during those moments, they were also unable to capitalize on it, given that there were a lot of people surrounding the Alpha as well. So at some point in time, they were able to take advantage of it, and not only that, also get the turtle in the process. So it's non-AXN already at level 6, but when you take a look at that showcase, he's somewhat already there as well. But yeah, still a stalemate, not a lot of kills happening here, except for the fact that everybody's trying to surround that bot lane.
Yeah, this bot lane gonna be important. They already scout out Non-AXN in the brush. He has to use the Spear of Alpha to get away. We see Chokis in the back line, gonna be scouted out by Zulana and gonna back away before Nika is able to catch them as well. Unfortunately, China not gonna be able to make an attempt down here. Sacred Hammer into the implosion, onto the Khalid. Raging Sandstorm, will they be able to get him out in time? No, Spear of Alpha connects. First blood over to Non-AXN on the Mongolia team.
Good presence of mind coming in from Nika. She probably knows that China's not gonna try to force a team fight when they want to, just because they're waiting for the Moskov. So for Nika, in her perspective, she was like, you know what, let's just take something so that we have an advantage. Just utilizing that push and the extra implosion play onto one, so that even though it was Fanhua, right? Even though it was the roamer of China here, it's something that they were very much willing to take as long as the kill goes to Non-AXN, to also propel him a little bit further than Showcase here upon getting those objectives and getting her items here.
It's definitely worth it because it means that Fanhua isn't really able to open the map anymore. Nika gonna get hit by the Eternal Guard, gonna Sacred Hammer Fanhua back into the rest of his team. Raging Sandstorm lands in back line, but gonna get cut off at Glorious Pathway. And because of that, Non-AXN immediately gets a free kill. That's the second death for the Khalid.
What you were saying a while ago is finally coming into life. The Khalid somewhat already struggling to find his position here in the composition of Mongolia, and now it might be Jessica's turn to go after that. But because of it, right, the Fanhua in China is struggling to get the information that's needed for them to make their rotations. They're somewhat reacting to what Mongolia is doing here, looking or just looking for a way to actually strike. But as soon as Fanhua sees one or two members, they can't do anything about it. But this is a good sign. Showcase and the kill goes to Yin Huayi of China.
Yeah. China, I don't know about this draft a little bit. It can definitely work, but requires proactiveness. The same thing that we saw from Indonesia earlier, where you invade and don't give your opponent a chance to leave. Hilda and Khalid, heroes that are very powerful early, fall off very quickly as well. So the later game goes, the longer wait, the more dangerous it's going to become.
Only difference from that Indonesia game to this China-Mongolia game is that Yin Huayi is having a really good time compared to Perez a while ago, where there isn't a lot of room. But look at this.
Yeah, the implosion already missed. Raging Sam comes in, hits 3 people, but he's inside halfway. Fanhua's already gone. Brav gets sniped in the back line. Chose a bit too late to the party. Jessica just able to run away. Mongolia are forming a massive F-ball now.
That was a good positioning coming in from Zulana. She was able to stay away from the damage dealers of China, while also the damage is the reason why she was able to land on it. The only problem was Javu was right there. Jessica was pushed, but she is going to be able to escape that one. It was just a matter of fact as to how Mongolia is going to be able to use most of their skills, and they were able to use it just because Yin Huayi was too busy trying to farm up most of her minion waves and objectives. So this is a really good chance for Mongolia to assert their dominance as early as possible, while Yin Huayi hasn't really gotten her items just yet.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing as well, Hans. The dominance that Mongolia is showing. Flicker Raging Sandstorm, I'm not sure if it landed. Looks like it did. Zulana gonna get picked off in the mid lane. Eternal Guard onto Nika. scouting him out, not gonna allow him to get a free implosion, a good blade surge, but now Glorious Pathway stopping them all in their tracks. An implosion gonna find two with Sacred Hammer, knock up Chokes. Already down, Fanhua gonna be comboed alongside him. The Naxon jumps on top of Yinhuai, but he gets traded, killing spree over to Yinhuai on the Moskov, while Jessica chases down and 1v1's Mob Psycho. China coming out on top.
Love the positioning coming in from Jessica there. Just, not really giving up on the play. She understood that two of her teammates are actually down already just because of that implosion play. That was also well played coming in from Nika. The only problem was that most of the damage dealers coming in from Mongolia were already at low HP, so they couldn't really assist or do the follow-up damage that would be necessary for Mongolia to take control of this game. And because of it, knowing that Jessica has that passive already, she went past those bushes in the river while waiting for at least 1 second or two, and then all of a sudden just landing those hammer shots towards her opponents who are already at low HP. And now China having an advantage and propelling themselves even further away from Mongolia.
The way you play around a front-to-back composition is to scatter their lines, and China was able to off-tempo that previous team fight, so that Mongolia wasn't quite grouped up in the position they wanted before it actually started. Even though Nika tried to re-engage and got a pretty good catch-up, at that point they'd already lost most of their damage with Mob Psycho being chased down by Jessica, so because of that, China were able to outlast them.
And so far, already almost at least a 2k gold lead here is the lead brought about by China as we head to the next break of this competition. Not really a break, but just a pause. But, China already starting to establish what they would want to do. And Mongolia, even though their lineup is somewhat a little easier to execute, that means that it's also easier to read. So with that, they just China just continues to find a way to let them disperse, and that's their perfect time to strike.
Yeah, the classic front-to-back composition is always going to be the most reliable style of gameplay, but just like you mentioned, it also means that you know exactly what they want to play with. So while China has a slightly more difficult composition to play, if they're able to catch people out one by one, they hold the advantage. Just like right now, Raging Sandstorm used on the 3-man implosion by Nika! Yinhua able to purify out, Fanhua gonna flicker out as well, but they've lost Chokes. Meanwhile, in the backline, Jessica looking for no Naxon, gets the final hit, killing spree for the Hilda, but will trade a shutdown over the Mob Psycho.
You see what Jessica was doing there, right? It would have been a story if Jessica wasn't there in terms of that team fight, because it was a bit of a sandwich method with Jessica as the top bread and then the other 4 members as the bottom bread. And then Nika just went on using that implosion, catching 3 to 4 heroes with that implosion as well. But there was one hero that was missing, and that time it was Jessica. Jessica was too much of a threat that Mongolia just chose to, focus on bringing Jessica down rather than continuing the team fight, because they know that Jessica is going to be targeting the squishy or the low HP members coming in from Mongolia. We are at the stalemate once again, Staffa.
Yeah, but I think both teams at this point are definitely realizing that there needs to be more respect in positioning. Lord gonna knock up the Suyo. Chokes has to dash back away. Jessica buying a lot of time in the backline. Nika not able to get the implosion out. Deja Vu gonna be traded over right now as Non-Axon takes the Lord, but they've already lost 2 teammates. The rest of Mongolia, only 3 players standing, now have to make a hasty retreat.
Yeah, great sacrifice still coming in from Deja Vu and Nika. Deja Vu trying to find more ways to put the pressure on Chokes in this one, and she was able to do that because Chokes using that second skill to be able to get away in certain situations before the fight even started. The Holy Defense has already been utilized here, but the Lord is where it's gonna matter. At least the Holy Defense was gone now. Now they have to just worry about this major objective, and I feel like they should worry about it a little less because it's less than 12 minutes also, so it's not going to be an Evolved Lord just yet. But still, if you're Mongolia, you're going to be happy with this trade because you got a major objective on your side.
Yeah, the First Lord usually isn't gonna be able to do too much damage on the map, but because China still has so many towers standing in comparison to Mongolia, any structural damage they're able to do right now will be huge. Glorious Pathway comes out, but the Beautiful Spear of Misery, Zulana almost drops, and with all of that, Raging Sandstorm comes in, knocks up Tree, we're gonna pop it past him, no Naxon already caught out, Frigid Glacier a bit too late to save him. Meanwhile, Jessica in the back line, Zulana's got Nika, unstoppable streak for Yin Huai, 5-0-6 on the Moscow. 3 members of Mongolia are dead. Chokus chasing down Deja Vu. Jessica finding Mob Psycho in the brush as well, just keeping him in place while the rest of China go for the push down mid lane.
They're not even letting Mob Psycho go home, and they're right there at the base of the enemy.
Yep, they knew it, they planned it. Jessica just being a pain in their side until the end, as China gonna go ahead and take a game off of Mongolia in our third group stage match of the day.
Oh wow, I am quite impressed with how China showcased their skill in this specific game. What an incredible performance to go up against Mongolia. But I have to say, Stafa, that was a rookie mistake right there from Mongolia, man. It's the First Lord. You don't really invest too much of your power on that First Lord, especially with the the lack of vision that you guys had. Because before everything was happening, right? As soon as they were there at the Lord pit, they were trying to assist the Lord in the top side of the map. It was already Jessica looming around the corner. She was right there at the river bush. She saw what was gonna happen before that fight even started, and then all of a sudden she saw Mob Psycho, she saw Bruno as well, and she just told her other teammates that, guys, I found my target. And that's exactly what she did. Waited for the right time, and then there was an incredible, all right, and should I say incredible, because Fanhua landed on that Raging Sandstorm. Everybody was caught inside the turret area where it was just free hit coming in from that defensive objective. And then it was just Jessica looking for the squishiest hero on the other side of the floor.
Ordinarily, when you see a team composition with Hilda and Khalid, you expect them to be hyper aggro in the first few minutes, because these heroes will lose a lot of effectiveness when they are behind, and that is actually what ended up happening, especially the Fanhua on the Khalid was getting ganked and picked off left and right. You would think that there's no longer any utility coming in from this hero, and yet playing for that mid game, understanding that Mongolia is a team that wants to punish them for playing and fighting together, so they just don't stick together. They go for the flanks. They have Jessica hiding, waiting in ambush every single time, and unfortunately, Mongolia playing without properly scouting out the map before taking initiations meant that their backline was always vulnerable.
Yeah, the backline has always been there, right? It's called front to back for a reason. Once the back is gone, it's gonna be a little difficult for you to maneuver your way inside the battlefield, especially when your idea was to go on all offense. And that was what they were doing from a while ago, right? Just land on those offensive powers, and they were able to at least bring a turret down, accompany the Lord. But then it was Mob Psycho that was caught from afar by Jessica, and everybody else knew what they were supposed to do, just assuming their positions. Not a lot of people, or not a lot of players coming in from China appearing in just one position, right? Some was on this part of the bush, the other one was just roaming all the way at the back, just looking for the squishiest hero, and that is exactly how they got their victory in this one.
Yep. I think Mongolia's got to go back to the drawing board just a little bit. They were playing the game with the expectation that their opponents would play front to back against them, in which case their position would be fine. But you gotta consider different angles. You gotta check brushes. You gotta make sure that there isn't a random Hilda hiding and waiting for you. But with that, we're gonna go ahead and take a short break once again, and when we come back, we will be preparing our next group stage match for the day. So we'll see you guys then.
Pada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semuakanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Hype for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita potensi yang sebenar ada di seling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebenaran, tapi kita yakin semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, juga untuk mereka yang berdiri berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
You guys know the drill by now. Time for yet another match of stages here at the Asian East Game Bangkok Women Team MLBB. We have had some very interesting so far, and we have yet another coming up. My name is Stafa, and I'm joined by Hans.
Yeah, I'm sure that for a lot of you guys who've been tuned in us for a while, you've seen a lot of games already. And don't you guys worry, because we have a lot more store for all of you heading forward into today. And I feel like now is the time for retribution, especially for the next set of games we will be having here. Italy, Brunei against Sri Lanka, and they're really looking forward to their very first win in this competition.
Both these teams far have been having a little bit of difficulty getting started, but it is not too late just yet. There's still some potential as long as they're able to secure a victory here. As we know, the groups for the first two groups today, Group A, D, are close to their conclusion, which means we will be able to switch two teams qualify from these groups very, very soon.
Yeah, from what I saw a while ago, I didn't get the updated record of the games that have happened before this, but in between, what we noticed in that previous game, it was China winning against Mongolia in Do I say it was dominant fashion? Maybe not, but it depends. You guys would want to go and move for this one. But as of the moment, all right, just in case you are figuring out how we're to go with this right now, this is, I believe, China going up with Thailand. I'm not sure if I'm getting this correctly, but yeah, you what I see, right?
Yeah, I do. It is indeed China versus Thailand. It's not like a visual glitch from earlier. The players are indeed the players from China and Thailand. So I guess that's the match we're going to be witnessing. Which is very interesting. We did just see China get away in Mongolia, and Thailand, I think, so far has lost of their matchup. So they really need a victory here.
Yeah, so with China, if China gets a win here, they could potentially come out as one of the two representatives in Group A that can make it into the playoffs. Meanwhile, Thailand has a chance to, somewhat put a stop to that. And I honestly feel like this is what I was looking for from Thailand from a while ago. They let Gatot Kacha go the first time that we've seen them when they went up against Vietnam. Now they're not willing to do that. But on the other hand, you have the Hilda again. You know what Jess can do with that Hilda, bro. She menace.
Just very comfortable on it, and is willing to go for the back line and hide for the perfect timing to ambush as well. I think that's the scariest Hilda as well. It's not the ones that just run straight at you. It's the ones that you don't even realize are already right behind you, right? But they're gonna fall with pretty safe options. We got the Vex of Moscow. With Bruno already banned, they don't have to worry about losing too much priority there. And Thailand with Gatot and Khalid does them some good initiation, but I want to see a little bit more utility from them.
At this point, they're going to be going for a Nolan, alright? The last time we saw them, right, they were Hayabusa, and that's not going to be the choice now. Instead, it's going to be part of that banning phase for Leon to use, and not only that, also have two other heroes to choose from here if you are both of the squad. Meanwhile, from what we're seeing, it is Yin Huai going to be using that Moskov. I believe it was Vermouth or Fan Hua. I'm not sure who was the middle from a while ago. But one thing is for that is Jessica will be holding the Hilda. I feel like they're getting comfortable as the tournament goes for long, and this is exactly what you would want because a lot of things are happening really smoothly for the side of China.
Yeah, I agree there. Well, I think what China needs right now is a secondary form initiation, because if we want Jessica to go for those backline actions again, then you need someone to be holding the front line instead. I think the Cho still could be a solid option, but there are a pretty good number of heroes still available in the pool. Tigreal also up there, not too bad, but they will unban the Eve. Very surprised to see more of this hero. It's a good place to get rid of it because manipulation with Avatar of Guardian would be a lot to deal with.
Yeah, that's a lot of E there. So they don't worry about that kind of tactic coming in from Thailand. So Thailand, given that they have a lot of heroes here, maybe they could go for a Valena if they want to go that route. Maybe, I don't know, this is a conventional, but you can maybe go if you would want just towards the Hilda, but most conventional answer would be the Valentina here, unless they have other things in mind. And yep, they do have some other things in mind. It's going to be the Melissa, picked up pretty quickly to answer towards the Hilda. Now I'm about to find out whether or not the hammer reaches Melissa's force field when it procs. We're about to find out.
Yep. Melissa is a good counter to Hilda because Hilda can't quite get close enough to her. So if Jessica goes for the backline again, there is at least some defense for Thailand to play around with. but I believe that a well-placed implosion can potentially catch her out. So the Tigreal is a good option for China. I literally suggested it earlier, so I'd be very happy if they went for it. I think besides Valentina, Thailand can still consider going for Faramis as well. It's a pretty common solution to Hilda to avoid some of that burst damage, but it is also vulnerable to Tigreal. So we'll see who they decide to grab.
So the Tigreal is already there. Ooh, I like this pick. Coming in actually from Thailand. Although now from a different perspective, I feel like this has been the same story that they got when they were facing Melissa and Sicilian are two heroes that are really activated in the other portions of the game. So I feel like the struggle is really gonna happen in the early first few minutes of game number 4. And on hand, you have the Julian, you have the Tigreal, you even have the Hills well. So those are 3 heroes that you're gonna have to worry about and have to evade continuously for you to even have a chance to fight back when you got the skill that you need.
And we've already seen that China is quite smart the way they take different angles in the fight as well. So having a Melissa and Sicilian standing all the way in the back line might make them surprisingly vulnerable, though Sicilian at the very least with his ult actually stands a good chance of being able to maybe zone out Jessica, but it's gonna require some skill.
Yeah, the skill that was necessary for them to at least get their very first win in this one. Because again, China is just 1 win away from possibly securing themselves of a playoff spot in Group A. And both of these teams are on 2 different ends of the spectrum, right? One that is undefeated and one that is looking forward to getting out of the zone of heat. And for Thailand, you'd also want to at least give some recognition because you are indeed the host country and you don't want to go down swinging and ending the tournament with just, all defeats in your name. You'd want to make sure that you can get something. And going up against China, that is a team that already established themselves as, a powerhouse in Group A, they could if they could even give them a run for their money, then there might be a good shot for them doing this.
Yeah, I mean, home ground advantage is always something that people will discuss, right? So it would feel really bad if, despite a home ground advantage, you weren't able to get through or even get a victory. I definitely want to see if Thailand can show their stuff here, because Sicilian is a hero that, as long as the game goes long enough, really becomes a problem. Like, the damage output from this hero gets uncontrollable at a certain stage, and he got plenty of frontline to work with as well. So yeah, as long as they can outplay China and avoid the Hilda or anyone else jumping into the back line, I do like Thailand's draft.
Alright, now I'm curious, alright, because you said home court advantage, right? So, I want to know what time is it right now in China, just to be sure. Oh, so it's 5:51 in China. It's just there. So technically, just an hour ahead of Thailand. Because I feel like, in terms of like the energy levels, right, and the power spikes of the energy levels, sometimes it could matter depending on the hour. I am sure that Saudi Arabia, we haven't covered Saudi Arabia yet, but considering that they are 5 hours away, dude, like they're 5 hours behind I don't know if they're 5 hours behind. I think they're 6, considering that Thailand's already there. Yeah, I'm gonna do my research, dude. But yes, in terms of home court advantage, that is absolutely true. Even though how minimal or how small the time difference is, and the environment as well, right? You'll never know what's going to be the case there.
I mean, even if the original is different, though, all of the teams are like actually there in Thailand at the arena, so they are playing at the same timing regardless. I feel like in this case the home court advantage comes from the fact that they are literally in their home country, right? They're more familiar. It doesn't feel like you're in a foreign place. I think that's usually where the advantage would come from.
I feel like in terms of Thailand having to no longer adjust to what they're accustomed to, because at some point it's already there, but it is a different situation for all of the other 19 nations that have been participating, right? Because I feel like it's a different environment. You're gonna have to take note of how you would be able to at least land most of the victories. And I know there's not a lot of like time difference with most of the Southeast Asian countries compared to that of Thailand, right? But for nations who are like a little bit away, like what I mentioned, Saudi Arabia, maybe Kyrgyzstan, like those are some of the nations that you can really take note of moving forward. Because again, when you notice or when you take a look at it, right? If the game get a little bit more longer, let's say at around 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., it's just Saudi Arabia's like time. So yeah, I don't know.
I guess so. For now, we're gonna take a real short break here, guys. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will go ahead and jump into the game between China and Thailand.
Pada tim SAJ Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara Wakil Malaysia Time and 6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengar. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak milih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang memasa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang dah.
Kepada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia. Time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan ada potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Apologies for the delay, and thank you very much for your patience. We are right in the heat of things in the matchup between Team China on the blue side and Team Thailand on the red side. And it looks like the first hurdle of the game is already being contested. Alright, we are back right now, and unfortunately it does appear that we have jumped back into a pause for the time being, ladies and gentlemen. So we hope that you are willing to be just a little bit patient with us for a little while longer. I'm not too sure where Hans has gone off to as well, but no worries, we're still here, we're still good. So, welcome back everyone to the stream. You're currently watching the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024. And yeah, apologies for all the delays and stuff that have happened throughout the day. We are working our hardest to make sure that everything is resolved so that we can continue on with our group stage matches for day number 1. There's still plenty of MLBB action to look forward to for the rest of the day. So hopefully you guys will continue tuning in with us. Unfortunately, we weren't quite in the game long enough for me to tell exactly what the game state was. But oh, hold on. Okay, we're back. I just noticed we are jumping back in. Thank you very much to our team for making sure that pause didn't last quite as long. And it does seem like the game state is currently 1-1. Oh, here comes the Nolan. Vermouth not able to flick over the wall, but Leon King not able to chase, and now they're trying to go for Mira Lee, able to jump in. Raging Sandstorm Flicker completely whiffs into the back line, which means that Ree is now in a lot of trouble. A great Sanguine Claws catches out the rest of Team China, though. They can't really follow up on that. They are being CC chained too hard, and that means that Fanhua will get traded for the life of Ree. Now Jessica trying to get away from Aisu. Not too sure if they're going to be able to do so. The rest of Team China a little bit deep inside Thailand's half of the map, but they are still able to get the tower in the end.
Yeah, I honestly felt like for the entirety of this matchup, right? Thailand was doing their very best and like claiming everything there. Thanks for catching that for a bit for me, Sudafa. I got you this time around because I feel like I've missed out on a lot of the action here for a lot of the things that are currently going on. So for Thailand, from what I'm seeing, right, they are doing a good job in like making sure that Beat is not getting scathed here, because that is going to be their main winning condition in this one. So what China has been doing all throughout is to try and give a bit more pressure onto Mira Lee, just because of the fact that she is also going to be under one of those damage dealers moving forward into this matchup. And a problem that is going to continue to ensue is how China is going to try to stop Thailand from getting that scaling possible, because as of the moment, 7 minutes in, the goal gap isn't even that big as of the moment.
Yeah, it's not that big, but it's still fairly notable. 2K in 7 minutes is not at all bad for China, especially like you mentioned, Hans, they want to try and disrupt the game before Thailand are able to scale up. It's good that they are targeting Mira Lee, but I also feel like some attention needs to be given over to Blitzbeat, because I just straight up think Cecilion has more dangerous damage later in the game than a Melissa.
Yeah, the Sicilian and Melissa actually are going to be crucial pieces as to what the team fight is all about. Also, take a look at the composition of the other side of China here. You have the Hilda, and you also have the Tigreal on your other side. I honestly felt like, in terms of the entire composition that the side of China would want to instill here, it will start to become a huge problem later on when, either Fanhua is unable to secure most of that implosion takes now, because there is a lot of AoE damage that is gonna come from Thailand as we speak. Honestly, like for the first 3 to 4 minutes, I was very surprised that the lead hasn't really ballooned to like at least 4,000 to 5,000 in terms of gold, which, you know, surprised me at some extent.
Yeah, I think that is actually a little less surprising now that we've already watched one of China's games though, because earlier, even with a Hilda and Khalid, they didn't actually try to press the advantage too hard in the first few minutes and slowly eked out a victory by possessing superior team fight angles towards the mid-game. I think the timing right now is the same timing, roughly, where China was able to start snowballing that lead. So whether or not we'll see a repeat of that game will be around this time.
At the moment, I really do feel like, yeah, there could be a good possibility depending on how both of these teams are gonna go, because again, this is an essential part to the tournament life that, you know, China is looking forward to win. But all of a sudden, when you take a look at it, it is China getting another one of those secured here on their side, and they're starting to create a bit problems how Thailand is trying to defend more so that both Blitz beat merely they're scaling just in time.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky though. When China already has lead at this point in the game, I think their composition just generally has a bit more maneuverability compared to Thailand, which we can already see is forcing Thailand into very defensive movements. They basically have to play together a lot of the time just to make sure they don't randomly get picked off. But it also means that they're not really getting enough farm into both Mirali and Blitzby, right? It's being kind of spread around and distributed.
And as of the moment, the continuation of the fight has already been there, right? So as we speak, this time, it is still China continuously playing really aggressive all throughout. It's been almost a 3K gold lead now. Now, this is what I was looking for all throughout the competition. Just really looking to find more ways, and there goes an implosion again.
Yep, the implosion play pulls Mirror Lee back. Ultimate not going to be able to save her. Leon King, unfortunately, not approaching in time to get an easy burst. And that is a very unfortunate pause timing. I feel like that's going to be very awkward to resume from.
It is like it's a bit spicy if you ask me, because I don't know what's gonna happen next. Like everybody just went, what am I supposed to do next? Okay, how am I gonna move forward? But again, in terms of the composition that they've had, you see how both of them are on different ends of the spectrum, right? It's quite understandable to a point where you already know what they're going for. It's an all or nothing strategy on late game for the side of Thailand. Meanwhile, for China, they're gonna have to find a way to finish this as quick as they can, because as much as the Moscow is gonna help much with the scaling that they need to propel them further into this matchup, if they don't have the set pieces available for them to, the time is also not their friend, because usually it would if you have the Moscow, but here's Melissa and this, which are two crucial heroes to go up against in later portions of the game.
I think there's an interesting parallel that can be drawn between these teams here, because we have already watched one game from both China and Thailand, and in both games they went for early game based compositions and didn't go hyper aggro early on. The difference is that China shifted to a more like flank style gameplay in game team fights, which ended up working out, whereas Thailand ended up being pretty reactively for most of their game, which is why they ended up dropping it to Vietnam earlier on in the day. If we just base it off of those interactions so far, I think China still has the advantage for being more willing to play with risks involved and maybe diving backlines. But if Thailand has enough time, Sicilian just solves a lot of issues.
Yeah, it does solve a lot of issues, especially in wave clear, right? Because, yeah, Sicilian answers a lot of things, but not the early to mid game. There was just a time, I think, during the, I don't know if you saw it, during the playoffs of the MPL Philippines, where the Sicilian was immediately activated like 10 minutes, 11 minutes in, which I found crazy, because it's not supposed to do that. But all of a sudden, it was just right there. It was activated all throughout, and they were just able to take control of the game. And it's 11 minutes late. But this is a totally different scenario. So you are at least 4K gold lead behind. 4K gold behind now. So you have to adjust. Try to pull on the brakes a bit in terms of the extra initiation that you would want to have in the game.
Yeah, I think the meta has shifted in such a way where snowballs are a bit prevalent and it's kind of difficult to come back from behind. So being able to create that lead right from the beginning is a pretty crucial part, and making sure that you don't throw it away, because we have seen that as well. It's very hard to break out a snowballing opposing team nowadays, but if they make a mistake, if they get like a few key members taken out, that can really mess with the momentum, right? So that's why the late game is push and pull nowadays.
Yeah, I'm looking at the ones that are also scrolling right below us, because from what I saw, it's China already beating Mongolia. That's the one thing that we've taken note of, at least we've watched. But this is the one that's crucial. Vietnam already winning against Uzbekistan. So Uzbekistan is on 0-3, but Vietnam is currently at 2-0. So Vietnam and Mongolia is gonna be going neck and neck depending on how the rest of this game is gonna go. Yeah, tiebreakers are looking possible here, Rastafa.
That would be an interesting thing, right? Because It's technically still early on in the group matches. There's still quite a few games that we have to play before we know exactly how things are going to line up. But yeah, if the teams do end up matching in sport towards the end, especially around second and third place, then we could be looking at potential tiebreakers to see who does end up going into the knockout stage after all. For now, though, we still got to conclude the actual group stage matches, so hopefully we're able to get all of our technical issues resolved as soon as possible so that we can jump back into the land of fun.
I'm sure that, you know, a lot of these teams are really geared up, really far as to showing what they can do in the game, and of course, knowing that they're already there, representing respective countries, respective nations. They are really looking for, they would want to continue to represent their respective country in this specific game. So I feel like as of the moment, this is really a good chance for them to do so, because as of the moment, right now, this is a chance for them to do it. And I feel like this is that specific game, and we are jumping back into it right away.
Yeah, looks like it. Currently, it is 9 minutes. Team China having a 4K goal lead and 5 kills to 2 on the side of Thailand. Thailand does have late game win conditions, but they're being slowed down very heavily at this point, with Blitzbeat only at level 9.
Now it is China at least taking a really good advantage of the 4K gold lead that we have as of the moment. 9 minutes in, and you're also going to have to take a look at all of the other possibilities that China could possibly go for here in this game. And considering that, you know, Thailand has had the same kind of scenario here, they're going to have to find a way to continue to at least move forward and create more possibilities with the Melissa and the Sicilian being activated as we speak.
Indeed, indeed. Thailand, it's a bit hard for them to really execute on anything at this stage because they have to group up together due to China having a lot of crowd control and pick off if anyone is caught isolated. But by sticking together, they are reducing the amount of total farm their cores can be getting. And that means that it takes even longer for them to potentially come online. If this trend keeps up, then China will probably just be able to eventually just slowly whittle down the map control and take the game. So Thailand needs to figure out a way to break out of this stupor.
Yeah, as we speak, they are taking good control of it, and that is going to be the Lord going to China moving forward.
Yep, they're able to get that. Somehow, Leon King able to get away. Unfortunately, Aisu not as lucky. Neither is Ree. 2 casualties on the Thailand side, and despite their full commit to contest the Lord, China still got it.
Got it pretty quick, pretty smoothly. As of the moment, it is now on the side of China, extending their lead once more by 7,000 in terms of gold. Now the Lord marching up top. They are looking to finish this game as fast as they can, but I is already alive as of the moment.
The Lord gonna be putting on top. Only the first Lord of the game, so not too difficult for Thailand to deal with. They only have 1 tier 2 left standing down bottom, and they're not even able to safely extend out of the map to try and do housekeeping on the wave.
And they are going to be safely securing the speak, just, you know, taking control of Biscuit over here. Another turret has been destroyed by the side of China here. From Thailand, they're slowly getting much more in terms of real estate here, trying to get things done as quick as possible. And we see Blitzbeat still alive, right? The Sicilian is still a-okay. Meanwhile, for the Melissa, already suffering 2 deaths here, so she's gonna have to be a little bit more careful. Although you are gonna take note of the Melissa, just the damage output is already gonna be there, courtesy of the golden staff as well, for those extra attack speed bonus.
The one thing that Thailand can maybe play around is that with these 2 backline heroes, their base defense is actually pretty solid. So unless China are able to bait them out and maybe catch them in a big team fight, it will be very difficult for them to try and push into the base without getting a solid Lord and wave sync.
that's exactly what they're gonna do. Being patient, not a lot of the Lord activity as we speak and as of the moment, but Chokes is already there, putting some damage on Ree, and Ree hasn't really had much of a good time in this game, in this matchup, and that's exactly what's gonna happen continuously if they're unable to find a way to give a bit more of the offensive firepower that they have. We've seen the Julian coming in handy right over there. It was Chokis at least putting the pressure on to Ree, but unfortunately they just don't have enough damage yet. Even with the Bat's Feast already there, they just couldn't do something about it as we speak.
Yeah, Blitzbeat has not been given enough time on the map to actually farm up those Sicilian stacks, so it's understandable that the damage would just be completely lacking at this point. And I highly doubt that Rally would have been able to keep up either. We saw that both of them were very low in level compared to Team China. So, as much as I'd like to say that there is still the opportunity for them to make the comeback if they delay the game long enough, I don't feel like China is going to allow that to happen. There was a quality in their gameplay from their previous matchup against Mongolia that makes me feel should be able to close this game out with maybe the next 1 or 2 Lords.
A lot of things are going China's way. As of this moment, I really do feel like with the Hilda, for whoever's going to be facing China next, this is a hero that you cannot let Jessica hold on to, especially when they reach the playoff point. There is at least 3 games that you can look upon so that you would be able to understand a bit more of what you guys would be able to at least execute and initiate. But the only concern that I have here for China is that if they still have something else other than Jessica's Hilda, because I feel like it's no longer gonna be allowed by the playoff teams come playoff time, right? Because we're already there to a point where you are gonna be so close as to reaching the quarterfinals, the semis, and maybe the championships.
It all depends on how much research the teams are able to do, because we have to remember that while we are watching this one match, there are several other matches happening at the same time on the other sub-stages that go through the group stage, right? So other teams that may face off against them may not have the time to really watch what is going on here.
Yeah.
So the time in between the days, we will see how much preparation they can lock in. But for now, the main goal of every single team here at the Asian Esports Games is to make sure that they can win every series they come across so that they can qualify into the knockout, so that they even have to consider that preparation in the first place.
Yeah, because again, most especially for teams like Thailand, right, that hasn't really had their advantage in terms of getting the wins that are possible. It is kind of like a disadvantage for them at this point, but if you would want to at least use of all of your preparations heading forward in the next game, then maybe that's something that they could do. And I feel like part of the preparations that they've done for maybe weeks, maybe months, have been that Melissa and the Sicilian to some accord. It does, bode well with their play style. They tend to play a little bit more reactive, but the only question is, will they be able to prolong it or take it long enough so that they can unleash that fight within them, or will China finish this game once and for all? Because again, all cards are simply going to their favor right now.
That certainly is the case, right? How long can you hold on in this game when China is clearly doing a great job of just controlling macro and delaying any farm that you can get by limiting the amount of safe space you can actually stand in the map, right? At this stage, despite still having a single tier 2 to maybe play around, I think China is positioning themselves very well to make sure that Thailand can never leave their base. And their heroes are already designed to be a little bit more effective independently as well, whereas Thailand does need them to actually group up to take fights.
Yeah, with the grouping up, that has been key for Thailand as of the moment for them to sustain the fight even longer, but it also means that there wouldn't be a lot of adjustments that China needs to make, just because they already have the advantage of knowing where most of the heroes are going to be. So they don't need to think twice or second guess themselves in terms of where they would want to position their plan of attack, where they would want to start things off, because again, they're already going to know where everybody's going to come from.
They gotta pay attention to that. Every single factor now is going to count, but we are going to jump back into the game, and it does seem like there's been a little bit of time passed because Thailand literally only has one inhibitor left, and the Lord is pushing down.
And in addition, I honestly do feel like for most of the time that we have over here, they're gonna try to find a way to continue to initiate here as we speak, because Jessica is still gonna be that main woman looking for those initiations so far as we speak, as the Lord is already marching here.
Now Thailand gonna try and do their best to defend. Blitzbeat and Merrily doing some good siege damage from the back line. China still positioning in a very defensive way. Unfortunately, they didn't quite sync the Lord with the wave well enough. Otherwise, that should have been a free inhibitor down bottom. So considering the way they're standing right now, it feels like they're not going to be looking to use this to push in and end.
Looking at, most of the objectives secured here, it has already been a Luminous Lord, or an Evolved Lord rather, but it didn't go to the bot side. So since the easier access was on the mid, it would have been so much easier for them to just defend it. However, when you take a look at the bot side, Inhibitor is still alive on that side of the floor, so they won't be able to do something about it as we speak now. So with that being said, it is still Thailand somewhat defending this for as long as they could possibly hold on to it. And yeah, that's what's been happening. This is what we were talking about right from the start, right? How you can possibly defend with a Melissa and with a Sicilian. This is like I'm trying to remember what it was. The game that really took so long to a point where they were able to bounce back. Oh, it was the Nathan game. Yeah, there was a team, I don't know which region it came from, but it was the Nathan game, and as long as it was Baloy, I remember now, it was Baloy when they went up against Fnatic Onic, and then it was Chidera just holding on to that Nathan all the way throughout. So yeah, they just really took advantage of the situation.
I think late game Magic DPSs have a tendency to just really catch you off guard, right? Nathan, Cecilion, Harif, if you're not doing a good job of locking them down, they really whittle you really quickly once you get into the later stages, because by then they can even break through like the defensive capabilities of items like the Athena shield, right? So you gotta make sure that you understand that timing and not give them the space necessary to reach that point, because otherwise you will find yourself in a situation where even though the game looks like it should be yours by any account, you just can't quite finish it.
Because for some reason, the wave clear has been an integral part of MLBB with how well they have executed most of these. So Melissa is a hero that doesn't really get picked up as often now compared to like the times where it was maybe around season 8, season 9, or maybe around 2022, something like that, just because of the force field that it provides. And then to the point that we'll go there immediately and the Beatrix is activated again, right? There has been that kind of story once more. So, case here.
I see. I can definitely see where you're coming from. It is unfortunate that there are quite a number of pauses in this game, though, in particular.
Yeah.
So that can definitely stifle the momentum just a little bit. From what we have seen, definitely it doesn't seem like China could quite end with this Lord yet. They don't have enough minions to continue to push down. But if Thailand are not able to contest the next Lord away, I feel like that will probably be the finisher, because there just isn't enough left for them to hold on to.
Yeah. from what I can honestly understand here is that there could be a point as to Jessica trying to go with the flanks, because other than the base, you can't have anywhere else to flank to, right? That's the game plan of Jessica all throughout, is to go the opposite route all the time, and until it reached a point where the wipeout has happened. But now that all of the bases have been destroyed, all of the turrets have been taken down, I'm starting to wonder now on whether or not the defense or the approach of Jessica is going to be different towards her utilizing the Hilda, because again, you don't have a lot of room to move anymore. You have done your job, right? So yeah, I'm curious to see what the next step of Jessica is going to be here.
The ideal would be to somehow bait out Thailand from their base so that Jessica can continue going for those backline invasions. But if I were in Thailand's position, I feel like the best play is actually to just fully turtle up, right? You are going to be the most vulnerable if you try to leave the base, and that does seem to be what's happening. The Lord will be cleared up. China gonna try and go for another push. Minions being cleared up. The crystal is exposed. Fanhua not able to get the CC. Implosion on 2, but the get away from me. Gonna be zoning them off. Mirali will sacrifice their life for this. No minions left for China. They'll get another wave, but is it going to be enough? Because they got the taunt on the chokes way too deep in. Raging Sandstorm on the minion wave. China just gonna be focusing down on the crystal. But do they have enough? Moskov is already gone. Thailand's still holding on the defense. And Jessica back. Gonna get taken out by the base itself. Thailand still holding on to their lives.
What did just happen? I honestly have no idea how to explain that certain situation, but I feel like that is the reason behind that pause. But man, we were so close to getting that game done.
Yeah.
And yet, I felt like there was something that went wrong towards Jessica's connection. I don't know, or maybe she's taunting. I don't know. Like I don't know what's going on.
Like,
but as that, right
at that point when you're in the base, like I get the feeling even if you didn't walk into the base, it's very unlikely that you're walking out anyway. So I'm not too sure if that was the issue, but
yeah. It's so difficult to determine, bro. You're like so close, but even so, it's Thailand staying alive in the competition, not really wanting to give up this game, and they still have a really good, moment, a chance to actually get the victory moving forward. But that has been the story of this game so far. It's been Thailand struggling to really group up all together, but even so, they were able to take control of the situation, or depending on how the next wave is gonna go, because again, that's another story on its own.
But I really have no idea how this is gonna go, because now China has actually thrown a lot of bodies to try and break down this crystal, and they unfortunately were not able to do so. In fact, I feel like they actually could have done it, but they only started focusing the crystal down hard when the second minion wave came in. If they already started whittling it down with the first minion wave, I think the game would already be over, but they didn't do that. When the second wave came in, they got a bit more desperate, decided, you know what, let's just throw ourselves in and take this out, but the crystal's still alive at a tiny bit of HP. So that could be the momentum shift that Thailand has been waiting for.
Most especially because it's the it's the late game, right? You don't really expect it to come from anywhere else. It's the late game already, and momentum. I think we've been saying that for like the entirety of this game, that it has always went to the side of China, right? For the longest time, it has always been there, and they seem to struggle in like finding a way for them to just get on with it and like finish the game once and for all. Because of the Melissa and Sicilian, I'd like to go back to that point one more time, and it really seemed like it was a struggle for them to just keep on finding another way for them to get the victory moving forward, and just patient MLBB, knowing where it's the best, knowing when the best time to strike is, I feel like has been the greatest asset of Thailand that kept them alive for some reason, right? For some unknown reason in this game so far.
I think I will definitely grant that Thailand is tenacious, but it also comes down to the fact that China doesn't actually have the best siege comp overall, right? They're much better at like flanking plays towards the mid to late game. So now that we are seeing a turtle in the base of Thailand, they actually need to try and find a way to bait them outside the base, ideally. I think trying to push in straight with another lord isn't actually going to work. Maybe presenting the next lord as a bit of a bait, right? Make Thailand think that, hey, we're not actually positioned well enough to take this. You guys can come into the river, you know.
Yeah, that's the. I think that's a better strategy than just going all brute force, because I feel like that's gonna work in the first 8 to 13 minutes of the game. But as soon as that is all over with, the Sicilian is gonna start to go rage mode. The Melissa's gonna go beast mode, if I should say. So at some point in time, right, you're gonna have to really find a way. How ironic is it that early game has been the advantage of China here, but they're gonna have to take their sweet time in this next approach to win them this game. Something that probably is unfamiliar to them, depending on based on what we've seen from them in the past 2 games.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be a bit of a shift, because I feel like it is very dependent on this kind of gameplay, then it's probably going to be a bit rough, because this current meta really promotes having a bit more early game aggression. I do feel like China could afford to be a little bit more aggro early on as well, but at the very least they know how to pressure the mid game. So I think that is the difference right now that we are witnessing. But in this game, the game is actually prolonged long enough where Thailand are starting to hit that sweet spot. I think they're still going to be a bit behind in terms of items, but the next lord is going to take a while before it respawns again, so that will be the time they need to actually like hit the item timing, and then it'll be really hard for China to fight into them.
Yeah, another thing that I'm also looking at in this game is for them to potentially, all right, I'm looking at a potential comeback here, turnaround, because we're talking about 15-minute timers already. So maybe it could take some time for China to just respawn. In this specific moment, it's a window of opportunity for Thailand to just maybe get a lot of turrets in the process, because sure, you won't be able to get him for good, because again, it's gonna take a lot out of you, it's gonna take some time, but then you have some place to just work on it as much as possible. And yep, it's not yet over.
All right,
we're still for more MLBB.
Alright, we are back into things, and we can see that a big skirmish just took place, but it ended up being a 3-for-3 trade, which is actually beneficial for Thailand because they are way more behind in resources in comparison. Blitzbeat has not died a single time this whole game, so although his farm would have been slowed down by the pressure initially, it means that he has still been able to build up stacks, albeit slowly. So that is the worry for China.
She still, or should I say, Blitzbeat is the lifeline of this Thailand team, knowing that she's gonna be the main source of damage output coming in from the Thais. They would want to make sure to always keep him intact. So as you can see, Asu and main condition here is to try to force something. They already know, or they already understand to a level, to a point that they can't fight this right away, but here comes the Lord fight trying to initiate now.
Avatar the Guardian by Aisu on top of the Lord. Choke is still able to get it. Meanwhile, Panhua taking a lot of the heat. Already broken down by Blitzbeat and Mirali. Tree of Destruction lands in the back line. Yampa gonna take it. With the Wind of Nature popped down, but not quite able to finish anyone off yet. Ree buying so much space to make sure his cores are able to get away. And they are actually going to be able to back it off. A kill there would have guaranteed the win.
Oh, they were looking for Blitzbeat the entire time, but Asu re-sacrificing their lives. Will they be able to defend?
They're going in now. Liang King dropping real low. Lord on top of the crystal. They're not going to risk it this time. They're going straight for it. And after quite a marathon here, it will be Team China that finally claims the victory.
I believe with this win, China has claimed victorious and is also going to claim a potential spot in that playoff rounds. I mean, that damage, you already see it, right? 33% coming in from Blitzbeat, so you already know that they are just depending on her as of this moment in the later portions of the game. But you know, a really good job coming in from Jessica, from Yu Huai, to the Vexana and the Nolan as well. Just, you know, simply taking care of the process as well, knowing when to make sure to at least put the pressure on the others. And as soon as they saw Blitzbeat, in which it's a hero that they haven't seen in a very long time up close and personal, they wanted to go ahead and get his head as quick as possible.
Yeah, I think Blitzbeat was doing a really good job of positioning throughout the game because, yeah, until the very end, still never actually died once. However, like you mentioned, Hans, there was a bit too much dependence on the Sicilian to come online. And that is because China was able to pressure Thailand so hard in the early game that they just weren't able to get any scaling done in the first place. So they tried, you know, they held on for a good amount of time, but in the end, you gotta be able to secure that early to mid-game phase. And that is exactly what China did.
That's exactly what they did, and China undefeated, I believe, standing at 3-0. Staffa was talking about the developing countries right from the start, and I honestly feel like this is exactly what we're looking for, or this is exactly what we've expected coming in from China. They could potentially come out as the top seed of Group A, but now I'm wondering, right? I'm wondering who among Mongolia and Vietnam is gonna make it as the second seed, because from what I'm seeing, Vietnam, I believe, is still undefeated. Meanwhile, Mongolia has had a defeat already after they went up against China.
Yeah, so I think things are gonna be tough now for Thailand as well. China looking very comfortable. I agree with you, Hans. I think based on their score so far, it's quite safe to say that they are guaranteed to be top 2 and moving on to the next phase. But I believe this has been Thailand's third defeat in a row as well, and that means it's very likely they're gonna be eliminated at this stage, and that is quite a big blow for the team representing the home country.
Yeah, I mean, you did everything that you could, right? You were able to at least showcase what they can do, try to prolong the fight even longer going up against China, who has claimed to be a dark horse in this tournament just because of their recent performances in the past 2 games that we've watched them. But of course, for Thailand, this is a pretty good start because, again, just like what I was saying, the SEA Games or the Southeast Asian Games is going to be held there next year. So they, from here on out, they have an entire year to at least practice, learn from their mistakes, and move forward.
Well, speaking of moving forward, we are going to be moving forward with the competition. But before that, once again, jump to a short break so that we can get the next teams up on stage and ready. And we will see you guys right after this.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Kepada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Look out, world! The fifth match of our Day 1 group stage matches at the Asian Esports Game 2024 Bangkok is about to arrive, and it shall be none other than Team Indonesia versus Team Nepal. Once again, my name is Stafa, and joining me is Hans.
Man, how's it going? We are almost at the halfway point of the very first day of the tournament, and I am sure that there have been a lot of teams or a lot of nations that have waited for their favorite teams as we speak. And now, this is our first time as well to take a look at the Nepal team. Because again, from what we've seen, Indonesia is on the red side, all right? So yeah, just in case you got that corrected as of the moment. But when you take a look at it, I immediately saw a Nino Echo. I'm not sure, but there's a Fumi Echo on the Indonesia side. So I'm seeing maybe some sort of like respect or something like that. I'm looking at CC. That's the Nino Echo, and then there's a Fumi Echo on the other side.
Good eye there. I did not notice that. Okay, interesting. I wonder if there's any relation or if it's actually just completely a coincidence. But just to give some context, this is our last match of broadcast for the first set of groups here. So I believe after this match, we should be able to find out which teams from Group A and D will be moving on to the knockout stage. So whatever points they can get here is also going to be crucial.
Yep, crucial as it is, Indonesia looking to keep their record unscathed, going up against Nepal, who I believe has already had a 2-0 record. So, it's a really good chance, given that Nepal has been one of the teams that could potentially disrupt the flow of whether or not it's going to be Philippines and Indonesia moving on this round, or will it be Indonesia and Nepal moving on to the next round, or will it be Philippines and Nepal to the next round? We still don't know. It depends on this game, right? But looking at it, Indonesia was in prime form a while ago when they went up against the Philippines, but Nepal is looking to disrupt the peace here.
The Matilda first pick coming out from Nepal straight away. We are seeing some slightly different bans with Cho Hayabusa and Zusin on the Nepal side, and Indonesia getting rid of Chip, Phobius, and Suyo. They're currently hovering over Diggy, but I feel like that's very unlikely. The Fanny, something we surprisingly haven't seen all day, even in the ban section, so I would love to have a look.
Yeah, the Fanny has been a talented hero as of the moment in terms of the picks that we have. But, if there is a group of women, strong MLBB female players that can definitely utilize the assassins that we have in the scene, it's definitely Indonesia, man. We've seen them pick up the Nolan, also get the Fanny, maybe even the Ling this time, and now we get to see them fully in action.
Vival put up an incredible performance on the Nolan previously, and Cine pulling out the Kadita and getting an amazing 4-man Petrify play as well. So Indonesia definitely a team that you gotta be very wary around. But Nepal are able to grab the Matilda and Alpha combo, very powerful in the early minutes. But following up with the Melissa is very interesting when stronger options like the Harif and the Bruno, for example, are still open.
Yeah, it seems like the idea for Nepal here is at least you have a further disengage with the Matilda on your side, and not only that, you also have the Melissa's force field, the ultimate, to at least shove away the Ling from using 4 blades against you, because I'm sure that when the 4 blades are out, it's gonna be over with.
I was wondering if Indonesia might go all the way and just say, alright, Angela Ling, let's do it. And they actually did. So we are going to be seeing a bit of a support matchup here, right? With the Angela versus the Matilda. Though nowadays we do see more teams playing Matilda in Angela in the mid lane instead of the roam position. So Indonesia has a bit of flexibility to work with there. I think now that we're going into the second ban phase, Nepal actually should consider getting rid of heroes like the Bruno, since this Melissa is not the most effective against him in lane.
And not only that, you also have the Angeling combo, which has been proven and tested by so many different teams all throughout the MLBB esports scene. And going up, you're trying to go up against it with a Matilda. It's really a huge risk if you ask me. If you want to do something about that Ling, then you're gonna have to pick up a hero right over on the EXP lane that could hold down the Ling. I'm thinking of I'm thinking of heroes in the EXP lane that would have good hold, but when you transition into the mid lane, you can go for an Aurora. I think that an Aurora would be okay here for the composition of Nepal, just so they can put a stop towards Vival, because Vival can freely roam around looking at just the first 3 heroes of Nepal here.
Yeah, that's something to worry a bit about. If you're talking about EXP laners that can lock down the Ling, I think a very obvious choice would be to go for like Hilda or Khalid, right? It's not really the same type of lockdown, but it's game starts, I'm gonna find the Ling straight away and make his life miserable kind of pick, which could be quite effective. But they could also lean in the direction of having a bit more like single target lockdown, right? If you go for the Edith and then you catch someone that's been hard guarded, then you are locking down multiple people at once. Kacha and Franco are off the table since they already have Matilda, so that is a bit of a shame there.
I'm wondering if they could go Aurora and Gatot Kacha for Nepal here. I think a Gatot Kacha would also be very good for like the composition of trying to put a stop towards the lane. The taunt, the second skill of the Gatot, is okay in terms of like trying to put a stop towards the jungler of Indonesia right over here. But when I'm talking about the red side, one thing that they could utilize here could actually be the Vexana again, just because they love grouping up against one another, and it creates at least another +1 towards you. But the Edith is going to be the choice here first, immediately denying it from Nepal a while ago, and that could be a stopper towards that lane. They took that threat out.
That is interesting. I mentioned the Edith would be good because of how it can lock down a single target, and if Hard Guard comes out, then it's technically 2. But for Indonesia, I don't really feel like they need to go all out for it. Right? Oh, but the Loi comes in here. That's very interesting. A hero that is very popular in the meta right now, and yet we haven't seen it all day. Good diversion gameplay can really mess with Indonesia's macro.
This is the first time that we're going to be seeing the Luyi in this broadcast. And when you take a look at it, there are some teams that would use the strategy wherein they would just put the Terizla on that diversion play and hit it and hide it from the backside. He's going to be the only one adjusting, putting the flank, and then putting that sandwich play by landing that penalty zone from the back. And it's going to be all of the others putting it in front. All right. So I feel like that's a strategy that Nepal is going to go for. So now the idea here for Indonesia is that they need to find someone that is really good in terms of vision. All right. The Popol and Copa is there. But since they already have the Edith, the Angela is definitely going to go to the mid lane. So Irithel is going to be their choice so that they don't have to worry as much about their gold laner being stationary, because going up against a Luyi, that's going to be most certainly a problem if you can't evade those dispersion and rotation plays.
Yeah, I think Irithel is an excellent pick here because we do see a lot of slower, more stationary heroes coming in from the Nepal side. So having a marksman that has high mobility to be able to take advantage of that and reposition safely is great. Irithel, Claude, 1-1 would all fit into those categories, but I think Irithel is the one that's able to most effectively match lane against the Melissa. So a pretty smart choice by Indonesia.
Yeah, at that point you can. I'm really curious, man. Like I haven't seen a lot of Beatrix in this game so far, in this tournament at all. It's just more on the other familiar heroes here. But we're gonna be moving forward into the 5th game of the day. This is Nepal. Look at the stay undefeated, and Indonesia as well in Group D, so that they can determine or maybe even thicken the plot here if you are Nepal. But for Indonesia, the obvious powerhouses of the group, of the tournament as well, they too at least limit themselves right here, and they want to move on to the playoffs as quickly as possible.
Neither of these teams are going to be particularly effective in the first few minutes, so I really don't expect us to see any ganking until that first turtle timing, or at least until Vival hits level 4. But that doesn't mean we're not going to see some poking. And in the mid lane, having a Hylos Angela means that Indonesia should retain a little bit more lane prio and mobility.
Yeah, the Angela is simply gonna try to get to level 4 as much as possible, because like compared to the other heroes that we've seen right in the mid lane, Angela's not really going to showcase its full effect not until it reaches level 4. So I feel like that is where the team fight really is going to start here for both of the teams. But Nepal is also making the most out of it by just trying to look for someone in to get a pick off. But Chell, knowing this, good vision as well coming in from Vivian, they were able to evade catastrophe here in the early portions of the game by just getting Nepal into vision.
Yeah, Vivian providing vision there is really big because they knew that Mau Mau was at the bottom side of the map and would most likely be rotating up. So they probably already know that he is leaning closer to the turtle pit. This is why you already see Fumi Echo playing a little bit safer in the push, since there's a chance that he's the one getting ganked.
Angela landing on towards on the Tato. as of this moment, and Nepal trying to position themselves together with Vivian here. Vival nowhere to be found, trying to look for a quick one, and he's going to be able to take it away. That is first turtle objective. Going on to the side of Indonesia, quick bounce here from Nepal, staying away from danger, but from 0 to 100, Indonesia capitalizing on it.
Yeah, really good timing. Vival perfectly knew when they needed to enter that fight to get the retry in, and even immediately popped the Tempest of Blades right after, because he was already expecting the opponent to respond to his presence. So being able to get that safely is a really nice start. Uh-oh, mini control in some trouble, but Guiding Winds gets them out.
Yeah, it's just a nice thing that you have like the emergency button to press, right? You don't have to worry about further engages in the early game just because you have an extra shield and you also have extra mobility. But here's the next problem. You're gonna have to worry about Vival because he's gonna go down, landing onto that one, and of course First Blood lands towards the rest of the members of Nepal here. That's gonna be the end of the team fight maybe, as Indonesia got more than what they wanted.
It's perhaps not so ideal that Cine was the one to get that kill, since D'Angela would prefer to give the gold over to someone like Vival instead, but still a pretty nice start and very good layering of pressure by delaying the entrance and basically keeping mini controls in lane long enough so that Vival can eventually come over and secure the kill.
This is going to be the first diversion play, just taking a look at what is about to happen in that mid lane side, and there it goes again, onward together with Cine, trying to land more of those waves. It's still gonna hit, but you know, at some point in time, that's gonna be more damage in the future. So Nepal needs to worry about that as the turtle already is approaching.
Yeah, I feel like when they planned for that diversion ambush, they should have waited just a little bit longer. If they didn't reveal themselves, there's a chance that Indonesia would have tried to initiate and then they could counterattack. But because they revealed themselves, obviously Indonesia's not going to do that. And now even a flicker forced out on Cine.
Burning a flicker already, at least you still have the ultimate here coming in from the Angela, so they will obviously try to go for more engages. Here goes Vival again. This time it's going to be Nepal taking it all the way for the turtle going onto the side of Nepal. Meanwhile, Nino Echo stuck in a lot of those Indonesian players, and that is going to be -1 coming in for Nepal, so that's a life taken for the price of the turtle.
A kill onto Nino Echo at this point is actually very good as well, because the more advantage they're able to give Fumi Echo in the EXP lane, the more comfortable it'll be for Indonesia to initiate fights, since Nepal is completely relying on Nino on the turret slot to actually be their front line. So if he's not tanky enough, it's very difficult for them to actually team fight come mid-game.
And it seems like they're going to try to do it again. Looking at another ambush. Will they take your advice? I'm about to figure out if that's going to be the case here, as two heroes already appeared. Now they wanted to go for Chell, but instead they wanted to go for Vivian, and they immediately take her down. Chell might be up here next, but because of that glorious pathway, Essence has been evaded already. Cine finally joining the party here, and everybody else just decides to back away from that motorcycle. And as of this moment, it is Nepal trying their best to fight back, but there is already a turret brought down by Indonesia at the bottom.
Yeah, I think that's a better example though of what Nepal needed to do. This time they actually waited, so they didn't reveal themselves, and that's what caused Vivian to walk up forward and initiate the fight. And in 1v3, even the high-lows will eventually fall, so it looks like they decided not to go for Revitalize, and now Mau gonna get pulled out to safety, able to escape that gank.
It's like Ondatato has been on the case here, man. Literally just making sure that every single member, whenever they try to be put up in danger, he has them all under control. Now, Mini Control, rather, is just right over there trying to save her lane as we speak, because they don't want any sort of troubles moving forward in this opposite lane, because the turtle is already appearing.
I feel like there were multiple opportunities in that previous engagement for Nepal to start something. Especially, I feel like the diversion could have been a much more aggressive position, but they didn't go for that. Either way, still able to secure the turtle pit, get it for themselves. Unfortunately, Mini Control loses the 1v1 to Shell up top.
That was again a price for a life here. I think Nepal is starting to win some of these trades in terms of the neutral objectives just because they're willing to sacrifice, right? There aren't a lot of teams that are willing to do that, where you tend to sacrifice a life or two, but Nepal is much more than willing to do that against Indonesia, and now they're playing very aggressive, looking to break down this mid lane turret.
If you ask me, Nepal needs to be playing even more aggressive because Indonesia's late game scaling is really insane actually with Shell, Vival, and Fumi Echo. Oh, on the Tato trying to start a fight here.
They're gonna go for it. It's on the Tato na naman. Looking at it as of the moment, and that is gonna be Indonesia brought down by one player. Here comes Vival this time around. There's Mini Control. He couldn't control the situation. There's a penalty zone, and the Tempest of Blades as well, making it 4 Blades as well. Nino Echo is gonna try to survive, and he's gonna be able to take one. However, on the other hand, that's 3 heroes down for the price of 2. Indonesia getting to win some of that team fight, plus a little bit more out of that as well.
Yeah, I do like what Nepal did. They finally decided to go for a slightly more aggressive play, but it could have been comboed a bit better with all of their cooldowns. It was only because On the Tato was able to find Shell that they were able to actually do anything with that. But Indonesia was still able to respond well. Vival gets a free tower mid, and I feel like the big issue for Nepal soon is going to be that macro play, because Indonesia just has so many ways of split pushing the map.
Yeah, good call. Coming in from Indonesia to just bring down that mid lane turret. I feel like that's going to be their gateway moving forward into this competition. Is, you know, on the Tato has been brought to at least 75% of her health, but she is still okay. First Lord already appearing in this matchup, but they have their sights set on someone else. That's going to be Mini Controls, and she's going to go out of control, going down immediately. Mama's going to be stuck here. Angeling combo working wonders for Indonesia as we speak, and that is going to be another hero going down for the side of Nepal. Indonesia picking up the pace now. Now they lead by 4K.
Yeah, they've hit the power spike on Vival. The Ling is currently 4-0, and because of that, they're able to up the ante and increase the tempo of their gameplay. This is what I was worried about. This is why I said Nepal needed to be way more aggressive in the early stages, because if they let Indonesia have the time and space they need to farm up to the second or third item power spike on their cores, they just completely take over the game.
Yeah, it was a, you know, completely different story from like the first 5 minutes up until this next 5 minutes, because there's already a total of 10. I feel like, you know, Nepal was doing a good job in like trying to contest getting a life for, or sacrificing a life for the price of more objectives. However, it hasn't really paved well for them in the next set, just because they weren't able to get most of the trades happening here. Now the Lord is marching in. Oh, but wait,
diversion play into the back line. Hard guard on top of Shell. They're gonna try and go for the blast here. Heavy crossbow doing a lot of damage. And Fumi Echo buying time, and they've already been able to juggle out the front line with Vivian able to get away quite safely. Vival jumps back in, but there's no hard guard on him this time, so he's not gonna be able to full commit. But they are able to chase Nepal back and get a free tier 2 up top.
Oh wow, that's interesting. You know, there hasn't really been a lot of adjustments, or should I say there hasn't really been a lot of deaths happening in this next this very first Lord take. I was expecting more of like maybe 2 or 3 heroes going down for both sides. However, it was Nepal safely securing it just because of Madaleona being around the team fights more often. So you like to see that as well, putting the pressure immediately on Vival as soon as she went down from that Cloud Walker of hers. So at some point in time, there is a chance for Nepal to, you know, maybe put the brakes on Indonesia's train here, as they are still in momentum, but we see some signs of life, but it's only dependent on how long can they hold on to their inhibitors.
Yeah, especially with Nepal as well. Most of their damage, especially towards the late game, is built into mini controls, right? This Melissa is the only consistent DPS they have unless Mao Mao is able to build like a snowball for herself, and so far that has not really happened. So even if they're able to bait out important cooldowns on Indonesia, which is ideally what they want to achieve, maybe like force the fight, get the hard guard out, disengage, and then start the fight over once it is out, they still actually need damage to be able to do that. And well, mini control has been targeted very hard this whole game.
Look at the amount of land covered by Indonesia compared to Nepal's, right? The entire bot lane has been compromised. The entire river has been taken care of by the Indonesian squad. Not really given an inch. They're looking for a specific person or two, or maybe the entire team, on whether or not they would flank from the other side of the map as the second lord is finally there, ready for action. But Nepal staying in their ground. They know that they still have the inhibitors, so they don't want to force a fight here.
Yeah, Indonesia is gonna be taking this nice and slowly. They already know that they're hitting their power spike, and their scaling will only continue to overpower that of Nepal, which means that the onus is on Nepal to try and make something happen, which they try to do with the diversion, but Onatato is the only one that comes through.
They're still gonna have to find a way there, an immediate retreat here. Coming from Nepal, they noticed that they weren't really in the best position, given that Mao Mao still needs more of those objectives, and Indonesia is gonna make quick work of this, noticing that there is no player from Nepal on the other side, and they are going to be able to secure it. And mind you, Sidafa, I was just looking at some of the social media pages here, and Nepal just recently lost to the Philippines. So this is currently a 2-1 standing of theirs, going up against 3-0 of Indonesia.
So Indonesia technically doesn't need the win anymore, but it would guarantee first seeding in the group. Whereas Nepal wants it as much as they can, but with the Lord crashing in and one inhibitor gone, they can only try to hope and turtle this for Indonesia to make a mistake.
And now starting it off with a glorious pathway, and just like what you said, another turret obstructed down. Lord is going to transfer onto the other side, but he's going to be brought down to crumble as well. Meanwhile, there's going to be the Tempest of Blaze and Vival still going to be able to escape, but as I say that, she is going to be taken out by Nepal. Great defense coming in from the blue side, trying to keep themselves in this game, but that is going to be a third destroyed. Now Mao Mao safely secured and gets right back into defense, but all of the inhibitors are gone.
Vival being shut down is not ideal, but trading his life for all 3 inhibitors at this stage of the game is very, very worth it. Nepal is going to have a really hard time defending the next Lord, and Indonesia is just continuing to secure resources from them.
Another set of super minions on the bot side. They will actually expect it, but Shell is going to be here once more. She's going to take the brunt of the damage and still survive. However, it's going to be mini controls. Might be the turn that the rest of the members of Indonesia are going to be looking for, but Nepal is going to be on the backside. Land does not miss. Tempest of Blades is going to be there as well. And 4 heroes are going to go down. Triple kill for Vival. And that is only Mata Leona left to defend. Still, waves of minions crashing down the top and bot lane.
A beautiful in and out though by Indonesia, consistently juggling out the player that is taking the most damage and forming the front line. The fact that they were able to keep Shell and Vival alive the entire time, only trading Vivian for it, means that this game is as good as done. Just look at how quickly Mataleona melts down, and now the crystal is exposed. Mini controls just taken out at the end for good measure, as Indonesia completely dominates Group D.
Still an incredible performance coming in from Indonesia, staying undefeated. Asian Esports Games Bangkok, man, I am telling you, this team right here, they're the ones that a lot of teams, every team possibly is watching out for, just because of their tremendous performances. There were probably questions on whether or not they would be the team that could come out on top of Group D. And it seems like, I know it's just 3-0, but that's what they're able to do.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people came into this with the expectation that they would be fan favorites because the Indonesian women's MLBB team has already stood out on the global stage even before women's MLBB became more widespread. It was a very one-sided game here, 14 kills to 5. Angeling, very classic combo for this specific region. Once you get this snowball going, it's very hard to stop it, especially without a form of solid and reliable lockdown.
They were looking for like extra chances here. I feel like you were right all along, right? There were a lot of chances that were given to Nepal for them to take a little bit more control of the game in like the first few minutes of this matchup. However, I felt like slowly but surely their window started to crumble, and Mini Controls really couldn't get her power spike going just because of Vival's continuous pressure that was given to her. And not only Vival, right, but even Shell as well, as both of them were recipients of Cini's Heart Guard. And when there were times that Mini Controls was so close to bringing either of these damage dealers down, Cini is just right on point, not even dying once.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Cini so far. Being able to play both set up mid laners and support mid laners is an impressive hero pool to have. And it's quite unfortunate for Mini Controls. Their score is definitely the worst of the lot, but it's also obvious that they were being quite heavily targeted because Indonesia knew that she was going to be the main win condition for Nepal. The rest of the squad is actually somewhat manageable once they have a few items. So as long as they disable Mini Control, they can take the game. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and as of that moment, from what I recall, it's Indonesia 3-0 right now, representing Group D. And on the other hand, since this is going to be the case, right, Nepal is going to fall to 2 wins and 2 losses. I feel like that was already their last game, depending on how the next set of matches for the Philippines is going to go. Because from what we've seen from before, right, or there you have it as well, the Philippines winning against Sri Lanka, I feel like that's a game that we have seen from a while ago. So maybe now it's the Philippines getting to 3-1, I guess, depending on how the standings are going to be. I'm curious to see how the standings have updated so far.
Yeah, based on what we saw in the scrolling bottom as well, some matches are actually still ongoing. So we don't know for sure yet which teams are already qualified to the knockout stage, but we should be able to tell you guys that after this break. So don't go anywhere when we're back. Even more MLBB at the Asian Esports Games. See you guys.
Get back on track with a peaceful inside.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Bulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yang
We hope that y'all have had a good dinner because we're about to feast on some good old MLBB once again here at the Asian Esports game, Bangkok 2024. My name is Stafa and joining me is Hans, and we will be bringing you through the next set of groups who will be playing their group stage matches today.
Yeah, we have already reached somewhat of the halfway point now, and I feel like as of this moment, we are starting to see more of the draft here in quick fashion for Malaysia and Hong Kong. I feel like what we're going to see now is more on the groups B and C, because for the first half of our day, we've seen groups A and D where particular names were very much familiar as well. So I feel like this time around, we are going to be seeing more of Malaysia and Hong Kong. Really looking forward to more of this as well. And, you know, I've been asking Sidafa more about the Beatrix as we speak. I'm happy that I'm starting to see it now.
Yeah, the Beatrix still a very, very safe choice, and I think I see why it got picked up here, because there's 3 marksmen already banned out by Hong Kong themselves. But overall, the drafts don't look all too unusual, though I do love that we're going to get to see a Jawhead on the Malaysia side. Definitely promotes slightly more aggressive play, and I think this is going to be a very interesting match, actually. I see some interesting heroes over there.
Yeah, and also with the Luna to it as well. I feel like there's a lot of possible ways that this game could go. I'm trying to like wrap my head around the specific draft as well for me to like understand it a bit. But there you have it, in case you don't know it yet.
For if you guys see at the bottom of the screen right now, a new era is here, MLBB fans. The M6 World Championship kicks off from November 21st to December 15th, and it is time to witness the rise of new teams and players ready to make their mark on history. With fresh talent and fierce competition, the battlefield has never been more unpredictable. Who will emerge as the next champion and claim the ultimate glory? Don't miss out on the action and drama as the journey to greatness unfolds. This is the M6 World Championship, greater than ever.
Now, in case you guys are nearby Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, better get your tickets now because it's probably running out fast. And from all of the installments of the competition in the M6 World Championship, I can assure you that that one could possibly be the closest that we have so far in all of the years that we've had, due to the rise of a lot of the MLBB regions that we've had all throughout the year. And this Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024 is also an addition to that, because we're going to be seeing a continuation of this tournament heading forward into next year when, you know, most of the activities are going to be held there in Thailand.
Yeah, there's so much to look forward to in MLBB, so hopefully you guys are keeping up with all of the events. I love that the Asian Esports Games is happening right in between the M6 wildcards and Swiss stage as well, so you guys have non-stop action in MLBB. And it really is a new era with so many new regions and new teams taking to the world stage and demonstrating just a new level of growth around the world.
Yeah, the concept, or what should be the lesson towards what other teams are really going to be looking forward to is this one right here. You know, I think from what I'm seeing here, Malaysia has had some familiar players as well that have competed, if I remember correctly, in other different tournaments as well. So these are some of the players that have consistently managed to represent the country. Meanwhile, for Hong Kong, from what I've been seeing here, this is a completely different set of players, and we don't usually get to see the region very often participate in international tournaments, so it's a really good sign for them to be here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Hong Kong will have to bring to the table. Malaysia, well, maybe not as accomplished as some of the teams from ID and PH, is also quite a mainstay. Our women's team has been playing in international tournaments for quite a while, and there's definitely names that many of us can already start recognizing over there. So we also gotta make sure to keep an eye on them. This Lunox in the gold lane versus the Beatrix is the first time we've seen this matchup today.
Yeah, we don't usually get to see it very often, considering that a lot of teams would pick up either the Harith or the Moskov or maybe something else. But those two have consistently been the trend so far in the competition that we were at. But as of the moment, it seems like the first engage.
Yep, Keyboy goes in, ejector play comes out, but they all get frozen. Keyboy hacks to flicker out to safety. So an unsuccessful attempt by Team Malaysia.
That's cute. I just realized that her name is Keyboy, and I know Keyboy from somewhere else who also plays the same role. So, you know, I think it's going to be interesting on what she can bring to the table this time around. She packs the same aggressiveness that Keyboy has, though, but Turtle's going to be started now, 50% health.
Yep, Quinn gonna be the one working on it. Team Malaysia has total control over the area, but Anna jumps in. Blade Surge gonna miss the red tree. Quinn gets it, and now the glorious pathway comes out. But Sha and Keyboy both get knocked up at the same time. Here comes Phobius with some damage from the flank. Vengeance up already, maybe a bit unnecessary, as Malaysia has already made the disengage.
Yup, at least they were able to take some sort of objective here for their respective team. You'd love to see it, but for Hong Kong, you see some sort of aggressiveness that they've had packed up within themselves, right? You love to see it, especially during the first few minutes of the game, where you would expect, given that they do have the Phobius, they have the Aurora, and also the Suyu. So at least they have some damage and some CC in the early portions of the game. But on the spot side, you need to be careful if you are Judy, because Keyboy is most likely going to be here for a lot of time, given that their gold laner is going to arrive in the later portions of the match.
Yeah, they're gonna catch out Ching and Anna. Ejector play throws him back into the team. Not able to get the primal ram out. He's actually able to flicker out, but Bao Bao gets the final hit in. That's gonna be first blood after 3 minutes from Malaysia.
Yeah, both teams playing really careful here. Just, you know, knowing where to strike first. And I think I've seen that with most of the competition that we've had in the first few minutes of this game, where they are landing those shots to where they know that they could pick off someone. So unless a hero doesn't have a flicker, or they could ultimately burst them down, they're not really forcing most of their skills on it, because they know that it will easily be able to escape.
Yeah, there's a lot of patience and respect coming in here from both teams, actually. Surprisingly well matched with their aggression so far, with only one death. Well, there's a slight net worth lead, but it really isn't that much, and the next turtle is gonna be coming up very soon.
Just a second, and there it is. A turtle finally spawning here for both of the teams, and we've seen them contest this major or neutral objective all the way through, but hold on.
Yep, they found Sha in the brush. A flicker forward by Keyboy, not able to find anyone, but Glorious Path. Oh no, Keyboy makes a mistake, throws Quinn backwards instead. Now Blade Surge connects with Sha. Keyboy in trouble as well. Rob 1v1 with the Vengeance already popped down. Earth Shatter knocks up 2. You can see Sha trying to stop them from engaging, but Quinn already taking a lot of damage. Sha will finally be sacrificed over. Ejector onto Rabi. Hong Kong actually is still resetting the turtle, not able to take it yet, but they will be able to claim it in the end. So they end up trading a number of bodies for it.
Malaysia had a starting engage with, Keyboy trying to land more of those, and Sha adding to the pressure with the Glorious Pathway. Unfortunately, there were like some sort of misclicks and miscommunication throughout this game that gave the opportunity and the chance for Malaysia to get this in. That most of the problem has happened from not only that, right? Whole of the situation by also getting a turtle in replacement of what was happening all throughout in that fight. So it was still neck and neck, but Malaysia is just leading by a bit.
Yeah, Ensemble Force into the ejector combo on Rabi. He doesn't even have his Vengeance up. It's gonna be an easy killing spree. Fao Fao now with 3 kills before the 6-minute mark.
I was wondering why he didn't use the Vengeance as at the moment, but look at this, right? Dream might go down unless...
Onward, gonna catch out Quinn. He's able to dash away. Dream did lose passive, but still alive. Hani with the Terrify and the Eternal Guard combo onto Sting. And that's gonna be the Edith taken out. The kill going to Sha.
You love to see it, right? Malaysia got to convert on a kill that Hong Kong wasn't able to do. So as of that moment, from what we're seeing, it was Ching that was unable to just land on most of the kills that Malaysia had, and it was a good allocation as well of the resources that were assigned to them. It was more on the aspect of just landing most of that burst damage in, and they're looking at Ana now.
Yeah, Sha making the call, Glorious Pathway. Ana tries to dash away. Unstoppable Force gonna connect. Does he have the ejector? No. B-Boy not gonna be able to throw, and that means that's a 4-man gank that fails in the bot lane.
Not only that, in the mid lane, you see the pressure coming in from Quinn, and she was able to force Dream out of that flicker. So she's only depending on passive right now, and there's the ultimate.
Yeah, Shad eating a lot of damage, but that allows Quinn and Keyboy to come in from the backline. Ejector onto Xing. He tries to flicker away. Will she be able to escape? Nope, double kill now for Quinn. And now Malaysia is going to be focusing on Rabi. A triple kill for Quinn on the Nolan. They're not going to be able to chase down Judy, but the damage is done.
I like that Malaysia's more assertive of their decision making now in terms of like 7 minutes into the game, because number one, they were able to like force their way into the bot lane, getting that turret destroyed by putting the pressure on Ana. Number two, they were able to get that turtle just because of the fact that they were willing to take note of Dream, and also good communication. It was Quinn communicating the point that Dream did no longer have that flicker, so they went for the kill immediately.
Ana, that was not a good idea. Checking the bush herself with Blade Surge and just ran into the wrong people. Keyboy and Fao Fao already in position to punish the overextension.
Yeah, not looking good now for Hong Kong, because again, Malaysia is starting to seep through the cracks that they are giving them. Usually, if you are Malaysia, right, you're willing to really just fight them toe to toe, teeth to teeth. But if Hong Kong is starting to give them some opportunities, then, Malaysia would be more than happy to make them as their guest. And that is exactly what happened. Those minuscule mistakes, we've went from a 1,000 of a gold lead to now making it almost a 5k gold lead with them looking to destroy some inhibitors.
Keyboy commits the Unstoppable Force but doesn't land the ejector. Ana gonna be able to save the cooldown to escape, but cannot save the mid tier 2, and Malaysia still has the first Lord of the game pushing down mid lane. This is going to be an attempt to defend another structure.
Simply taking control. Having the Lord already marching into the mid lane, both already allocating in terms of waves, Quinn already getting there. The Glorious Pathway is going to start it off, but it will be cancelled by the ultimate brought about by Dream. They will not break some inhibitors, but at least they got some more out of the turret output.
Yeah, the pressure right now from Malaysia is immense. They have a lineup that's really good at segregating the team fight and taking advantage of it with Keyboy and Shah. Whereas Hong Kong ideally want to play a little bit more around setup. Right now, only Xing would be able to do that on the Edith. So because of that, it's a lot more difficult for Hong Kong to find engagements and pickoffs.
Yeah, they're consistently gonna look for them. As of the moment, both using the magic sentries already to just locate where the rest of the members in, and Ana had to learn about the location of her opponents the hard way, as she took a bit more of that damage. But looking at it right now, 6k in terms of gold lead. Malaysia really capitalizing on the mistakes being brought by Hong Kong as we speak, because I think they were playing a similar level of playstyle. It's just that the team that commits the most number of errors is the one that loses this game.
Looks like that's not going to be too long a pause. We're going to be able to jump right back into it. But you are right, Hans. In the early stages, the teams were actually pretty close in their aggression. But I think Malaysia was managing their positioning just a little bit better. And because they had less deaths, their tempo going into the mid-game just felt smoother overall.
Just like what you have mentioned, 9-1 is already the score here, less than a minute to go before the second major objective, which is going to be the Lord. First Lord, Malaysia was already able to at least get most of the inner and outer turrets here, everything but the inhibitors for the Malaysian squad, but now they set their eyes on Ravi.
Now Ravi, while Rush still has vengeance, but here comes Glorious Pathway, perfectly funneled to slow down both Ravi and Ana. Shah just gonna be zoning out the rest of Hong Kong to make sure that Bao Bao gets an easy unstoppable, and Hong Kong have no choice but to just back it off.
Immediately going away as fast as possible so that they will be able to just, make sure that all is well, all is good, and that is exactly what is happening as we speak. Not really letting go of their lead and just making sure that whatever it is that Ana's gonna be facing, she's not gonna do something about it anymore.
You can see just how much damage Bao Bao has now. 601 on the gold lane Lunox. Ana just disappeared in an instant, and if Judy didn't have Flicker, she would have ended up dying there as well. The setup is clean, and Malaysia now have a free Lord to take and a potential way to close out the game.
They didn't just take out any regular player. They just took out the jungler in Hong Kong. With that, they were unable to find a way to even contest for that respective objective. Now I'm curious and I'm wondering as to whether we're going to be seeing an Evolved Lord, and whether or not they waited for the 12-minute mark for that to at least bump once or twice, depending on the Evolved Lord that it already is. So I'm curious to see what it bump. I'm about to find out in a bit.
Yeah, considering the timing, Malaysia could have waited a little bit longer to get that Evolved Lord instead, so Hong Kong actually may buy a bit more time from this. With a Beatrix on their side, I don't think they'll have any problems clearing the minion wave, so at most, they should lose only one inhibitor from this.
Yeah, to be fair, Judy still hasn't died in this game, even though Malaysia has already accumulated 11 kills to be specific. So the tanky members of Hong Kong are doing a good job, but they're trying to force it now.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway comes out, but Hong Kong are positioning very nicely, and the Frigid Glacier stops them from being able to push much further. However, Malaysia are still able to force down the mid tower while they're distracted. In fact, they take every tower. A wonderful wave sync here because of all the resources used by Hong Kong. Guess I was wrong. They can take a lot more than one tower with that Lord. Oh, a flicker from Keyboy throws back Xing. Mega kill for Quinn. Blade Surge finds Bao Bao. That's gonna be a shutdown for Ana, and now Malaysia maybe overstaying their welcome. Revitalize comes out. They lose their gold laner for the first time.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because that's shutdown gold going on to Hong Kong. Fafao would have at least kept it safe if Malaysia was already in the lead anyway. At least that's a 3k or that's a 10k gold lead before that death. So due to Fafao going back into base, trying to respawn again. The lead has now went down to 8.4. I know it's not a lot, but 1.6k is going to be enough for you to at least buy an item or two if you are a Judy here. And Judy has done a really good job in taking care of herself, not really putting herself in a very dangerous situation. And that's where the advantage is springing here for the side of Hong Kong, is that you're right. If they can manage to keep Judy alive to a certain extent, then maybe they could throw around in this game. But the issue here could possibly be the Ruby DD. I'm wondering, how hard is it to do the Ruby DD play now compared to before? It's gonna be up to Fafao to figure that out.
Yeah, whether or not he's gonna be able to get that big AoE damage out is gonna be up to Team Malaysia to set up. For now, they are still in a very dominating position. They gave up a shutdown, but because the lead is so big anyway, it's not gonna affect them that much as long as they don't make a mistake like that. Again, they do definitely need to figure out a way to make sure Judy doesn't get to survive all these team fights though, because if this Beatrix can actually farm up, that is the win condition for Hong Kong.
And not only that, right? It wasn't a Luminous Lord, that second Lord, that they took in sub 12 minutes, and they were still able to get it anyway. I'm talking about the 3 inhibitors that Malaysia has brought down. So Hong Kong needs to be heavily dependent here on both Dream and Judy so that they can safely secure most of the things that could possibly go okay or wrong for Hong Kong and Malaysia, depending on how they would want to, approach this. Because 20 seconds, the Lord is already going to be available, and it seems like Hong Kong is putting themselves in position. But Anna
walking up too far to try and push the lane, almost gets away, but Fafao's already there. And even if he got away from her, Quinn was already taking up the back line. That is the Hong Kong jungler down for 30 seconds when the Lord just spawned.
See, those are the things I'm talking about, right? Like those mistakes that are really crucial. I mean, Hong Kong was already in a position to hopefully get that Lord, not even get it, but maybe contest for it. But because one of the members are away, and it's not just one member, right? I would expect if it's an EXP laner, if it was a Xing or if it was a Rapi, it would have been okay to me if they were gone, because that is what they're supposed to do. But then it was Anna out of everyone that was on the top side, completely opposite to the Lord bit. So it was kind of like a really questionable decision coming in from Hong Kong in their step towards what they would do to bounce back in this game.
Yeah, Anna really shouldn't have walked out that far in the top lane without at the very least having someone check the jungler right by it first, because that would have been a very simple thing to do and would have made sure that they would at least be able to contest the Lord, right? It's just unfortunate that with Hong Kong's lineup, they're very specialized into direct team fighting, right? Edith and Phobius are not really good at split pushing the lanes. They want to start by going for pickoffs or distracting the enemy. So you can't send Beatrix, right? So Suyo's the only one that can really do it. I just wish that they took the proper steps to make sure it was safe first.
I guess they were looking for a way to at least not worry about the upcoming set of wave clears, just because the Lord spawned at the complete opposite on where all of the super minions of Malaysia were coming from. So they kind of wanted to initiate a Lord dance first, but for you to be able to do that without all of your inhibitors, you need to have your minion waves up. So I feel like Anna's idea was to stay there, gather the minions together so that they can have a fighting chance in that Lord bit. But Anna, I felt like she spent too much time staying there to a point where she was already unable to dish out the damage and even contest for that major objective.
I feel like it would have been perfectly fine to wait until the minion wave pushed up just a little bit further as well, or at the very least had someone else shoving out the opposite side of the map a little bit as well, so that if you're planning to sacrifice someone, then you can at least get something. But now Hong Kong have to defend a Lord with no towers.
It's really crucial here. Already marching onto the top side. At least this is a 5-on-5. The question is, can Hong Kong hold on, or will Malaysia end this?
Ravi gonna try and stop Shao, but the instant triple flank ejector play, stunning multiple members of Hong Kong. They're still alive for now, but they're gonna start dropping. Shao actually ends up being the first target, but Xing and Ana will be traded in return, and the Lord is on top of the crystal with Hong Kong no way of clearing it in time. That'll allow Malaysia to take the victory.
Victory!
That was fundamental MLBB, what we've seen from Malaysia, knowing their strengths, all right, and capitalizing, maximizing on them as soon as possible. From what we've seen, right, it was Hong Kong and Malaysia back and forth in like the first 3 minutes, both of them very patient with what they wanted to do and how they wanted to approach this game. But yeah, if you're just making a lot of mistakes, then Malaysia's gonna be like, yeah, go ahead, please be my guest. And they really just went with it right away and never looked back after that.
Yeah, you can really see a difference in international experience here, because even though it seemed like the teams were quite well matched initially, once you hit that third minute and Malaysia got the resources they wanted, especially levels onto Keyboy and Sha, it became a lot easier for them to start initiations while controlling the map, knowing that Hong Kong's lineup isn't actually the most mobile outside of Ana. Because of that, this Jahit can just run around and toss people, and Hong Kong doesn't really have the best heroes to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, I was thinking of like a good counter-engage hero coming in from Dream, but there were times, especially before the Lord even spawned, that Dream wasn't involved in terms of the team fights, and they were more. Malaysia was more than willing to punish them. I'm talking about Rabi, Xing, and Ana getting killed at least 4 deaths, 6 deaths, and 4 deaths each. Meanwhile, I'm looking at Dream, and she only disappeared at least once in this game. So the strategy was really there. They know that the Aurora is going to be the biggest problem of theirs in terms of trying to counter engage, and they were able to stop that from happening just because of the fact that they were already forcing the fights before the Aurora even came into the scene.
One of the major weaknesses of Aurora is that she is good at counter-engaging, yes, but that is if you're facing off against an enemy team that wants to run straight at you, right? So that's where you can time the freeze. But if the opponent is literally flanking you from every direction, the way that Malaysia was doing, especially towards the end there, you have to pick your battles, and the rest of your team is not really doing enough to allow you to effectively select your target.
Yeah, they were just unable to force those fights, or it was Malaysia forcing those fights that they were completely unprepared for, right? It was just a little difficult, but they still got the victory either way.
Yeah, they still got the victory in the end, so they'll be able to rest up and prepare for the next match here. I am quite excited to see what the next match is going to be, right? It is, of course, a completely different set of teams that we're going to be watching in this second set. And I think I just got informed as well that the next matchup is going to be Malaysia again, but this time their opponent is going to be none other than Myanmar.
All right, I see it. I feel like it is now time for us to toss it over in just a bit, but we're going to be watching that Malaysia versus Myanmar matchup in just a few minutes, so stick with us. We'll be right back. This is Dafa again and Hans, and this is Asian Esports Games Bangkok.
Ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gembilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Bulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Hello people! The festivities continue here at the Asian Esports Games Bangkok 2024, where we are officially in the second half of day 1, witnessing the group stage battles between Group C as well as Group B teams. Once again, my name is Stafa, and joining me is none other than Hans.
How are you, man? I am sure that everybody else is also probably refreshed as well. Hopefully, everybody else has gotten their dinner as of the moment, or whether you guys are here in Southeast Asia, or whether you're around maybe the Middle East. Hopefully, you guys got your snacks or something like that, because I believe it's still afternoon at this point in time. But yes, MLBB does not choose a time zone for this specific matchup, because this time we're going to be witnessing Malaysia going up against Myanmar. And from what I'm seeing, this is really a chance for them to further introduce themselves. You're seeing the players from Myanmar here looking very eager and active to showcase what they can do.
They are here to prove to the world their capabilities. And I think this is going to be a very interesting match as well, because up until now, I don't think we've gotten the chance to see a team play 2 matches sequentially like this. So we already know Malaysia's strength as a team, but Myanmar is also a region that can really be surprising at times, right? Our teams, even in the men's competitions, always have something interesting to bring to the table.
Yeah, I agree. At this point in time, I really do feel like this is a really good shot for Myanmar to also showcase what they can do. They have been in the scene for quite some time now, right? I think we've seen a lot of these respected teams already being here. The Myanmar teams, or the Burmese teams, actually, if I should say, have already showcased a lot of what they could do, especially in the M2 World Championships that have happened from before. And now it's the women's turn, right? We've seen a lot of representation coming in from Myanmar with the men's. So now it's the Burmese side to showcase what they can do in this one.
Yeah. I want to see more interesting hero picks as well, you know. I think the meta has gotten to the point where a lot of teams have kind of started sticking to the same pool of heroes, but it's always really, really interesting when more unique pocket picks get to show up on the screen, right? I wouldn't really call Jawhead like non-meta, but it's also not something people pick up very often. So that was fun to see earlier in the hands of Team Malaysia. We shall find out whether they grab it again, but let's have a look at the current group standings.
Alright, so from the looks of it, it seems like we're not gonna have a tiebreaker for the first two groups that we've had in this competition, because for Group A, we have already unlocked our two representatives, with China being undefeated and Vietnam only losing one and getting over Mongolia here. And on the other hand, Group D, you have Indonesia, the undefeated team, and the Philippines only losing to Indonesia as well. So at least we have already secured 4 of our representatives heading forward into the playoffs, and we are looking for 4 more from Group B and Group C.
It's quite unfortunate, because if Nepal had managed to come out on top against Indonesia earlier, we would have actually seen a bit of a tie situation in Group D, and they may have had a chance of making it further, but sadly that didn't quite pan out. But we still have to see what the results are for Group B and C, right? We got 4 more teams from these 2 groups that'll be joining the teams that have already qualified. So I'm curious to see who it's gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, right, if you are Myanmar or Malaysia, both of you guys, from what I saw a while ago in the standings, you both are undefeated. So I am just not certain as to who the play or which teams or which groups are going to be facing off against each other, because I feel like that is going to be another issue as well. Just imagine if you're Group B, you're both Malaysia and Myanmar, right? And you're going to be going up against Group D, Indonesia and Philippines, right off the bat. If you get to be second seed, you're going to be facing off Indonesia. If you get to be first seed, you're going to be facing off against the Philippines. So, it's a tough task to handle. So you're just really going to give it your best shot and think of it as that kind of mindset moving forward in this game.
Yeah, like, if any team is comfortable enough that they can try to determine the points that they'll get to see who they're seeded against, that would already be very impressive. But I think the groups are actually set up in a way where no team can really say that, 100% we can control who we win and lose to in this group. It's always risky of a thing to do. So the best thing to do is just play your best and see what fate has in story, because we don't really know exactly what the seeding method is going to be as well once we go into the playoffs. So that's also something to keep an eye on.
Yep, and in addition here, also gonna have to probably take note of the teams, or how Malaysia is starting to strategize in terms of how they approach the game, because for Myanmar, I don't think we've seen a single game from them, right? So I feel like this is also like a chance for us to know more about the female Myanmar MLBB scene and what it is all about. Because honestly, I'm not very much familiar with most of them. And even though I've done a lot of research, there weren't really a lot of articles that showcased more about the ecosystem there in Myanmar in terms of female MLBB. So I feel like if there is a chance for them to introduce themselves, this would be the perfect platform to do so. And this first game, or the second game rather, of the second half of the tournament is going to be depicting how we would view them even further. Because again, we've mentioned that Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines could be known as the powerhouses, but Myanmar has been always regarded as the dark horse, and I'm just wondering if the female MLBB team of the nation can also live up to that potential.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see because, yeah, if what you mentioned is true about the fact that the female Myanmar team hasn't really gotten a lot of exposure internationally, this could be one of our first glimpses of what the ecosystem looks like for them over there and what their skill ceiling is going to be in comparison to maybe their men's teams, right? Because they can have some very interesting heights reached even on the international scene. But the fact that we're going to see one of their first matches ever internationally and it is up against Malaysia is going to be a tricky one because, like you mentioned, Hans, that is one of the more established teams even among the women's divisions. So it's going to be a tough one.
It's gonna be a tough one, for sure. I'm thinking of like what they could, bring to the table here. Just like what you've mentioned from before, right? I feel like this is completely the scenario that we've seen from before in terms of Malaysia even getting the skyrocket in terms of popularity and reputation, especially when moving over to the men's division again, when SRG won MSC, right? They got a lot of reputation moving forward whilst introducing themselves into the scene. I mean, SRG, it's been one of the first few times going internationally. They're probably very known locally, and yet as soon as they made their break towards the global stage of things, they were able to showcase what they can do there. So I'm really boiling on towards a point where for teams here or for developing countries that not a lot of people are very much aware of, then this is the perfect chance for them to do so. And now we're seeing a different approach towards our drafting phase.
We get to see a little bit of the faces of the players as well, so something a little bit more interesting as we jump into our second half of the day. Malaysia going to be drafting on the blue side. Malaysia on the red side, Myanmar on the blue side. And they're going to go ahead and start off straight away by first picking Bruno.
Alright, so this is Sikoshi, Lunalin, Ku, K, and Lang. And then, of course, it's pretty much the usual for the other side. You still have the familiar faces and names coming in from Malaysia. And I do feel like this is going to be interesting because compared to what we see, right, in most of the tournaments that both of us probably casted, you don't see the Angela being picked up as early as this, but it seems to be a trend now in this specific tournament.
Angela does have good combos, with Ling being the most popular one, but also working well with general fighters like CC, for example. Though if we're talking about combos, Matilda Alpha is a very notable one, and when you combo that with Bruno too, Myanmar is already setting up for a terrifying early game that Malaysia will need to deal with.
Yeah, that's gonna be the issue here. Compared to what we see so far from the side of Malaysia, they were much more willing to fight fire with fire. Means that they're very much willing to go for the early game scaling as well, which is the reason why they probably picked the Hylos and the Angela as well. But for them to have a little bit more balance with the damage output that they could give, they chose to pick up the Beatrix just because it would have a decent laning phase against Bruno. It has the distance advantage, so it doesn't need to fight toe-to-toe against that gold lane matchup in terms of getting the minions in. And now I'm just concerned, or I'm probably just thinking of what the early game hero is going to be like for the composition of Malaysia. Maybe they could go with a Nolan here unless Myanmar bans it.
Nolan is a possibility, though maybe still a little bit difficult to really jump onto some of these heroes. Hayabusa's already gone. You could still definitely go in the direction of Ling or Joy, though Joy just got banned out. like maybe a bit risky, since like a lot of early game potential coming in from Myanmar right now. They do ban out the Sicilian just to make sure that Myanmar isn't like trying to set up an early game sort of sandbag to allow their mid laner to get farmed up, because that would be kind of difficult to manage. Malaysia already knows that Beatrix is going to lose out lane priority overall to Bruno, so they cannot afford to go for anything that would give Myanmar late game advantage too.
Yeah, this is a really good sense of awareness coming in from Malaysia, knowing that they have some sort of advantage here in terms of like the well-balanced scaling in the damage output that we were talking about. So at some point they took out the Sicilian, they took out the Vexana, heroes that are really good in terms of wave clear. Meanwhile, the Ling has already been removed. You've been mentioning this a while ago, Sadafa, and I feel like this is a really good chance this time for Malaysia to possibly pick out the Nolan if they can, or maybe even the Julian if they want to, because the only thing that I'm really concerned about is the level of farming that should be the good contest in terms of the other ideas that we have. But they're choosing to go for the Exborg as of the moment, which is quite interesting to me, given that at some point, right, there's not a lot of DPS here when you think about it, because the Bruno is of course going to be there, but when you save your distance from it, then maybe it can pose like a problem, which makes the Lilia so good in this lineup brought about by Malaysia, because it can slowly peel down the Feraga armor and it can slowly take down the Hylos by just bringing the damage output down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Hans. The reason why Malaysia did go for the Exborg here is to play more for a peeling style composition. They know that there is no way they can out-damage Myanmar in the early game at this point. So they're picking up heroes that don't die to the early DPS from their opponents and basically slow down the game until the Beatrix gets her farm in. So now with the Eve and Khalid locked in as well, Myanmar definitely going to be trying to force things as much as possible towards the early mid-game phase. Malaysia hovering over the glue. It's alright, but I'm actually not the biggest fan of it, because if they do go for this, they are really putting all of their eggs into the mid-late game basket.
Man, I'm so happy that the Eve is finally picked up. You've been talking about this for a while now, and it's just a nice note to take that it's finally here and active. But as of the moment, they chose to go with the Kadita instead. I'm talking about Malaysia. So they're going to be moving the Angela into the roam position, and then the EXP is going to go to the Hylos. So it's a pretty squishy mid lane trio, if you ask me. However, the essence of that one is at least you have some sort of pressure to go along with it. Because, like, yes, you may not be as tanky of a roam as you think you are, but as long as you can keep up the pressure for them to not build up on those defensive items, then maybe you can stand a chance here. Plus, you have the Hylos to engage.
It's an interesting choice here, because if they are going this way, it means that Kadita is mid and Angela is in the roam position. And nowadays you don't see that much anymore, because you really want your roamer to be more of a front line. I guess they're expecting, since their Exborg is jungle and they have a Hylos, that it will be a little bit more manageable. But hopefully it works out for them. For Myanmar, we'll just run him over right from the get-go. As we jump into the Land of Dawn, let's see which of these teams is going to be able to claim their second victory.
As of the moment, they are going to be looking forward to this. We were talking about how squishy both of the compositions for these teams are going to be like. And, you see a bit more of that as we speak. Not really letting up on a lot of the damage output here. But in terms of the idea that they can do in this one, it is still all right for most of the first few minutes of the game, because both of them have some sort of regeneration factor with the Angela and the Matilda joined up in the mix here for both of the teams.
Yeah, very supportive duo, but Matilda definitely providing a bit more utility right from the get-go because Guiding Winds is just such a useful ability overall, while Angela ideally wants an item or two and needs to be level 4 before she can really contribute anything to the game. So this does mean that Malaysia is giving up mostly on any sort of early game pressure they can get just to try and peel and delay the game while avoiding most team fights.
That's exactly what they're gonna do as of the moment, trying to put the pressure towards that turtle pit upon getting it right away. And there you go, Sha taking a bit of the damage there, but using at least the Revitalize to be able to stay alive and immediately regenerate the HP that was lost. But most of them still fixated on that turtle.
To be honest, I feel like K could have maybe committed Alpha Ult onto that. Sha was taking a lot of poke, and that could have been a free kill and potentially a free turtle. But for now, the turtle dance still going to be somewhat even. Ku already zoning out Quinn and Keyboy. RWM comes out. Here comes Playing from the side. Going to be popping the Firaga armor, which means K gets turtle for free. And now Sha in a lot of trouble as Quinn is already gone. And Ku gets to be up another one with that Circling Eagle.
Just safely securing it. And it goes to the side of Myanmar. I'm talking about both of those kills as well. Really putting themselves in the driver's seat as early as possible while not involving Sikoshi in all of that fight. So I feel like Sikoshi, compared to what was happening in all of the other matches that we've seen from before, this is going to be a chance for him to dominate that early lanes with the gold lane matchup that we have over here. Meanwhile, Malaysia is having quite of a hard time, especially with Quinn not building up on that immortality just yet. So this is to be expected. That punish that would come from the Eve with the pokes, and also the Alpha just dishing out through damage once after another.
I think Myanmar understands that they just have way more burst damage than anything Malaysia could have. So this early stage of the game is where they really need to just rush them down. The more of a snowball you can pick up, the less likely that Malaysia can really put up any sort of fight once you get into the mid-game phase. Quinn now taking a lot of poke. Firaga armor already gone. RWM coming out and trapping him. Heartguard a bit too slow to save Quinn. And that means the jungler for Malaysia is down again.
Yeah, every single time that they're gonna be seeing Quinn at this point, compared to what we've seen from her in the very first game, this is a, completely different from her wheelhouse here. The X-Borg really just, a double-edged sword. It could go with that last insanity as its last resort for damage output, but once that Firaga armor is out, you can't really utilize that to the best of your ability, and instead you become you become vulnerable. You start to become a liability for the lineup of Malaysia here. So Quinn really needs to find her way into getting more of the objectives here, because if she doesn't, then it could go snowball for the side of Myanmar.
It feels like it already is happening. The rough waves from Hani not doing anything, and a 3-man Circling Eagle knock up into the Spear of Alpha on 2. Glorious Pathway comes out. They're trying to buy time, but Keyboy and Hani have already been picked up in the backline. Sha just completely ignored by Myanmar. They have their eyes set on the bigger prize.
Good. Just good MLBB, man. That's all I'm gonna say. The layering of skills was amazing, considering that from what they were doing, it was the Circling Eagle that really started off the initiation for the side of Myanmar, and then the ultimate coming in from the Alpha was really what landed 2 of those kills that was given to K-Boy and to Hani. They really took advantage of the situation, and they were able to maximize on that as well, given the fact that it was an easy feat, given that 4 of the heroes are already there. So now, instead of Quinn looking for more jungle objectives, she is forced to even join Fafao here upon getting that level 8, in which they were just able to get right now. And the X-Borg is already a level behind K here, who already is at level 9.
Hard guard on top of Quinn, glorious pathway, but Myanmar is still able to zone out perfectly well since the RWM was still available. K is now in the mid lane, and Malaysia knows they can no longer try to continue this engagement. So they will just go ahead and disengage. Myanmar still holding much of the map pressure and building up a 3K net worth lead at this point.
Yeah, just pure skill being showcased here by Myanmar at this point in time. Just really taking in managing a business here as we speak, not really letting a lot of the other opportunities for Malaysia to come through, as they are looking for another way. And Hani, though, she needs to stay away from this one. There she is.
Tries to go in, goes for the burst, has to flicker out. A lot of resources used for not much. Raging Sandstorm flicker, gonna land on her. And because of that, Sikoshi able to follow up and get the kill after chasing very far. Glorious Pathway to cut them off, but RWM trapping in Pao with the hard guard on top of her. And now Sha left by herself, 1v4. Myanmar just be running down Team Malaysia. Already a killing spree achieved for Lunalit.
Just a really smart play coming in from Myanmar, making the right moves all throughout the first 7 minutes. That's a kill per minute, if you ask me, and Malaysia still struggling to find their very first kill here, and that is a move made by Hani. Still couldn't find anyone at this point. The shots are just not falling for Malaysia. Meanwhile, Myanmar is not only dunking, but also taking layups and hitting those mid-range shots when possible.
Yeah, Myanmar's draft is just straight up much better than what we're seeing from Malaysia right now. The composition that they're playing is incredibly scattered and kind of disconnected, if you ask me, because they had to be forced to adjust after seeing the heroes that Myanmar actually picked up. Because of that, it's very difficult to execute on, and Myanmar just really can run them down over and over again, though they might be able to find one here. Raging Sandstorm gonna jump back in, Lang actually surviving all of it, and now RWM comes out on Quinn, but Viraga armor's already gone even before Last Insanity. Nibiru's Passion doing a good amount of poke, but they're still trapped inside the kill box. Myanmar all still healthy thanks to the extra healing, and Circling Eagle even continuing to zone out Malaysia from the mid-tier 1.
How did Lang managed to escape that? I was surprised. I thought it was a surefire Malaysia takedown, and not only that, right? She was able to land on that second skill to at least heal herself before she went away. But instead of going away, she landed at Raging Sandstorm after she healed, so that it would go, or if she would be able to stun 2 of the members coming in from Malaysia. And yet, because of the passive, she was able to escape. And with that being said, more pressure is going to be felt by Malaysia here.
And Glorious Craftway comes out, as well as that Sanity with the hard guard. Hani jumps into the backline, but it's just blown up instantly by Sikoshi. The Bruno has too much damage. RWM on top of Quinn. Nibiru's Passion try and break down K, but it's cancelled instantly with a Circling Eagle. Though Quinn able to walk away, actually reverts back to Viraga armor. They only lose the Kadita there, but the pressure is undeniable.
See, this is what I was talking about, right? As soon as you have that immortality, or as soon as Quinn has that immortality, Quinn gets to be a little bit more confident upon the engages that will be brought about by Myanmar, because she gets an extra life, an extra duration, a period of time, so that she will be able to fight whenever she wants to. The only problem is that there's already too much damage coming in from Myanmar upon securing that Lord as well. 8-0 in terms of kills. Very clean, very methodical approach is being done by the Burmese team, and it's also in terms of like an almost 8k gold lead that has been established by Myanmar at this point.
Yeah, things are looking very, very tough right now for Malaysia. As for Myanmar, they're just taking a walk in the park. This draft is doing them a lot of favors, making the game so much easier to execute on. And that's not to say the skill in the resources that they have been popping down, the cooldowns, being utilized incredibly effectively to consistently push the pressure onto their opponents. And now it's already a 9k gold lead for Myanmar.
At this point in time, right, if you are Malaysia, you're really going to have to utilize the Kadita and the Beatrix here. It's where they're going to come in handy, as an RWM has been unleashed.
And it's just continuing to zone them out, even under their own tower. At the very least, they're able to get the Lord, but Kadita, this whole game, has really not been able to do anything. That is the two-pronged spear of this hero. Malaysia continuing to hold the defense, should be able to keep this structure alive, but based on how things are going, eventually it will have to fall.
As of the moment, this right here is the first kill that Malaysia has gotten in 11 minutes of gameplay. That should give them some sort of hope in this one, but Myanmar really just able to maximize the efforts that they have been doing from start to finish, just because of the fact that, you know, they were simply securing a lot of these objectives, and Malaysia just struggling to come up with another adding point. And it's a good thing that Fafao still hasn't died in this specific matchup, so at least that's something that they could still look forward to. But the only problem, or one of the many problems that Malaysia has, is that number one, they are trading by at least 7,000 gold meat, so that's maybe around 1 to 2 items that they're gonna have to worry about. Number two is that their inhibitor on the bottom side is about to go down, so they have to make sure and be careful that it will not go down right before the Lord even starts. And number three, you're also going to have to worry about the damage output that Myanmar has here, just because Sikoshi, K, and Lunalin hasn't died just yet. So this is really good skill, methodical approach coming in from Myanmar.
Yeah, methodical approach is very accurate here. It is a slow but steady and surefire snowball going in their favor right now. I do worry that Malaysia may be overcompensated in the draft when they saw the heroes that were being locked in here and didn't give themselves enough tools to maybe respond to this. The Beatrix still has good wave clear, yes, but I don't know how far behind Fao is compared to Sikoshi, who just has been farming safely the whole game. Hani, rough way, is gonna miss a 10. RWM trapping Malaysia, but a bad position here from Q. Gonna have the Matilda taken out. Malaysia somehow still alive after all of it, but Sikoshi finally gets the killing spree on Shah. Surprisingly though, a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Lying was the saving grace in that team fight. She was able to land that Raging Sandstorm onto at least 3 members to hopefully stun them and stop the fight from happening, because Myanmar was already on the brink of losing at least 2 to 3 heroes during that team fight, because they were on the vicinity where Fafa was able to reach them, but they were not able to reach that Beatrix. So Sha was taking the brunt of the damage onto that one. And not only that, right, they were finally able to take down Ku at some point in time, but it is still a mountain to climb, but they're making the right moves to hopefully set themselves in, but it starts with the defense.
The Lord being pelted down by Beatrix, but will still crash in and take down the bottom inhibitor for Malaysia. Myanmar taking it slow. Hani actually in the backline to see if she can get an ambush out, but I'm not sure if she has enough damage. And now the RWM has come out, trapping Malaysia, popping the Piraga armor. They have to go back and regen, which means that the mid tower goes down too. Hani actually catches out Eve, but yeah, that's what I talked about. Not enough damage. Lunalin only at half HP, and now K just chased Sikoshi. Malaysia only 3 players left standing against 5, with minions still on top of the crystal. Fao with a hard guard, able to clear up most of the minion wave and taking a lot of damage from Hyang, able to trade back for him. Sikoshi flickering forward, a lot of damage on this Bruno, but he's 1v3. Fafo survives with a 1% HP, and his minions still, but without their goal laner, Myanmar cannot actually end the game.
This right here is what they do best, getting those team fights to be in their favor. My goodness, Malaysia still hanging in there, not by a thread, maybe by a rope if you ask me, just because of the HP that was left towards that crystal base. And you know, you have to give props to Fafa as well. She was able to defend that by using the full arsenal of the Beatrix that was already became part of it, and because of that defense, that valiant effort, she is already at full build right now, leading even the entirety of Myanmar. So, you know, you were talking about this a while ago, Staffa, that for most of the time, right? This is gonna be Malaysia putting all of their eggs in one basket, and so far it has been working for them, especially in the 15-minute post 15 minutes of this game, just because they were able to land on Fafao, especially with that Warcry as emblem. So much damage prepared by Beatrix.
But it does mean there's so much pressure on Fao herself. The only source of DPS that Malaysia have. Myanmar will know at this point to target her down in the team fights, which means positioning is crucial. And the moment she goes down, they just can no longer fight. And speaking of fighting, a Spirit of Alpha finds two Glorious Pathway a bit too late. Malaysia being caught out in a bad spot. Shah already gone. Hani goes in, petrified, two-man knockup. Rough Wave is literally doing no damage at all. Fao getting caught out with Spirit of Alpha. Wind of Nature comes out. Hard guard keeping her alive for how long? She is 1v4. She is on to the Beatrix. And Myanmar now looking for final nail in the coffin as Hani and Quinn barely able to escape, but with multiple minion waves coming in, I don't know if they have enough damage to defend this.
Just not enough, and that is going to be the end of this fight. Hani can no longer do anything, and it's Myanmar getting a win in or what I would say in dominant fashion. An incredible performance coming in from Myanmar, being our match 7 winners, really introducing themselves and what Myanmar MLBB is all about.
I think they 100% won in the draft. It was just very smart the way that they approached it, and honestly, I don't even too much thought had to go into it too. They just picked up the heroes that they were comfortable with, the ones that would be very effective in the early game, grabbing combos wherever they could find, and Malaysia ended up overreacting and overcompensating with their draft and giving themselves really a weird line to have to work with.
Yup, and not only that, I feel like they were able to at least bounce back for just a bit, but the fatal mistake that happened in that very last fight was that 2 of the heroes coming in from Malaysia kind of like showed themselves a little too early, and as you can see it, of course, she is going to be our match 7 MVP from Myanmar, really showcasing what she can do in this game. Very happy with her performance, and as of the moment, just, Myanmar landing on towards another undefeated streak broken here for both of the teams. So I believe Malaysia is going to be falling to 1-1 in this one. Meanwhile, for Myanmar, you see it already, just really a tremendous performance here that was brought about by the rest of the members moving forward, and from especially in this kind of play style, right? Lunalin kept her distance the entire time. Meanwhile, Ku was ready to save her damage dealers whenever they are, in danger from the side of Malaysia. Whereas Malaysia, they were all dependent on Fafao, and in that last fight, when Fafao was caught in a very difficult position, that was the time, perfect time for Myanmar to strike.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for Malaysia, but really, really well played by Myanmar. They understood their strengths. They understood how they needed to play this lineup and the weaknesses of their opponents, and fully capitalized it to take a very one-sided victory. There were definitely points towards the end where some small micromanagement mistakes were made, which resulted in giving away kills they didn't really need to. But Malaysia's draft just didn't have enough to work with. This is a very damage-oriented meta. We are seeing like 2-3 cores in a single team, and this one only really had the Beatrix to work with. It just does not work anymore.
Yeah, just a little difficult to execute there, especially with the export being added to the side of Malaysia. I felt like they were extremely punished in like the early portions of the game, where the Exborg or Quinn rather didn't have an advantage with the extra damage outputs that she would be able to have once she's gotten that Fradaga armor. But knowing this, Myanmar instantly punished her not once but twice, and those kills landed on the jungler coming in from Myanmar, which paved the way for a lot of problems and which just increased the chances of the Burmese team winning.
A really nice victory there. We're gonna take a moment to get our next set of teams set up on stage, because next up is gonna be another group stage match. But for now, we'll once again jump to a short break, so we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gembilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asian Esports game. Our day one of the Team Women's MLBB tournament is coming to a close very, very soon. But we still got a couple of group stage matches to go before we can officially qualify our top 8. My name is Stafa, once again joined by Hans for even more exciting MLBB.
Man, I am sure that we are, so close to wrapping up the entire day as to which teams or which countries are going to be making it into the next stage of the competition. Because, we've started from 20, and then at the end of the day, or maybe day number or day 1.2, depends on where you guys are right now. But as of the moment, right, this is a situation that Malaysia could possibly close in on their chances of even making it all the way through to the next round of our competition. And considering that they have already been playing 3 times, I feel like in the middle of our broadcast, this time they're going to go up against Timor-Leste.
And we're surprisingly getting to see a lot of games with Malaysia, so we get to really witness their journey through all of it. They already managed to take 1 game earlier today, but also dropped one, unfortunately. So at a 1-1 score against Timor-Leste, let's see if they can get it. Some interesting bans once again, with Timor-Leste focusing on some of the early game heroes. Bruno, Fanny, and Suyo all banned out.
Alright, so they mainly focused on that one, and this is where I'm completely interested in. Alright, so Timor-Leste, this is a team that is starting to make some waves as well. They are one of the newest inclusions to the MLBB scene, if you ask me, and they were able to, at some point, even create most of the extra chances that they were having from before, which is why it is somewhat not a surprise to me that this Zilong is being considered, but it's nice to see that in the midst of all of that, right? Because Timor-Leste is a nation that has just joined the MLBB scene back last year in Southeast Asian Games 2023. So I feel like this nation was just pretty recent towards the familiarity with the game, and I'm curious to see, like, a year later, how much improvement has this team actually done going up against one of the staple names in this tournament, the Malaysian team.
Yeah, it is a good question, right? But looking at the way that the draft has started off, Phobia's first pick is actually something we don't get to see very much of anymore. It used to be very, very common during the previous MPL season. But with more and more changes, we are seeing him left until a little bit later because there are still some weaknesses that have to deal with. Because Malaysia responded with the Nolan and Gatot, Timor-Leste will be able to pick up the Matilda Alpha combination, which so far has been providing success to a lot of teams here.
Which I was made
Yeah, I'm sure that we've seen a lot of these tournaments and competition being brought around by the Malaysian team, and also given the Phobius is there, just like what you've mentioned as well. Not really, the first pick option for a lot of teams recently. I feel like if this was the previous patch, it would have been a different scenario. So maybe it really boils down to the comfortability of the teams that we're going to be witnessing here moving forward. And from, if you're going to bet on comfort, as to what I'm seeing right now, that is Kiboy, Hani, and Quinn at least having their heroes apiece. Because Kiboy can definitely hold on to that Gatot Kacha if they want to put it into the roaming position.
And Quinn definitely seemed a lot more comfortable with Nolan compared to what we saw previously with the X-Borg, so they decided to prioritize it. I think comboing it with the Eve is actually very good as well, because the combination of Gatot and Eve gives a lot of team fight control, though I feel like the Matilda also kind of naturally counters it somewhat. So we'll see how effective that ends up being, as now it looks like both teams are going to be focusing towards banning the gold lane.
Your team is banning.
Gold lane has been the issue here. Same with the mage as well. It's pretty crucial to a point where even the Sicilian has been banned out here, even though there are a lot of options available still for most of the gold laner, to say the mid laners as of the moment. But compared to what we would usually see, Malaysia's going to be leaving both the Vexana and the Aurora open, which are staple picks by most of the teams that we have here in AEG Bangkok 2024, which is really going to be an opportunity for the side of Timor-Leste if they want to pick it up.
Timor-Leste decided to ban out the Khalid themselves, which is actually interesting, but because I feel like their composition is able to deal with a Khalid somewhat, I feel like they could have quite easily let it through, but I guess they just don't want to deal with that hero in the first place, especially with Hilda gone as well. Just take all of the early pressure off the table. But the Kaja coming out is an interesting one. I was not expecting that.
I like this though. Given that the Kaja is there, it could be like a really good innate counter towards the Phobius. Because if there's anything that we know about the Phobius, it's that whenever it uses the Infernal Pursuit, it's gonna be a little difficult for anybody else to stop him already. So at least they have two answers here. If you are Malaysia, because you have they got to catch a second skill, the taunt, that could stop the Phobius from actually wreaking havoc. And you also have the Divine Judgment brought about by the Kaja as well, to not only neutralize the Phobius, but to also, counter punish the Alpha when it makes its entry using the ultimate that the Alpha is also carrying.
And my tale began.
With Timor-Leste completing their draft here, it does seem like they're going for a much more standard lineup, but the 1-1 being picked up at the end by Team Malaysia could actually work very, very well. The Divine Judgment very easily sets up a crossbow of Tang, and the rest of the team has a lot of AoE crowd control that would kind of lock the enemy down as well. So if played correctly, I can definitely see this being a winning recipe.
Yeah, I like the thought process of Malaysia in that one, because they got to pick up the 1-1 as well, which was, I think, a really agile hero that could at least give Timor-Leste a very difficult time into trying to contest it, because based on what I saw in the composition of Timor-Leste, they were missing a little bit on like the crowd control aspect of things, which is mainly the reason why they were unable to win some of their games. But I feel like it is to be determined in this game between the two of them. So I feel like from what we've been seeing, right, the crowd controls are gonna be leaning. I'm talking about the hard CC skills, right? I'm talking it could possibly come from Mo or from Raniva. It will really boil down as to how they can, while Malaysia hasn't reached level 4 just yet.
Yeah, the lineup coming in from Timor-Leste is a little bit more of a push and pull kind of lineup. They're not very good at catching people out specifically, but are quite effective at running in and out of the team fight. So they're basically using that mobility to maybe work around things, but Malaysia has a lot of lockdown. So that is a very good counterplay to what they're bringing to the table, actually.
A lot of lockdown indeed. You have the Kaja and you also have the Gatot Kacha together. It really will be a formidable duo as to how they could utilize most of those lockdown crowd control skills. And not only that, right? You also have the Eve as well, as the RWM is really gonna pose a lot of problems given that the idea or the team fighting capabilities here of Timor-Leste is really going to be lying down to that. But you see the confidence of Malaysia getting that first blood and also landing